discuss what the Founding Fathers wanted, a future in which the Constitution and its specifics were accessible to every citizen. All that and more coming today. But first, I'd like to start with the American revival. Because that's where we are. In the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination, this revival seemingly taking place in America, and Americans are turning out by the thousands to honor Charlie Kirk's life and his legacy all across the country and around the world. It's all true. TPUSA is not only not dying, it is exploding in popularity. It's drawing millions of new people to its core cause of saving this nation. Like I said before, a bullet cannot kill an idea. It cannot kill free speech, and that's what Charlie Kirk was all about. Free speech, faith, patriotism. His widow, Erica Kirk, has been chosen as the new CEO of Turning Point USA and will no doubt carry Charlie's legacy and amplify it 1,000-fold. Everyone close to Charlie agreed that it's what he would have wanted, no question. And ever since his assassination, Turning Point USA has received an overwhelming number of support and interest in joining the movement, including myself and my family, and many more continuing to follow suit. It is remarkable. On September the 10th, Turning Point, listen to this, had 900 official chapters at colleges in America, 1,200 in high schools. But now, 9 days after his untimely assassination, the organization has received over 65,000 applications for chapters. 65,000 across the country. Like I said, there is a revival happening in America. It's causing the Republicans to grow exponentially as well. President Trump's approval ratings have shot up since September 10th as well. On September 10th, the president's approval rating was sitting at 48%, with disapproval at 51, minus 3 points. But today, right now, his approval rating is at 53-46. He's plus 10. Plus 10. It's a 10-point shift in his favor. It's pretty remarkable. Here to discuss this with me is the head pollster at Rasmussen Reports, Mark Mitchell. Mark, nice to see you here today. First of all, 65,000 new applications for chapters for TPUSA. That's remarkable. But I've not seen something like this for President Trump. In fact, I just looked at something on your X account. He's polling better than his first term, than Joe Biden, or either of Barack Obama's terms at this point. Am I reading this wrong, or is that what I'm seeing?
No, that's exactly right. At this point, in any of the prior 4 presidencies, every single one of them has not had a data point anywhere this high. Not even a couple months back or a couple months forward. Because what happens is the honeymoon runs out, and then you have basically in the middle of the summer, buyer's remorse, despair, disillusionment. The president loses their political capital from their inauguration. And that's not happening with Trump at all. This presidency is entirely different. And it's completely 100% because of Charlie Kirk. But you showed that chart. I think what's incredible is that, yes, he's up 10 points since before the assassination. But if you look, he was still underwater, too, just at the beginning of the week. So really the story is in 4 days, he's gone plus 9. And so I can tell you that the polling started changing immediately after the Kirk assassination, right direction plunged. It dropped 5 points, including 7 points among Republicans, 6 points among independents. So America immediately woke up, saw the signal right away. But Trump approval didn't change at all. Now Trump approval is soaring. And why? Well, it's because he's talking about cracking down on Antifa. He's getting scumbags kicked off of their, network television jobs. I think that this fascist crackdown, I guess this is day one of Donald Trump's fascism, and America is clamoring for it, is the message that I'm taking away from it.
Yeah, well, I don't think people believe that it's fascism at all, Mark. I think that we've seen, look, here's the thing. It was crushing for Americans on the 10th of September to see this young man executed in front of 3,000 college kids, really in front of the world, because people are live streaming. The video went everywhere. I can't unsee it, and maybe I don't want to. Maybe I want to remember how horrible it was and what was done to this country. I think I heard this earlier. You tell me what you think about this. The most significant political assassination since Martin Luther King Jr. I can think of nothing in the interim that has had this kind of an impact. Your thoughts?
Well, of course, and it's not just who it is. A lot of it, like you said, is how it was done, who did it, and what it looks like. Because these images, symbology, really matters. The Irina Zarutska killing, we didn't really talk much about that, but because of Charlie Kirk. But down in Charlotte, we had the death penalty going from plus 13 to plus 40 in this case. And you know public opinion, people don't change their minds easily on something like executing violent criminals. So plus 40 death penalty. And, that's a really major shift. But again, with Martin Luther King Jr., I think what was important was the timing. What was the societal context? And Charlie Kirk's assassination comes at a very critical time, because I personally believe we're at the end of the fourth turning, that I don't think that there's a golden path ahead of us where Donald Trump can fix all of the problems we have in a society. He's doing about as much as you can expect of a single politician. He really is. But the problem is that our society is falling apart. It's been undermined by Marxism and individualism and ideological rot. And unfortunately, there's a different battle that's not political. It's about worldviews. And I think that Charlie Kirk's assassination might have been the opening shot of the war for the worldview of America. And I applaud it, because it's a required part of cleaning up our institutions and returning to a high trust, high value society. Everything we've done has ramifications. I'll just throw one of them out there. We removed the 10 Commandments from public schools. Thou shalt not kill. These kids are not being taught that one of our core values is thou shalt not kill.
Yeah, what I'm going to say here is not disrespectful at all, but it's been said many times. I think Thomas Jefferson said it. The tree of liberty has to be watered with the blood of patriots. I don't think you can find anybody more patriotic that believed in this country more than Charlie Kirk. It's a terrible price to pay, Mark. But the door that he has opened, 65,000 applications for new chapters of Turning Point USA. That's 1.5 chapters for every high school in America. Think about that. You're seeing this gathering. I don't know what to expect. I'm going to be in Phoenix on Sunday. It could be hundreds of thousands of people if it's any indication. They're treating it like a Super Bowl. Is the Secret Service, is the FBI, is the federal government, the intelligence community, because it's going to be such a massive outpouring of love, faith, and hope, Mark, that we did make a turning point. Your thoughts on that?
I think we're entering a time, because of the fourth turning, of very rapid turning points, and this might be one of them. It's actually kind of ironic that the name of their organization is Turning Point. We're not talking about a little move. We're not talking about, oh, Republicans are going to pick up a couple of points. And by the way, the generic ballot is now down to Democrat +2 from Democrat +4. So that's all after Charlie Kirk, the National Association of Independent Pollsters. That's one of them is me. We put that out today. This is like, remember back in 2001, 3,000 Americans tragically lost their lives. But remember what it did to society. We went from a nation very divided over 300 hanging Chads to an 80% George W. Bush approval rating, and literally questioning the war with Iraq made you public enemy number one. Remember the hate level that Cindy Sheehan, who literally just didn't want people to die. We're going to see something that puts that to shame. And this might be the beginning of it, but that's what's required, that kind of resolve. By society, bottom up, not top down.
We had talked about this previously, and you and I had talked about this previously. Gen Z is the most conservative, patriotic generation, maybe since the 1960s. I think if the millennials look in their rearview mirror, they're going to see a freight train coming behind them that is patriotic, that believes in this country, that believes in the ideals of this country and faith. Am I wrong?
You are, actually. I would have agreed with you a couple of months ago, maybe, but I just did some polling, and it's very, very, very different than that. It's absolutely wild. Now, they have been moving towards Trump. I will admit the 18 to 39s went to Hillary Clinton by like 20-plus points in our polling, and they went to Harris by only 4. But I just did a poll of 18 to 39-year-olds, and the 18 to 29-year-olds are worse than the 30 to 39s. And even Trump voters, even Republicans, even self-ID'd conservatives are not paleo-conservatives in the traditional sense. They believe in wealth confiscation by a majority. They want industries nationalized. They want income caps by a majority. It's absolutely wild. Like they live in a system that they do not believe has worked. They don't think they can afford a house. They've opted out of building relationships. I'm painting with a broad brush. I mean, obviously there's some well-adjusted Zoomers. But they've inherited a very broken society, and their values are not the same as our values. They were not instilled Western civilization. Most of them didn't go to church. And so what I'm hoping is that, and the fourth turning tells us, the millennials are going to fill the vacuum. And I hope that's the case, because they still grew up playing stickball and not Helldivers 2 on Discord getting radicalized by Marxists.
Well, and that's fair. And look, if I'm wrong, I appreciate being corrected, because what I see on social media here is post after post after post, and maybe I'm in my own bubble here, but I don't think so, because I've got pretty much both sides covered in my algorithm. Trust me, I see all sorts of things. Post after post saying, I was a Democrat. I'm appalled at the way these people have behaved since Charlie Kirk. I'm moving to the right. I'm becoming a Republican. I see people saying, I have finally went and listened to Charlie Kirk. I was completely wrong about what I thought and what I said about him. I've actually listened to him. I'm becoming a Republican. Now, I'm an independent. I don't belong to any political party, nor will I ever. Yeah. But I'm seeing this in post after post after post online. I think it's significant. And this push of 65,000 chapters, I mean, this is not to be dismissed.
No, it's a movement, but that's what leadership is. What I'm saying is these algorithms will pump the absolute most extreme things. And also, there are now free markets of ideas. Twitter is a free marketplace of ideas right now. And what do you see? Conservative ideas work because they're obviously like logically consistent and correct and not disingenuous. But the problem is, and what Congress is still starting to figure out, is that they basically, it's not just that they captured public schools. It's not just that they turned every mainline denomination gay. It's not just that they captured academia. They've captured pretty much the internet. The youthful internet, where those people live. They went after them on Roblox, on Steam, on Discord, on Reddit. And those places are heavily, heavily, heavily moderated and also full of all of these Marxists that are probably being funded with our own taxpayer dollars. George Soros. Those, they have a death grip. And that is the majority view of these people. They are very anti-capitalistic. Now, there are leaders. There are people flocking to Turning Point. There are very strong based conservatives, and they're winning in the marketplace ideas. But this is about a war for America's worldview. And the 18 to 29s are still like right in the middle of the battlefield. And again, I don't think this war has been fought at all. At all. Nobody's talked about Reddit. And Reddit's the 5th biggest website in the United States. The subreddit for transgenderism, and 23% of 18 to 29-year-olds identify as LGBTQ. The subreddit for transgenderism on Reddit, 5th biggest website in the U.S., is bigger than the subreddit for Christianity. So this is a fight for the worldview of these kids, and it is completely
when they say
conceded.
It's a fight for the soul. When they say it's a fight for the soul of the country, it really is. Now, Mark is going to give it some time to gel. We'll have you back here in a few days because it's moving rapidly right now. Maybe it is the fourth turning. We'll check back in to see where the numbers are in a week and see if it's heading that same direction. Mark Mitchell, thank you as always.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Really appreciate it. From Rasmussen. As we've said before, be careful of Reddit. Be careful of these dark back alleys of the internet that will bring in children and try to indoctrinate them. It's what they do. And they build algorithms, and they design it that way. So be careful with your kids, please. I believe the movement and the revival is real. So does he. But where does it go? Where does it solidify? We'll keep you up to date on it. After the break, I'll bring on the director of Turning Point Faith to discuss Charlie Kirk's courage in his faith and how that courage has sparked, in his mind, a revival. Specific details straight ahead.
Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right, hey, well, come on in here. I'm just gonna hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery.
Wow. Just thank you.
Someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my gosh, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness.
How's it going?
So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it. How much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for everything.
Thank you. You guys are amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
America's Voice Live. The memorial for Charlie Kirk, as you know, be held this coming Sunday at the Arizona Cardinals State Farm Stadium, where leaders are expected to speak. President Trump, RFK Jr., Erica Kirk, so many more. Thousands of people expected to attend, and even more are expected to watch from their homes. This is a testament to how much impact Charlie Kirk really had, despite what the radicals on the other side might say on social media. Charlie believed in faith overall. He was said on a podcast that he wants to be remembered for his courage and his faith. That was the most important thing he wanted to be remembered for his entire life. And like I said in the previous block, Charlie has paved the way for a revival of faith in America. That's the way it looks to me. Joining me now to discuss this, the director of Turning Point Faith, my friend Lucas Miles. Lucas, nice to see you again today. I know it's been a difficult time. You said day to day there. You're in Arizona. No easy days right now. Where are you? We're 9 days on. Tell me where you are. Where's the staff of Turning Point right now?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, this is a very personal journey for everybody that is here within Turning Point, but I think it also is for America. I mean, Charlie Kirk didn't just belong to us. I think he belonged to this nation as a whole. He loved America so much. We're doing well. The team, Charlie has gathered just some of the strongest and just best, team members from, that he's put together the last 10 years. They're incredible. And they're working hard. We're loving on each other. We're praying for each other. We're taking moments to cry and to hug, but we're also getting back to work. We're going to plan a great send-off for Charlie this weekend, which I believe is going to be one of the most historic television events of all time. And ultimately, Monday, it's time to get back to the mission.
Yeah, so Monday, it's all hands on deck, go to work. You've got a lot of applications to process. At the top of the show, you can pull that screen back up for us if you could, guys. 65,000 plus new applications for chapters of Turning Point USA, and that's for Turning Point Faith, that's for Turning Point USA on college campuses, that's for Turning Point USA on high school campuses. I mean, look at this. It's remarkable. They had 900 affiliations on college campuses, 1,200 on high school campuses, 62,000 applications. Lucas, this is, I don't know how to say it. It's remarkable.
There's a transformation happening in this nation. I heard the last conversation, and look, I think the truth is in the middle of this. There is a generation, and Charlie saw this, that's been trending towards a post-Christian worldview. There's also simultaneously a massive revival that is taking place. How we steward this moment right now is more important than ever. We hope to continue to be at the heartbeat of that, which I really believe is God's plan and purpose. But it's going to take every single one of us to fill Charlie's shoes and the impact that he's made, and to really help this gospel of faith and freedom and liberty in this nation, really ring out for a long time to come.
Absolutely. So on the faith side of it, you and I talked about this a couple of days ago. I keep talking to pastors around my neighborhood and around the country who saw more people in the pews this past Sunday than they have seen in years. In years, Lucas.
Look, I'm convinced that this is going to go down in history as last Sunday as the most attended church service day of all of, American history. I just think the stats have to be there. It was massive. We had double attendance on Sunday at our church. I heard this from churches all across the country. Pastors need to be alert on this right now. If you're not talking about this issue, if you're not addressing it, your people are yearning for you to. It's time to talk about this. It's not just about, glorifying Charlie Kirk. It's about recognizing the moment that we're in and capitalizing on that for the sake of Jesus Christ. There's a lot of hurting people right now. They need ministered to, and churches need to have open arms ready to receive them.
Last question. How do we hold on to this fire? Lucas, how do we hold this right here?
Yeah, we can't let this just be a moment. Charlie wouldn't want that by any means. Right. And, I think that, all the pressure can't be on Turning Point USA either, although we hope to be continued, to be that tip of the spear here moving forward. But I think that all of us, what Charlie would say is go home, read your Bible, hug your family, turn off your phone, spend time with the Lord, cultivate that revival on the inside of each one of our hearts so that we can take that out and into the marketplace of ideas, into our universities and the school cafeterias on a daily basis. That's Following right. Jesus is a total involvement process.
Lucas Miles, I appreciate you being here. Might see you on Sunday. It's going to be a packed house. We might run across each other. Be safe, my friend.
Thank you.
All right, after the break, the Department of Education teaming up with conservative groups to push for more civics programs within America's schools. Good idea. We'll talk about it straight ahead.
What's up, America? The folks sitting with me here today are real-life mechanics. We're here to get to the bottom of why car repairs are so expensive and why CarShield is America's most trusted auto protection company. Let's get to it. How long you been a mechanic?
I've been doing this for about 30 years. Every day's a different experience. Every day's a different adventure. I like to make sure everybody's happy, the customer's happy, the car's done right.
So why are vehicles out of warranty more likely to break down?
The manufacturers are very smart. They designed these cars with an end of life. It will fail as the warranty expires. Say over 60,000 miles, it'll start breaking down.
They're going to break down, definitely. Just a matter of when.
When somebody has CarShield, what's the experience when they come to you?
You drop off your car, we verify your concern, we notify CarShield, usually get an instant approval, put you in a rental car, and get you back on the road as quick as possible. I show them what it would cost if they didn't have CarShield versus if they did, and they can't believe how many thousands of dollars they're saving on this repair and how easy it went through, and the deductible is pretty much all they have to worry about.
How has being a mechanic changed since you guys started?
Most challenging parts about being a mechanic is keeping up with technology these days. That's the hardest part. As these new cars come out, it's new software, new tooling, is a constant evolution.
Technology has totally changed from just the basic, everybody could fix a car 30 years ago, to today. You need so much education, background, computer knowledge.
And there you have it. No other company protects drivers like CarShield. The bottom line is, if you're driving an out-of-warranty car, you could be putting yourself at risk of paying thousands for car repairs. Call CarShield before a breakdown happens.
Get covered repairs paid. Call CarShield now for your free quote and to lock in your rate with their price lock guarantee. Call now. Call 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is perfect cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99. Order now.
Well, the Education Department is partnering with 41 conservative groups now led by the America First Policy Institute, Turning Point USA, and the Heritage Foundation, among others, launching civics programming for America's 250th anniversary coming up next year. The initiative focuses on patriotism, liberty, and American founding principles and includes bringing to schools a speaker series and student competitions. The initiative is backed by a budget of $23 to $160 million, depending on what they need. Joining me to discuss this, AFPI's education chair and founder of Optima Ed, Erica Donalds. Erica, nice to see you again.
Oh, it's great to be here. And I'm so honored to be serving as co-chair of the America 250 Civics Education Coalition in partnership with Secretary McMahon and all of these great conservative organizations.
Yeah, it comes at a remarkable time in American history now with all that has happened in the last 9 or 10 days. We sit here on a day that, well, the whole world has changed, I think, and we look forward. And I think civics is so important. When new citizens of this country that have gone through the citizenship process know more about the Constitution and our founding fathers and everything this country is about, know more than the kids we send to public schools, that's a problem. Your thoughts?
Well, that's what this initiative is about. We need to ensure that the children in our schools know about our Constitution, not what people are saying about it, but be able to read it for themselves, understand the true history of our country and why America is the greatest nation that the world has ever known. They need to know the difference between a constitutional republic and communism and socialism. They really need to know the definition of fascism so that they can recognize when people are lying to them about who the fascists are in this country.
Absolutely true. You know, they need to understand. Look, I keep this on my desk. It's well worn because I refer to it all the time, the Constitution, because so many people, how many times it's not constitutional or this, that, it's in the Constitution when they don't have any idea what they're talking about. They talk gibberish and act as if but they say it with authority. They speak gibberish with authority and they make you think that they know what they're talking about. I think that we need more civics, and I think it should start in elementary school, be in middle school, be in high school. We took one government class in high school. It's all it took to graduate from high school back in the day. I think there needs to be a lot more. What do you think?
Parents need to demand more from our schools. We're talking about civics being taught every day in every grade level, putting it on par with reading and math as something that's critical to our national security, to the future of our republic for the next 250 years. We're talking about students having to take the citizenship exam in order to graduate from high school to ensure that they know as much as the immigrants know about our country that are required to do so before becoming citizens and being able to vote in our elections. And so we're not just doing events around the country and promoting patriotism, although that's really important. We want to get people excited about celebrating America. We are going to leave behind a policy initiative in every state that's going to ensure that this is lasting and that our students love and appreciate this country.
Yeah, absolutely true. We have to have an understanding of the country. So and I mentioned this off the top because this is top of mind for everyone right now, this horrible assassination of Charlie Kirk here 9 days ago. But now Hillary Clinton comes out, endorses this book. Speaking of education, this crosses all the lines of Weingarten's new book, Randy Weingarten's new book, basically saying that if you don't want to hear it, you're a fascist. Here they are, just spreading the filth. They have no shame. Hillary Clinton out there promoting this book about fascism, and Randy Weingarten, the American Federations of Teacher head. Is it ever going to stop? Are they completely tone deaf? Can they read a room? I wonder.
They certainly cannot. And Randy Weingarten, in her book, the front cover basically compares parents who want accountability for their children's education to fascists. And they absolutely should not have put this out. It's a ridiculous thing, especially as we're fighting over individuals saying that MAGA are the ones who are fascists and related to that term. Is Randy Weingarten a MAGA? I don't think so, right? Parents need escape from the monopolistic government school system. It's fascist, if you want to call it that, to want this government control over our children, what they learn, the values that are instilled in them, and how they learn. That's why we want to continue to promote school choice and parental rights and fight against these teachers' unions and what they're trying to do with our students.
Absolutely. Eric, I greatly appreciate you being here. It's an important topic. We need to teach kids about this country and give them a love of America, the greatest nation ever conceived. Erica Donald, thank you.
Thank
you. Really appreciate it. Now, I realize there are many choices when it comes to who you choose for your cell phone service, and there are new ones popping up all the time. You know that. But here's the truth. There's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for. And that, my friends, is Patriot Mobile. For more than 12 years, Patriot Mobile has been on the front lines fighting for our God-given rights. Got that God-given rights and freedoms while also providing exceptional nationwide cell phone service with access to all 3 of the main networks. Don't just take my word for it. Ask the hundreds of thousands of Americans who've made the switch and are now supporting causes they believe in simply by joining Patriot Mobile. Switching is easier than ever. Activated minutes from the comfort of your own home. Keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade if you'd like. Patriot Mobile's all U.S.-based support team is standing by to take care of you right now. Call 972-PATRIOT today or go to patriotmobile.com/RAV. When you use the promo code RAV, you're going to get a free month of service right off the top. That's patriotmobile.com/RAV or call 972-PATRIOT. Make the switch today. Coming up after the break, I'll discuss the importance of constitutional rights, specifically the right to free speech. It's being discussed a lot right now, a right that Charlie Kirk wholeheartedly believed in, along with our founding fathers. More on that coming up.
Guys, if you plan to retire in the next 20 years, or if you've already retired, I have a message for you that you need to hear. Central banks, BRIC nations, and our allies are pumping trillions of dollars back into America. But every dollar they send could make your savings worth less. Hi, I'm Donald Trump Jr., and I just want you to be prepared for the future. So protect your hard-earned savings with gold. A gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group offers you the safety net of gold with the tax advantage status of a retirement account. To see how it's done, click the link below to get a free info kit on gold IRAs. This kit reveals why gold IRAs are exploding in popularity, so do it now. What do you have to lose? It's free and there's no obligation. Click the link below to get your free info kit from the Birch Gold Group.
Some people are worried that they won't be able to get food because of disasters, food shortages, rising prices, you name it. Well, let me show you something. This tote right here has enough food for breakfast, lunch, dinner, even snacks for 3 full months. And right now, when you order one of these 3-month survival food kits, you're gonna get 2 months absolutely free, guys. So you see that square on your screen? That's called a QR code. Now, here's how to use it. Just pick up your smartphone and open up your camera, right? Point it at that QR code. Now you're gonna see right in the picture there that this link pops up, that one right there. Tap that link and it's gonna take you to this deal right now. These kits can last up to 25 years, the food tastes great, and guess what? It's your food security plan. And today, you get way more while paying much less. But only if you scan the code before the deal ends, all right? So go ahead, scan the code to buy one 3-month food kit, and guys, you're gonna get 2 months absolutely free. But only if you scan this code before it ends. So go ahead, scan the code to buy one 3-month survival food kit and get 2 months absolutely free.
Sometimes business travel takes you to Chicago, Amsterdam, Los Angeles, New Delhi, Tel Aviv, or Tokyo. And sometimes to Count of Air. Here at Book a Limo, we think globally. We think business, your business. It doesn't matter where you go. No place is too far. We're there for you!
What's your destination? Book a Limo. Any car, anywhere.
Well, in everything that's happened over the last week and a half, you may have missed Constitution Day. It was Wednesday of this week, meant to recognize the official adoption of the American Constitution, to celebrate that day when our founding fathers signed the document in 1787. Charlie Kirk believed more than anyone in the power of free speech, so it's only apt that we discuss this, as the founders wanted a future in which the Constitution and its specifics were accessible for all citizens, just as Charlie wanted the power of open debate to stand strong. Here to talk with me about this and this remarkable period in American history, world history, really, historian and the founder of the AmericanMinute.com, Bill Federer. Bill, nice to have you back on the program.
Steve, great to be with you.
I heard somebody say today, and I cannot dismiss this is the most significant assassination in American political history since the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. Two very different leaders, but leaders that have obviously had impact, not just in the United States, but around the world with their messages and their message of conversation and to persuade people. There's some similarities, I think, between these two individuals. And here we are on a day when we're looking toward the funeral of Charlie Kirk on Sunday. What do you make of this moment? How impactful is it?
It's, to me, I still haven't processed it. I've known Charlie for over 10 years. I tell people in 2014, I was the main speaker at an event in Robinson, Illinois, 500 people at the Civics Center, and Charlie was the warm-up speaker for me. And I remember I couldn't concentrate on my notes because he was so good, talking about the Constitution being the greatest political document in world history. And then later, I ran for Congress back in the year 2000, and a conservative billionaire, Foster Friess, he since passed away, but he gave to my campaign, we became friends, and once a year we'd go hunting, and someplace in South Dakota, and sometimes he'd have Tucker Carlson and Andrew Breitbart and Senator John Thune and Kristi Noem, and it'd be like 24 people, and it was special. And I was always wondering how I got to be part of this group, but I would tell history stories. And one time he invited Charlie Kirk, and Charlie talked about at the Republican National Convention 2012, chasing Foster Friess up a couple stairs, giving him his 2-minute pitch on engaging young people. And Foster said, "I like it. Here's a check." And that helped launch Turning Point USA. It expanded. Over the years, I'd speak at events with Charlie and Tucker, and I was always thrilled to see that his mind was so fast. I did probably a dozen shows on his Charlie Kirk show, and I'd get 50% through my point, and he'd already have the conclusion. So one time at the Freedom Center, he had a Freedom Night in Phoenix with 5,000 people there, and we did the thing where you sit on the 2 chairs on the stage. But I was with him a week before he died. We were in Seoul, Korea, and right now, I don't know if anybody knew, but they use Huawei computers for their elections. Huawei is a communist Chinese company. And so lo and behold, the popular president gets defeated. He thinks there's computer fraud, so he seizes the machines. They accuse him of wanting to void the election. They put him in jail and impeach him. And then the new president gets in, throws the old president and his wife in jail, and starts raiding pastors and their houses. And the one pastor that Charlie and I met with is Pastor Sun Hyung Bo, and they filed 22 lawsuits against him. And Charlie says, if they arrest you, I'm going to personally call President Trump. 2 days after we left, they arrested this pastor. He's in jail right now. And Charlie texted me just 2 days before, the day before he was shot, scripture. We text scriptures back and forth. And it was 1 Corinthians 16:9. There's a wide door of effective ministry, but there are many adversaries.
Correct.
Little did I know that would be the last text I'd get.
He shared that with a couple of different people. I know that. Let me read you a couple of posts on X. Just popped up since we've been talking here, because I think this is reflective. First one, as a lifelong Democrat, I didn't know what to make of Charlie Kirk. I've since spent several lunch breaks watching his debates, full videos, and have come away with the impression that we got him all wrong. The reaction from those on my side of the aisle have really made me rethink whether I'm on the right side of history. Well, I'm crossing the aisle. I just registered as a Republican. Anyone else? That's one. Let me give you another one. As a lifelong Democrat, I'm tired of watching my party become the Westboro Baptist Church. The Dem response to the assassination of Charlie Kirk is full of hate. We are a long way away from the party of JFK. I have registered as a Republican as of today. I've had enough. There's a revival in America, Bill. I really believe that. And look, just before you and I came on, the new number is 65,000 plus new applications for TPUSA chapters across this country. 65,000 plus. I've talked to pastors across the country over the last few days who all said this past Sunday, they doubled attendance. This revival is real, isn't it?
Yeah. So Pastor Neil Eaton, New Hope Church in Plymouth, Massachusetts, around 1,100 people. Last Sunday, it went up to 1,500 because of Charlie Kirk's death. All these young people have decided to start going back to church. He said, my church grew by a third in one Sunday. And it's happening around the world. To have a million people in London and people in the streets of Seoul, Korea, and Cambodia and Germany. What other 31-year-old have you ever known that has died and it's impacted the world? I do believe this is a God moment. And I think that somebody made an AI picture of Charlie walking the steps to heaven to meet Jesus, and he's turning and passing the baton to hundreds of young people that are reaching up. And one young person did a video that went viral, and he goes, this is the turning point. Unless a grain of wheat falls to the ground and dies, it remains alone. But if it dies, it brings forth abundant fruit. And of course, this is referring to Jesus. But in a sense, it also refers to Charlie Kirk. Instead of it being one, and now they have T-shirts. Right. We're all Charlie Kirk.
It's John 12:23, and strangely, ironically, whatever you make of that, John 12:23 correlates to exactly the time of day, 12:23 p.m. when Charlie Kirk was murdered in Utah. Bill, I really appreciate you being here. I think the full impact will continue to roll out. I think if the millennials look in the rearview mirror, they're going to see Gen Z coming like a freight train. Bill Federer, I greatly appreciate you being here.
God bless you, Steve.
God bless you, my friend. We'll take a break here. Time for a quick commercial. I'll be right back.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get $100 off with code AHS100. Visit AHS.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
We realize there are many choices when it comes to who you choose for your cell phone service, and there are new ones popping up all the time. But here's the truth. There's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for, and that's Patriot Mobile. For more than 12 years, Patriot Mobile has been on the front lines, fighting for our God-given rights and freedoms, while also providing exceptional nationwide cell phone service with access to all 3 of the main networks. Don't just take our word for it. Ask the hundreds of thousands of Americans who've made the switch and are now supporting causes they believe in simply by joining Patriot Mobile. Switching is easier than ever. Activate in minutes from the comfort of your own home. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Patriot Mobile's all U.S.-based support team is standing by to take care of you. Call 972-PATRIOT today or go to patriotmobile.com/TrumpUK. Use promo code TrumpUK for a free month of service. That's patriotmobile.com/TrumpUK or call 972-PATRIOT and make the switch today.
Well, this has been a rough number of days for all of us still reeling from the assassination of Charlie Kirk. During the pandemic, Charlie Kirk was one of those people out there, big name podcasters, who would have the dissenting doctors on and talk about early treatment of COVID and the danger of the vaccine. Here with me to discuss this is the director of epigenetics at the wellness company, my friend Dr. Ben Tapper. Ben, nice to see you back here on the program. Charlie was one of those people that would stand up and say, look, I don't buy all what you're telling me here, and he would be an alternative voice. And what did he get for it? He got silenced. I wonder if all those people clamoring about Jimmy Kimmel getting fired for failing to deliver money to the bottom line of a big company, if they were clamoring for Charlie Kirk, I think you know the answer. But what is Charlie's legacy? What's it mean to you as a doctor?
Well, he was unafraid to speak the truth. And I think he lived the lesson. He lived in a good example for all of us to follow, to speak the truth when it's not easy. I mean, the ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in times of comfort and convenience, but where he stands in times of challenge and controversy. I mean, this goes to show you that truth is treason in an empire of lies. Charlie spoke the truth in a bold way, in a big way. And it's a dangerous thing when he just welcomed dialogue. He welcomed that, especially into the youth. He had a lot of influence in the youth. And I think that, the establishment and left, they hated him for it. And that's, it's a scary thing when freedom of speech is under attack. And it's just, my heart mourns for Charlie and his wife and children. And it is truly heartbreaking. I mean, I was a friend to Charlie, and it is heartbreaking. But I think Rob Schneider said it best: you can kill the man, but you can't kill the message. And I think his legacy is going to live on and inspire others to be bold. I can't tell you how many messages I got from people to stand up, that they're going to stand up. They're inspired. I mean, Thomas Jefferson said one man is a majority, one man with courage is a majority, and Charlie Kirk was that man.
Yeah, he certainly was. Clearly, his words have been seen by more people in the last 9 days than at any time during his life, all of them amplified. I keep seeing posts on the internet here, people that said, I actually listened to him. He's not at all what they told me. No, gee, I'm shocked. You mean your little 15-second clip on TikTok wasn't the whole story? It's about time people woke up, isn't it?
Yes, it really is. And the one thing that I want people to know is that this isn't just right versus left or left versus right. This is absolutely good versus evil. This is spiritual warfare. Just as it says in Ephesians 6:12, we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against the principalities and powers and the rulers of darkness in heavenly places. This is, make no mistake, this is a spiritual battle going on. And, the soil for truth is rich right now, and the people are starving for it. And just as your earlier segment, you said a revival. I pray that this leads to a revival, because we are in dire straits in this country. People are more, sick now than ever before with emotional sickness, depression, anxiety, worry. They're trying to fill voids with alcohol and drugs, and you'll never fill that void. We are spiritual vessels, not just humans having this spiritual experience, but we're very much spiritual vessels. And so we need to cling to Christ, right, and really have that. Yeah,
and I go back to John 12:23. One kernel of wheat, when it sits there, it's one seed, but when it dies, it spreads seeds everywhere. That's what Charlie did, right? He spread seeds everywhere. He did that all over the world. Look at the outpouring of love in places like South Korea, the UK, all over the world. Oh, we've seen this. Yeah, truly a blessing. He was one of the first big podcasters to question the COVID vaccine. Every day we're learning more and more about long COVID and the damage done. If more people would listen to him, maybe they'd be in better shape potentially. The vaccine did some damage to people. We know about the myocarditis, the pericarditis. What would you recommend for people that are concerned that they got the vaccine or they had COVID and they don't know what to do now?
Well, I'm telling you, I think everyone absolutely needs to be on a spike support of some kind. The Wellness Company does make one of the best spike support detoxes on the planet. It's the best formulation that I've seen. I take it. I recommend it for patients because we are seeing myocarditis in healthier populations that we've never seen before prior to the vaccine. So it is absolutely essential that we get on a spike support detox. Fasting and is important as well. But we can't neglect good lifestyle choices. We can't just take a supplement and think we're going to be healthy. All disease starts with toxicity and deficiency. We need to move away from that into purity and sufficiency, and we do that with good food choices and good supplementation. But I do think we need to fast. That's one of the most powerful ways systemically to really uproot a lot of toxins in the body and get rid of that and actually promote health and healing. But also supplementation. The spike support is one of the best supplements you can get on to really to help combat the damaging effects of this vaccine, this mRNA technology, and the spike toxin, because that's what it is. The spike protein, make no mistake, is an absolute toxin.
I got to ask you one more thing, and I hope nobody's having lunch at the moment. But there's this parasite out there that I've seen, and the word icky, it just seems icky. It's called Chagas, right? It's like the kissing disease thing. It gets on your face. I mean, I'm sorry somebody's having lunch, but this thing it's disgusting. It's a parasite. It gets on your face, right?
Yeah. Well, the Chagas is caused by a parasite, but the thing is that, more people are waking up to parasites than ever before. It's at the topic. It's at the forefront of conversations. I mean, you see a lot of influencers pushing parasite cleanses and everything else now more than ever before. But the truth of the matter is that we are learning that parasites play a bigger role in our level of health and our sickness than we ever were led to believe. And so Chaga, as you mentioned, it's really, I call it the silent killer, because it can be silent, lay dormant in a human body for decades without the person knowing about it. But what it can cause is 30% of the people that get Chagas parasite, it actually causes fatal heart disease, and it's a silent killer. Yes, and so it's important that we do these parasite cleanses.
Well, and I know I did it. The gold standard for parasite cleanses comes from the Wellness Company. I did it. My wife did it. We loved it. Felt great afterwards. 60 million Americans have parasites, don't even know it. Gives you brain fog, gives you this, whatever this, and you don't want to get something that can take your life, obviously. So the Wellness Company, it's a great place for the spike protein formula. It's the best there is. The parasite cleanse, the best there is. That's why we recommend them, folks. I've used the products. The doctor recommends the products. Go to twc.health/voice today. Learn more. Use the promo code VOICE. You'll save 10% as well. Doctor, always appreciate seeing you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. God bless.
God bless you. twc.health/voice. Go there today. Learn more. Use the promo code VOICE. You're going to save 10% now. After the break, we're going to have a story that reminds us of how wonderful America is. We do it every day. Plus, your answers to the America's Voice question of the day. What are your thoughts on Erica Kirk becoming the new CEO of Turning Point USA? We'll be right back.
Hey, just want to say thank you for your service.
Yeah, sure.
I'm sure you've heard that before, but we want you to know that we understand the freedoms and liberties in this country are because of people like you who served and gave everything for the cause of freedom. We don't take that lightly. So thank you for everything you've done and sacrificed for us.
Thank you so much. That means a lot to me.
We're ready for our ticket.
It's been paid.
People thank me for my service all the time. But I want to thank you for being someone
worth fighting for. You make it all worth it. If you really want to thank me and other veterans like me, go to helpdav.org and support disabled American veterans. That is the best way to say thank you and keep our promise to our nation's heroes.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by going to helpdav.org right now, or call the number on your screen and give your monthly support of only $19. Your support lets our disabled veterans know you appreciate them and everything they have sacrificed for us. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
When you support DAV, you're showing veterans like me that you were worth fighting for.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support in this moment honors our veteran service.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's anti-kibble breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
All right, what makes America wonderful? We do it here every day because you need some hope in your life. And I hope to put a smile on your face every day at the end of the show. That's what we try to do here. Look, you live in a pretty great country. Today's story comes to us from Midvale, Utah, where the community rallied together to mend a family's heartbreak. You're going to like this story. 11-year-old Axton was born with a condition known as AMC, which condition in which stiff and weak muscles are prevalent. And because of this, Axton had to mobilize himself by way of an electric wheelchair when long distances became a factor. And sadly, Axton and his family faced an unprecedented challenge as some thief stole the wheelchair from the family's driveway. Who does that? Who steals a kid's wheelchair anyhow? Axton and his family were at a loss for words, but the story caught the attention of the team at Compassion Mobility, who not only gave Axton a brand new electric wheelchair, but one that could be operated with just his elbow, so it didn't strain the young man. Focusing on the negative events in life is often a train we thought we'd go down, but stories like these remind us that things are not too grim. It's making America great, taking care of that kid and giving a brand new wheelchair to the kid after some thief. Who steals a wheelchair? Who does that? Good grief. Anyhow, question of the day. What are your thoughts on Erica Kirk becoming the new CEO of Turning Point USA? Dee Dee writes this, very happy. She is the perfect choice. Rebecca Martin has this, that is exactly how it should be. Father God, watch over her always. Richard Powell shares this. I have no concerns with her being the CEO. Liberty and Freedom has this. I think she's the perfect person to be CEO of Turning Point. Love, freedom now. I believe Charlie would want this. My thoughts and prayers will be with her and Turning Point. Steve Van shares this. I believe it is what Charlie would have wanted. In fact, that's what Charlie said. If anything ever happens to me, this is where we want to go with this. If anything ever happens to me, this is where we want to go. Now, coming up on Sunday, we will have special coverage. Go ahead and put that screen up. Special coverage of the memorial to Charlie Kirk. It's coming up Sunday. State Farm Arena in Phoenix, Arizona. By the way, it's going to be 100 degrees as we gather. Tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands. I'm not really sure what the turnout's going to be. It's going to be massive. Charlie Kirk will have complete coverage right here on Real America's Voice all day on Sunday. So join us here. Gather around. If you can't be there in person, you can be there in spirit. And boy, how important is that today? How important is that today? This revival is real. All right, so Bowling is on his way in. Bowling, good to see you today. Some good news. I want to share some numbers with you. I'm sure you've seen them, but I want to share these. The brand new numbers, TPUSA applications for new chapters, 65,000 plus. I mean, that's remarkable. And also, in the last 9 days, Donald Trump's approval numbers have gone from being -3 at Rasmussen to +7. So two amazing things, 62,000 new applications for Turning Point USA chapters. And then look at those numbers. Donald Trump has gone from -3 on the 10th of September to +7 today. And Rasmussen, look, Mark Mitchell, he nailed it in the election in 2024. I like his numbers. I like what he says. He doesn't always agree with me. But, man, he's got some good numbers there, doesn't he?
He does. Numbers, I love the numbers. Steve Gruber, I love the numbers. You said tens of thousands, maybe more. Wait till you see what happens, because that stadium holds, I think, 70,000 for the Arizona Cardinals. But remember, that's off the football field. That's just the stands. I'm guessing they're going to fill up the field as well. You're going to see massive numbers, and watch what happens after too, because when you're spending the whole day, I think we start early in the morning. I'll be out there as well. We start early in the morning. We're going to go throughout the day. You're going to see just the outpouring of love and emotion for Charlie and TPUSA and Trump and all things that are right. Watch what happens after. That's when those numbers start, when those polling numbers, you watch enough of it, and everyone's going to take it. Everyone's going to take it. Everyone's going to watch it. And then you're going to see that's when the needle will start to move even further, I'm guessing, in Trump's direction.
I think you're right.
People realize that Charlie was great. He had such amazing reach, but it was the relationship he had with Trump that was really, it was charming. It was amazing. It was awesome. It's really why they were so successful. Yeah. And at some point, let's not forget, I think Trump said that he was looking to make, I think he said September 10th, the National Day of Recognition for Charlie Kirk. So a lot on
October 14th.
Next
I don't mean to correct.
Is that what it is?
October 14th. It's Charlie's birthday. Charlie's birthday is October 14th. I just read that. That's why I know that, fresh in the mind here. And I'm an October birthday, too. And I thought, well, that's interesting. But, it's the community that you make, too. The people that are going to be in Phoenix, you're going to make new friends, new relationships, new connections. And those connections are going to echo through the ages as well as we come together as a community, Eric. I think there's so much good to come out of Sunday as we come together as a Christian community celebrating a great patriot. And what did he say he wanted to be remembered for? Defending his faith. Eric,
this is going to be a huge, huge day. It's going to be wild. Even if it's hot, bring it on. Bring on the heat. We love, it's a dry heat, they say, Steve. It's a dry heat.
Yeah, like an oven.
Yep. All right, brother. Good talking to you, my friend. Thank you for that. And get some rest. We'll see you in Phoenix. Folks, it's Friday, 4 p.m. Markets closed in Broad and Wall in New York City. Dow, across the board, really good week across the board. We had the Fed who lowered interest rates on Wednesday, brought it down 0.25%. You don't fight the Fed. That's what they say. So here's what happens. Market continues on its upward trajectory. Had 1% up yesterday in NASDAQ. 0.75% today, new high, record highs in the S&P, record high in the NASDAQ, Dow approaching yet another record high. Gold bounced back all the $37 it lost yesterday, $39 up today, got that back. Oil eased a little bit, that's good news. Crypto had a bit of a tough day though, across the board. I watched the crypto markets kind of floundering today. Bitcoin, after hitting 118,000 yesterday morning, now 115. This is a real important number for Bitcoin. 115,000 is a price point where a lot of people are watching where it does from this number. Does it spend a lot of time below it, maybe going lower for a while, or above it? I do believe even if it goes lower, eventually Bitcoin and Ethereum are going off to the races. Tough day across the board in the crypto markets, though. So, yeah, there it is.
Because it is incumbent upon us to take the healing balm of Gilead, and march forward on the mission to complete the mission that we are on today, which is to save this nation and in turn save the world. That is the mission that Charlie Kirk undertook. With confidence.
Well, that was Congressman Andy Biggs from Arizona, who spoke at Charlie Kirk's prayer vigil in Washington, D.C., and he joins us today. Welcome, Congressman, sir. There were thousands upon thousands just dying, just trying to get into that prayer vigil at the Kennedy Center. Does it give you hope? Listen, I have to qualify this before I ask you this question, that I came out of the box angry, Congressman. I'm still angry. But there is some sort of silver lining to this anger, is that people finally realize the power of Charlie Kirk. Does it give you hope that people wanted to pray for Charlie?
Yeah, it does. And I, Eric, I share your anger. I mean, everybody handles grief in their own way, but I go through these moments where I'm just so ticked off, and to see all these people that are coming together and knowing that around the world, even, Eric, and you know this, and your viewers know this, around the world, there's been a tremendous outpouring of support for Charlie and Charlie's family, but moreover, the mission itself, which is kind of what I was talking about, saving the country. And you save the country, you save the world.
Yeah, Congressman, I think a lot of us were shocked to see the extent at which the world has reached out. I am Charlie Kirk. I keep saying this, we should all be saying that. I am Charlie Kirk. We should all aspire to be as good of a person as Charlie Kirk. And then you have these lunatics on the college campuses. One guy we saw trampling through the makeshift memorial they did at UVU, or UWU, sorry. It's kind of disgusting. There's graffiti sprayed all over the place. Kill all Charlie Kirks. Look at that. Kill all Charlie Kirk's. Whatever hope you may have with people wanting to go to a prayer vigil, the stark reality is, sir, is that the country is wildly divided and it's not getting any closer.
Yeah, I mean, this is a spiritual war, and it is very divided. But I will tell you, I'll tell you where I get the hope, because you're right, Eric. We're seeing crazies and loonies and evil people come out of the woodwork. But at the same time, you are seeing people leave the Democrat Party in droves. You are seeing people. What Tyler Boyer just said. He is the COO and has been the COO of Turning Point with Charlie since the beginning. He said that there's now more than 54,000 requests for chapters on high schools and universities across this country. Well, I mean, that should give us some hope that there are people who want to do this. I was asked to help somebody get in line, get in the queue, and they had an interest meeting a few days ago, and they had more than 100 students at a fairly well-known East Coast university, Mid-Atlantic State University. So what I would tell you is, as angry as I get, and I just came from a hearing where the Democrats are just insufferable. I get angry, but I do have hope.
Define the hope, will you? Because I'm searching for it. Like how and when?
Well, the hope for me is this, okay, and that is we take it back to the states. The states are going to turn this around, and Charlie's movement actually centers in the places that I think can actually make the most immediate shift in policy and turn the nation around. So you're getting at the young people, and by getting the young people engaged, they're going to get out and vote. They're going to help. They're going to run for office, and that's where I see a lot of positive action. I mean, look, I serve in Congress, Eric, and I'm frustrated 24/7 in Congress because we can't get done what I think needs to be done. But I sense a shift. And part of it is just, quite frankly, because of the exposure that the lunatics are getting. So the far left radicals, they're being castigated. They are being rejected. They're being exposed. The fact that they think they can go on TV and or on a YouTube site or some other social media site and actually poke fun and jeer that Charlie Kirk was assassinated by a left-wing radicalized individual, they think that's okay. But the world is now responding, saying it's not okay. Even some of the formerly woke corporations are firing some of these people and dismissing some of these people. And that's making their efforts to be, they say, well, we have free speech. Well, you canceled us for a good 10 years. It's not that we're canceling you. We're actually, you can keep saying it, but we're going to hold you accountable. And there's a real distinction there. And those are nuances, I think. Maybe I'm grasping at straws, Eric, but I am hopeful.
Good. You know, you said something. You said regarding the shooter, left-wing radicalized individual, Congressman Biggs from Arizona. I think you were close to Charlie, if I recall. I'm on the one of the boards of TPUSA. I think you guys are fairly close. You're there. I do not understand how this could be an individual. You said radicalized individual. I from the older guy, the 72-year-old who created a diversion immediately, allowing the shooter to get away, from the knucklehead, the lunatic who stood up and made himself what would be a huge target if it was just an assassin shooting folks. Yeah. It's like, it felt very coordinated to me. And then if you read those texts between the alleged assassin and his boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever, his roommate, they just read like a scripted, almost like a Broadway play, almost like one of those, 46-minute TV police dramas where you solve it right at the end because there's a manifesto like this explains the motive, the premeditation, how he pulled it off. It just reads way, way more than an individual. So your thoughts, you're right there.
Yeah, so let me just tell you my thoughts a little bit on that. So for me, I look at it, and the guy Zen, we've done some digging into who he was. That guy's a bad dude. Has some prior law, encounters. And this gets to the point because what you're suggesting is maybe this is more orchestrated than it appears at some levels. We've got to get into the platform, and they're going to be in front of Congress. I think it is in 2 weeks. This platform that the shooter and his trans lover were communicating on. And we've got to get to the bottom of what's going on there, because that might actually shed some even further light on this, Eric. And so that's that particular aspect of it. The other aspect of it too is it does seem wrapped up tight. Like, this guy is totally. If you take his email correspondence, you wonder, was anybody else acting with him? And yet you had these crazy orchestrations there. And if I hadn't seen orchestrations or just organic stuff in the past, I wouldn't necessarily believe it. But many of these lefts are so radicalized that they get organic and kind of get into organically.
Perhaps. You make a good point, but Mad Dog, can you pull up the full screen of this text back and forth? I'm going to continue harping on this until we get some closure on it. Robinson, the shooter, I will be okay, my love, he says to his boyfriend, but, you know, blah, 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 yada, yada. The boy, keep it full. I can't read it from here, guys. You got to keep it full for me. Roommate says, you're the one who did it, right? Question mark. I am. I'm sorry. So there's an admission of guilt. Then the roommate says, I thought they caught the person. Then he goes through, no, they grabbed some crazy old dude, which is the guy you talked about, Zin, interrogated someone in similar clothing, yada, yada. So now you got him in the place because he's describing people that he saw. He was definitely there. And then the roommate says something like, why? And he said, why did I do it? Yeah, why? I had enough of his hatred. There's your motive. Okay, so he's got ability to do it, places him in the scene, got the motive, and then the one that just closes the door for me and that makes me believe this is not just two 22-year-olds chatting. By the way, no one types like that when they chat, nobody upon nobody. It says, how long have you been planning this? And the shooter says, a bit over a week. Now you got premeditation. So you have first-degree murder, slam dunk, case closed. It's just too obvious for me, sir. Final thought.
Yeah, I mean, and the other thing that I really have a question on is the etchings on the cartridges themselves, right? Those almost seem too pat as well. I mean, if you think about it, but this guy he's going to get the death penalty, and he richly deserves this. But we're going to find out more, I think, in the days and weeks to come.
I hope Congress pushes the FBI and the FBI pushes Utah to speed up this process, because there's no reason for this schmuck to be sticking around 17 years with appeals and whatnot. Congressman Andy Biggs, appreciate your time, my friend.
Thanks, Eric.
Thank you for your time, sir. All right, folks. All right, a little turn here, but if you're distressed about back taxes, maybe you missed the April 15th deadline or your books are a mess. They're cucked. Don't wait. The IRS cracking down now. Penalties add up fast. They're going to charge you 5% per month and up to 25% just for not filing. But there is help. Tax Network USA can take the burden off your shoulders and stop the spiral before it gets worse. They've helped literally thousands of Americans, whether you're an employee of a company, a small business owner yourself, or you haven't filed in years. Messy books, no problem. They've seen it all, and they know exactly how to clean it up with direct access to powerful IRS programs and expert negotiators on your side. Tax Network USA knows how to win. You'll get a free consultation, and if you qualify, they may even be able to reduce or eliminate what you owe. More importantly, they'll help protect you from wage garnishments or bank levies. So don't wait for the next IRS letter. Call 800-905-8000, 800-905-8000, or visit tnusa.com/RAV to talk to a real expert at Tax Network USA. Take the pressure off. Let Tax Network USA handle your issues. We'll be back 2.5 minutes. Do you think, had you knock on to the rehab, things you wouldn't have won the Super Bowl? You may have played different that year?
I think my career would have been shortened considerably because I was definitely spiraling out of control with no end in sight. 16 would have been 18 would have been 20.
That's the edge right there. The edge is, you're on the edge, could go either way, and the edge is sharp. It could slice you in half. Or you figure out how to tame the fire and own it, and you did that. You did exactly that at that moment. That's powerful, powerful.
Hi, I'm Ty Pennington, here for Choice Home Warranty. They protect my home from expensive repairs, and they can do the same for you. No matter if it's your refrigerator, plumbing, or more than 20 other home systems and appliances, Choice Home Warranty has saved millions of homeowners a whole lot of money. For a low monthly fee, you get their nationwide network of trusted local technicians with plans that cover repairs and replacements done quickly and the right way.
I would recommend anyone who is listening to this to call Choice Home Warranty up. It eliminates anxiety, frustration, and it saves you money.
No more headaches searching for technicians. No more budget-breaking chaos. Just a peace of mind of having Choice Home Warranty at your service. I trust Choice Home Warranty with my home, and you should too.
Don't let an appliance or home system break the bank, leaving you stressed. Call Choice Home Warranty before that happens and get your first month free. Plus, call in the next 5 minutes and we'll give you free limited roof leak coverage. That's a $70 value, free. Just call now. Call 800-359-5664.
We've been a Choice Home Warranty customer for almost 9 years.
And we couldn't be more happy with their service that we get from Choice Home Warranty.
Year after year, Choice Home Warranty is recognized as the nation's top home warranty and has thousands of 5-star reviews from real homeowners. Experience real budget protection and call Choice Home Warranty now.
Stop throwing money down the toilet chasing contractors. Call Choice Home Warranty now and save big with their special offer of your first month free and free limited roof coverage. Don't wait another minute. Call now.
Call Choice Home Warranty for your free personalized quote and to get your first month free. Call in the next 5 minutes, and as our special offer, you'll receive free limited roof coverage. That's over $100 in savings. This offer won't last long. Call now to lock in your rate and save big. Call 800-359-5664. 800-359-5664.
Mama, look. It's just like our new house.
Warranty! I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Clogged AC coils? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? Ta-da! If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age.
A warranty is smart.
Oh, a happy family.
Is that us?
Too much. American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
All right, folks, after months of holding steady, the Fed is finally moving again. Here to discuss is Birch Gold Group, precious metal specialist. Good to have Philip Patrick back. Boy, you know, a lot of people were waiting. I think there's widely expected a quarter point cut. Some people said maybe 50 basis points. Some people said, well, what if he doesn't stick his thumb at Trump? Quarter point, what does it mean for you, Patrick? It's the second move, first one being at the end of Biden's term.
Sorry, it was a quarter point drop, nothing significant. Like you said, the markets had priced it in 95% chance. It's a move in the right direction. Trump needs lower rates. The hope was to lower borrowing costs and to stimulate the economy. The concerning part about the rate drop, though, we dropped rates. Borrowing rates, increased on the Treasury. So what that tells us, despite the Fed lowering rates, demand for U.S. debt is waning, which means borrowing costs are increasing. That was the one thing we didn't want to see on the back of it, and sadly it happened. That, for me, is a big concern moving forward. It's exactly what the president doesn't need right now. We're trying to grow the economy. We don't want to be burdened with borrowing costs. That's probably the biggest problem we have today.
Philip, I'm looking at $3,716 the ounce as we speak right now. And another one of the guys in the control room said, he said, I've been holding silver for a long time, pushing 40. What do you say, 43, $3 an ounce? I remember silver was like $4 an ounce when I first started playing around this game. It's amazing how consistent the metals markets have been, even with varying degrees of interest rates and varying degrees of inflation. They just seem to continue up that trajectory.
You're absolutely right. They've been bucking trends. I mean, gold was always considered a safe haven asset, not for times of economic boom. Look at gold during Trump's first term. Dow ran 50%, gold ran about 50%. So it's bucking trends. It's going up in upward markets and going up in downward markets. And I think it's all because there is a real understanding globally that with $37 trillion in debt, $2 trillion annual deficits, an inability at the moment to close that gap, it's problematic for anyone holding dollars. And I think there's a move now around the world being driven by central banks back to hard assets. I've mentioned before, gold became the #2 global reserve asset last year. It overtook the euro, now constitutes 20% of global reserve. But there is a long way to go. Go back to the 1980s, gold was more than 50% of global reserves. Central banks now are saying that is the trend. They are going to continue down. 75% of central banks that were surveyed said that they are massively increasing gold holdings holdings over the next half a decade. So things are moving. I think they'll continue to move. And sadly, it's a reflection of the debt position we are in, and it's not going anywhere anytime soon.
You know, and if this is a bit wonky, but I've done this a long time, and so have you, Philip. But you look at the dollar, the value of the U.S. dollar, it has plummeted for the last 3+ years. It's just almost straight down, a little blip up when Trump got elected, but then it's just continued its downward path. And what folks really need to realize, the world is pushing the dollar lower for whatever reason. Other currencies are getting stronger. But when the dollar goes down, that makes things like gold and silver more valuable. So prices of those go up.
It's exactly right? That's why central banks are buying it. Gold and the dollar have an inverse relationship. When dollars become weaker, we need more weaker dollars to buy the ounce, hence the inverse relationship. But that's a very important concept people need to understand, because what it also tells us is gold's price doesn't really have a top, because currency's value doesn't have a bottom. And a very extreme example of that, 1 ounce gold bar in after World War I in Germany, 142 German marks. The Germans go through quantitative easing, hyperinflation takes a grip in the Weimar Republic. 10 years after it cost 142 German marks, an ounce of gold was 87 trillion German marks. Now, that is obviously a very extreme scenario, but it explains why gold's growing and why I think it's going to continue.
It's amazing. I've spent so many years wondering, when is gold going to make that correction? Once in a while it corrects, but certainly has been a wild and woolly ride for the gold market and precious metals markets. Phil Patrick, always good having you, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, folks. When is Ilhan Omar going to be held accountable for anything? Trump called her out by name, and she's still smearing Charlie Kirk's name, trying to twist his legacy. Listen to this lunatic.
I do believe those of you who are interested in rewriting this hateful man's history are full of
Thank you. A little potty mouth from the congresswoman who walked into Congress, married her brother to give him citizenship, brought her husband in, and somehow the two of them, Ilhan Omar and her husband, somehow that family made $30 million in the last few years, just sucking off the government teat in Washington, D.C. It's disgusting. Apparently, Tampon Tim Walz got upset when Trump called out Ilhan Omar. He went on MSNBC to whine about it, and of course made his entire argument about race. Yep, Tampon Tim, listen.
Yeah, you see, here's what I would hope, Chris, that the libertarians out there, the folks that fly the Gadsden flag, they would be appalled by this. You don't have to agree with Ilhan Omar. She's representing her people. She's voted in. She's a citizen. She's doing good work. She didn't do anything on this to Donald Trump other than she disagrees with his horrific policies, just like I do. But we all know why he's going after her, because she's a Muslim woman, and that's just what he does. And he tries to stir up hate. And look, Donald really runs this stuff up. When I still want to know where the Epstein list is for President Trump. I still want to know what you're going to do about prices out here. I want you to make sure you get some contracts for soybeans with China, which are at zero and have a chance of destroying farm economy across middle America. So, look, this is all part of the plan, but it's horrific. And you can be certain when Donald Trump puts that out, Congresswoman Omar and her family are put at risk. So we're talking about this political violence thing. We have got to get back to the decency.
The only people who are at risk for political violence are people on the right, because the people on the left keep shooting them. Stop it, Tim Walz, you clown. Apparently, according to I would say one of America's dumbest congresswomen, committing a crime doesn't make you a criminal. Listen to Jazzy Jasmine Crockett's head scratcher.
Understanding what ends up having people become criminally impacted really informs so much of what I do legislatively, right? So when people are like, oh, crime is terrible, and yes, it is, right? Like, because when somebody goes out and commits a crime, they don't typically, say, well, I'm a D or I'm an R or I'm an I. It's not like literally like, it's about, well, how do you fix it? How do you make communities safer? And I do think that I'm in a unique situation because I was having the conversations with people that were going out and committing crimes. And so I understood what was kind of pushing them there. And so I do want people to know that just because someone has committed a crime, it doesn't make them a criminal. That is completely different. Being a criminal is more so about your mindset. committing a crime can come for a lot of different reasons.
So she says committing a crime doesn't make people a criminal. Okay, sure, Jazz. And the guy goes, well, like some profound statement, which is absolutely wrong and dumb. By definition, if you commit a crime, you are a criminal. Sorry, it's the way it is. It's a textbook. Now, whether you're guilty of the crime or not, that's to be debated. But once you commit the crime, you become a criminal. Unless she's talking about until you're incarcerated or judged by a jury of your peers. I don't know. She's a whack job. J.B. Pritzker is still comparing Donald Trump to Nazis. Remember, he said he never did that. Even after everything that's transpired with Charlie Kirk, this despicable man, the governor of Illinois, is still running his mouth. Listen, his big
Look, I built a Holocaust museum with survivors. I've also read a whole lot about authoritarian regimes. This is the playbook, folks. If you're not paying attention now and doing something about it, well, then you're going to have to sit down the rest of your life because democracy is being taken away.
This guy wants to be president. It's a scary stable of people they have on the left that want to be president. Okay, I guess we're going to do a break. Is that what you want to do, Mad Dog? Is that where we're going?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's do it. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Thinking about Social Security? Think AMAC. The AMAC Foundation takes the confusion and stress out of understanding Social Security's thousands of rules and regulations. Our nationally accredited advisors offer a personal touch that is unmatched. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to Social Security and so much more, think AMAC.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dogs so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's anti-kibble breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone is more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Did have the opportunity to speak with Congressman Tim Burchett from Tennessee the other day. Check it out. All right, our next guest is the congressman from the great state of Tennessee who, with his very calm demeanor and really funny takes on things, told CNN's Kate Bolden that she and other CNN hosts need to look within, and here's why he said that. Watch.
By playing the words of the president in order to bring about conversation with an elected member of Congress, that's not trying to stir, that's trying to have conversation. And that's trying to ask you what you thought about it, rather than have you come back and attack me about it.
Well, ma'am, I'm not attacking you. I'm just letting you know that you all need to look within at CNN if you want to continue down this path, because clearly your ratings show that, and the conservative movement is showing that they're not watching you because of that. If you all truly had some objective reporting instead of constantly attacking conservatives and Republicans, then there would be a change, I think. But there's not going to be a change. You all don't want to change down deep. Maybe you do, ma'am, but I dare say that the vast majority of your colleagues do not. They do not come from the conservative spectrum. They see this as just as a Republican type situation, and it is absolutely not. You're seeing it as much or more on the left than you are from the right.
Congressman, let's bring in Congressman Tim Burchett, who's with us right now. Congressman, give us a little bit of the context, the backstory before that went down. What was she so, I guess, defensive about?
They were attacking President Trump, because he was going after the left wing. I mean, here's a guy who's been shot once, tried to be assassinated twice. We've had Steve Scalise and they had a Republican hunting list, and it took us 5 years to get the FBI to put it on as a political assassination attempt. They just said it was some random act of violence kind of thing, like this guy just showed up at the baseball practice and started shooting at people. And I just talked about how it's just ingrained. It's ingrained in our federal government. It's ingrained in CNN. And then I explained to her that. And for CNN, I mean, like ABC the other night was saying how, it was like what the guy say, it was kind of sweet, the conversation that the assassin of Charlie Kirk and his transgendered lover were having. I mean, what's next? Ava Braun and Adolf Hitler's love notes are sweet. Look, all they're trying to do is humanize these demons, and we got to stop it. We've got to stop it. And they've got to stop it. They are at the cause of this. The media is at the cause of this. They're the ones putting this garbage out. And I said, yet you keep putting it out. If it's so bad what Trump says, then why do you keep reprinting it time after time? MSNBC, hundreds of times in the last few months, they called Trump a fascist. I mean, that's just that's a dog whistle, man. That's all that's doing is trying to incite the left and further, go after us. And so I've had it. We need to take the gloves off. I'm tired of these guys in my party always talking about compromise. The only time the Democrats talk compromise is we're in the minority. And now we're in the majority. We ought to start acting like it, brother. We ought to start acting like it. You're so right, sir.
We found out that these hosts are saying, and they're really freaked out about Trump saying he's going to look into these left-wing, these media, these groups that were maybe funding some of the hate or certainly some of the rhetoric that's been going around. But we found out just recently, the FBI director, Kash Patel, tells us that under Biden, Biden instructed the DOJ to look into right-leaning groups, and TPUSA was one of those groups. So this whole idea of their outrage that Trump could suggest that he was going to look into some of these left-wing groups and see if there's any sort of domestic terror cells going on within them is insane. They do the exact same thing, and then they want to point the finger at Trump and at you guys. And one more thing, Ilhan Omar may be under a censorship vote if the speaker decides to bring it up for blaming Charlie Kirk for his own suicide or his own assassination because of his words, is what she said. And then you have Jazzy Jasmine Crockett saying Charlie Kirk would still be here if it wasn't for assault rifles. Well, I got news for Jazzy. Had nothing to do with assault rifles, because the shooter used a hunting rifle or a range rifle, not an assault rifle. They don't even know what the hell they're talking about, sir. Sorry. They don't know what they're talking about. It was a Mauser. Yeah, it's ridiculous. I've listened to this garbage all along. They want to outlaw shotguns. It's pathetic. They've got no sense of what's going on in the world. All they do is they get a talking point from the DNC, and then they spread it out, and that's all they're doing right now. And it's not working. Obviously, their numbers. The best friend they've got right now is the Republican Party, because I don't think we can get out of our own way. But hopefully, America sees what's behind this, and our leadership gets their butts in gear. Okay, Congressman, we had a little bit of a crunch for time. Apologize. Well, thank you so much for bringing this to us, and we're going to stay on it with you, and we'll have you back very, very soon. Congressman Tim Burchett, thank you so much.
Thank you, brother. Keep at it.
All right. And we played that because we had started the interview and Trump came on. So we had to take the Trump moment there. So we played it. But it still lasted. He's very right. He's very right. The best friends the Democrats have right now are the Republicans because they can't get their act together. They really need to get your crap together, guys. Get it together now. You got, 15 more months till midterm elections. You got to keep Trump with the House and the Senate guaranteed for the next 15 months. You got to keep your stuff together and get everything done you possibly can. You have no idea what's going to happen in 26. I hope it stays all Republican, but if it's not, he's going to be a lame duck. You don't want that for the last 2 years of his second term presidency. Eric Swalwell doubled down on the Nazi rhetoric, comparing President Trump to Hitler yet again. This clown just does not learn. Watch.
Donald Trump is America's Hitler. Yeah.
You know, he just said that. Literally, the bullet casing from that Tyler guy in Utah said, "Hey, fascist, catch the bullet." Catch the bullet, meaning he was going to kill him. And to have this rhetoric, this fascist, this ridiculous Hitler, Nazi stuff going, white supremacists, you are the reason, Swalwell. You are the reason that these lunatic, drugged up, trans whatevers are picking up guns and killing people that they listen to you call Trump Hitler or people who support America first, Nazis. We're all targets because of that stupid rhetoric. You want to unite? You tone down the rhetoric. I don't think we should yet. Sorry. More from Swalwell, who thinks that Republicans are turning their backs on FBI Director Kash Patel, another baseless claim that he has single-handedly tried to ignite. Listen to it.
You know what I found interesting, Lawrence, talking to Republicans, is that they also think privately that Patel is not up for the job. And not just because he screwed up the Charlie Kirk investigation. It's not just because he refuses to release the Epstein tapes. As one Republican told me, I just don't feel safe with this guy. And if you look at his testimony, particularly what you just played there, and the way he conducted himself yesterday in front of the Senate, this person is not someone who's going to keep anyone from harm. And you look at him and you think, this guy's unhinged, and he doesn't see his duty as protecting us from harm. He is just protecting himself from Donald Trump.
It's the common divide and conquer. He sparks up, Swalwell sparks up this debate saying, oh, I talked to a Republican. This guy said, I don't feel safe. Well, who was that, Swalwell? Are you lying? I mean, you lied about Fang Fang, the little Chinese spy that you were sleeping with. Remember that? You lied about that. You were both married. She was married. You were married. But I'm sure she got some good information out of you. The rhetoric from the left continues to get nastier and nastier. These deranged people are saying whatever they want. They never stop to think about the impact of their words. Well, here's one of those Soros-backed Philly District Attorney, Larry Krasner, who's calling Trump a fascist because he can.
Question was raised whether it was necessary to compare the MAGA movement to fascists.
It's 100% necessary. My father volunteered and served in World War II. Half of my family tree is gone. And it's gone because of Nazis, and it's gone because of fascists.
It's probably a good time to say that I don't think it should be illegal to call someone a fascist. I just want you to understand, Democrats, when you keep doing this, you're going to be the reason, you're going to be the root cause for some of these shooters. Just understand where it's coming from. Hey, fascist, catch on the bullet from Tyler Robinson through Charlie Kirk's neck. Hey, fascist, catch, okay? Do you hear and see the pattern and you want to keep doing it? Go ahead and do it. But just understand, blood is on your hands. I agree. We have a First Amendment protecting a lot of speech. That's not speech that necessarily is going to get the whole public in trouble, but it certainly is not speech that we want them to continue because people on the right are being killed over it. Congressman Maxwell Frost took a page from Krasner's book, echoing his fascist comments almost word for word. The Democrats are sticking by the playbook no matter what. Here's Frost talking about Republicans and Trump.
Donald Trump doesn't want a democracy. He wants a throne, and his cronies are clearing the way. The president and his lapdogs here in the United States Congress, the vice president, the FCC chair, the attorney general, secretary of state, and congressional Republicans are implementing a dangerous agenda to punish their opposition. Fascism is not on the way. It is here. The First Amendment is how generations of Americans, from civil rights activists to labor organizers, the American worker, LGBTQ plus activists, have fought for progress, and it is our power.
Okay, all right. I'm done with these lunatic Democrats. We'll be back 2.5 minutes. Are you nervous? Are you scared?
You know, I wasn't until probably the last 3 months when I was diagnosed a year and a half ago. My symptoms were very minor, very minor. And I think compared to other people who are later in the disease, they're still minor. But, you know, you just missed it that I noticed. I noticed that my dexterity in my right hand, even with medication, is still suspect at best, like writing, doing something tedious like got a screwdriver. I always have to use my left hand to help guide, and that's even with the medicine. That wasn't the case at first. So, yeah, you know, it was kind of an aha moment when I noticed that the symptoms had gotten a little worse for not responding to medication, because my main doctor, I think the world of Saints Wendell said, it's going to progress. How much?
The reason why I wanted
really depends
to do
on
that, I want to show you that because I need you to go. Yesterday you did amazing. I put this up yesterday. It came out. You 500 new subscribers on YouTube. Do it. Eric Bowling, The Edge on YouTube. Subscribe for me. All you people watching right now, subscribe. Killing it. Brett Favre was just opening up about the Parkinson's that he's been diagnosed with and how he's dealing with it. They're one of the best quarterbacks ever to walk the earth. Edge, folks, go ahead and subscribe. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Oh. Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes, of course I found it. No, I need that.
Summon Dale.
Who's Dale?
A real human.
I'm Dale. American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
I need my phone back.
Fix it over video chat with American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
What's up, America? The folks sitting with me here today are real-life mechanics. We're here to get to the bottom of why car repairs are so expensive and why CarShield is America's most trusted auto protection company. Let's get to it. How long you been a mechanic?
I've been doing this for about 30 years. Every day's a different experience. Every day's a different adventure. I like to make sure everybody's happy, the customer's happy, the car's done right.
So why are vehicles out of warranty more likely to break down?
The manufacturers are very smart. They designed these cars with an end of life. It will fail as the warranty expires. Say over 60,000 miles, it'll start breaking down.
They're going to break down, definitely. Just a matter of when.
When somebody has CarShield, what's the experience when they come to you?
You drop off your car, we verify your concern, we notify CarShield, usually get an instant approval, put you in a rental car, and get you back on the road as quick as possible. I show them what it would cost if they didn't have CarShield versus if they did, and they can't believe how many thousands of dollars they're saving on this repair and how easy it went through, and the deductible is pretty much all they have to worry about.
How has being a mechanic changed since you guys started?
Most challenging parts about being a mechanic is keeping up with technology these days. That's the hardest part. As these new cars come out, it's new software, new tooling, is a constant evolution.
Technology has totally changed from just the basic, everybody could fix a car 30 years ago, to today. You need so much education, background, computer knowledge.
And there you have it. No other company protects drivers like CarShield. The bottom line is, if you're driving an out-of-warranty car, you could be putting yourself at risk of paying thousands for car repairs. Call CarShield before a breakdown happens.
Get covered repairs paid. Call CarShield now for your free quote and to lock in your rate with their price lock guarantee. Call now. Call 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188.
A party that has spent years censoring opinions that aren't their own, that they don't like, is really up in arms right now that a politicized comedian with a crappy late-night show had his program suspended over the fact that he told blatant lies on the air over and over and over again. I mean, they are furious on the left. They're really, really angry. They're yelling so damn mad about it. They're screaming about the First Amendment. But at the very least, they were just as furious, angry, yelling, up in arms over a man who was assassinated in broad daylight, were they? An innocent man whose only crime was to talk to young people around the country, debate them, and express his opinions? I don't know if they were that mad about it. I don't think I've heard anyone too upset about that. Remember how angry they were about an innocent young man, husband and father, losing his life to a bad man, leftist transgender-associated murderer, right? Not so much. That's right. They weren't angry. They weren't angry. In fact, they said he was asking for it. They weren't furious about that. In fact, they celebrated it. Funny how that works, right, for the party of evil. Losing a life, that's okay. But losing a TV show, well, now that's crossing the line. The second worst president in our history has more things to say, quoting Obama being the second worst, obviously the first being Biden. Obama said this commentary offers a clear, powerful statement of why freedom of speech is at the heart of democracy and must be defended, whether the speaker is Charlie Kirk or Jimmy Kimmel, MAGA supporters or MAGA opponents. You get that, everybody? Did you get that? Jimmy Kimmel losing his job is the same as the assassination of Charlie Kirk, according to Barack Obama. He said it right there, his words. Losing your TV show is like losing your life, folks, to the Democrats. Do you see how twisted these people really are? And it starts at the very tip top of the socialist iceberg. Let's review the facts one more time, shall we? Jimmy Kimmel lied. He explicitly lied on air about Charlie Kirk's assassin, saying that he was a MAGA associate, when we all know, thanks to the FBI, that he was in fact a leftist lunatic. Catch this, fascist. And that's a violation of FCC guidelines. It's disinformation. It's a lie. And not just that, it's wholly irresponsible. He's been making Trump jokes for years. What got him canned was lying about a crime. He can say it anywhere else he wants, but you cannot just go on TV and deliver it like it's fact when it's not, even if it's a comedy show. You have to let people know this is comedy. It's right there. Black and white, prohibited from broadcasting false information concerning a crime. Right there, there's the statute right there. He violated FCC guidelines. But the left insists on making it about the First Amendment, something Democrats once cared about, but only when it was about punishing conservatives, of course.
You shouldn't be banned from one platform and not others for providing misinformation out there.
There's no guarantee to free speech on misinformation or hate speech, and especially around our democracy.
There are Americans who are engaged in this kind of propaganda, and whether they should be civilly or even in some cases criminally charged is something that would be a better deterrent.
If people go to only one source and the source they go to is sick and, has an agenda and they're putting out disinformation, our First Amendment stands as a major block. It's really hard to govern today.
This is a matter of corporate responsibility. Twitter should be held accountable and shut down that site. It is a matter of safety and corporate accountability.
The First Amendment is not absolute. It does not protect any single thing.
The First Amendment is not absolute, says Goldman from New York. Congressman, you're wrong, my friend. By the way, Jimmy Kimmel also got canned because he lost most of his audience because he lied. He wasn't funny, and it cost about $150 million to produce a show that no one's watching. I heard he was doing like 120,000 viewers in the demo. I can yell out the window. I could tweet something and get more people to see it. Like during COVID, what are you saying, Mad Dog? Mad Dog? Okay, are we taking it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're going to take Trump. Guys, this is how we work. That's how we roll. President Trump, folks.
Well, thank you very much. As you know, we passed the continuing resolution in the Republican House today. It was an amazing vote, actually. It showed we want to keep things going and going properly. It was good for a lot of reasons. The Republicans want to keep government open. But in the Senate, we have 53 Republicans total, and we need 60 votes. That means we need Democrat votes. I want to thank Senator John Fetterman. He wants to keep the country open. We're doing so well as a country. We're doing probably better than ever before. If you look at the stock market and other indicators, we have tremendous investment coming in, record investment coming in. Everything's going well, but the Democrats aren't happy about that because they don't want it to go well. I think they actually dislike our country greatly. So they want to shut down the country. They want to have open borders. They want to stop the fighting of crime, where we've been very successful. The D.C., as you know, Washington, D.C. is it's a hot place right now. Everyone's having dinners. They're going out all over. There's very little crime. They haven't seen numbers like this in many, many years. And other places, as you know, we're going into Memphis. We'll soon be going into Chicago. We've already had people out there and in there, and FBI's been there. We've brought the numbers down, but we're going to be bringing them down a whole lot. But I guess they want crime and we fight crime, and it's a pretty big difference. They want to have men playing women's sports. They want transgender for everybody. And if they don't get everything that they want, all these things that they want that are proven so badly, they want to close our government down. We're not going to let bad things happen to our country. We're not going to approve things that we shouldn't be approving. Just today, the House Democrats voted against condemning the political assassination of Charlie Kirk. Who could vote against that? Condemning, all they're saying, please condemn the assassination of a human being. And they said, no, we're not going to do that. Remember this, we had an election a very short time ago. Republicans won presidential. We won the popular vote by a lot. We won all 7 swing states. We won the Electoral College by a lot. We won most U.S. counties in a total landslide. So we won most. It's a very big statistic. We won the counties in a number that I don't believe has been hit before. 2,600 counties versus 525 counties for the Democrats. So the Democrats really should start respecting what takes place at the voter booth. In many cases, it's not a voter booth because they have mail-in voting, which is a very corrupt situation. But despite that, we won in a landslide. And we have to remember, when you win the elections have consequences. So we'll continue to talk to the Democrats, but I think you could very well end up with a closed country for a period of time, and we'll take care of the military, we'll take care of Social Security, we'll take care of the things that we have to take care of. A lot of the things that Democrats fight for, which in many cases aren't very good things, will not be able to be paid. So we'll watch and see how they do with that. They'll have to handle their constituents pretty carefully. So we're proud to announce that we won the House. We did fine in the Senate, but we need 60 votes. So we have 53 senators, and we need 60 votes. That means the Democrats have to vote in the Senate. And I don't think they will be voting. Now, what we are doing, we're really here today to talk about something else, which is the gold card, which is going to bring a lot of money into our country, which is going to reduce taxes and lots of other good things. But we'll save that for a little bit later. Why don't we do this first, and then we'll talk about the gold card. Okay? Any questions? Yes? It was great. I had a great call with President Xi, and as you know, he approved the TikTok deal. And we're in the process. We have some great investors, some of the biggest in the world, American investors, great people, and we look forward to getting that deal closed.
Is it fully approved, the training statements?
Well, I think so. When you say fully approved, I don't know what that means. We have to get it signed. I guess there could be a formality. I found his words to be very good. President Xi and I had a long talk. We talked for almost 2 hours, and started at 8 o'clock in the morning. And I think it was a very good talk. We talked about trade. We talked about war. We talked about a lot of things. We talked about Russia, Ukraine, obviously, and Gaza. Talked about a lot of subjects. It was a long call. It was a good call. We have a very good relationship. But the TikTok deal is well on its way, as you know, and the investors are getting ready. And I think China wanted to see it stay open too. They wanted to see it, and I can tell you the young people in our country wanted to see it stay open very badly because, and if you take a look at my numbers, no Republican has ever done anything like it. We got massive numbers of youth vote, and by the way, helped very much by Charlie Kirk. So Charlie was very much in favor of TikTok. He liked TikTok. And he said, you should use it. And other people said that too, and I used it. And I don't know, I think I set records. I look at numbers that are phenomenal. We'll pass them out to you. And it had probably a pretty big effect on the election because we won the election by a lot. So we are in a situation where in a little while, meaning a number of days, will probably, I don't know if you can make a deal with these people. I think these people are crazy. Again, anybody wants open borders and don't want to fight. They don't want to fight crime. They hate to fight crime. And in Chicago, last weekend you had 11 people killed, murdered, and you had 28 shot. And those numbers have been pretty consistent all throughout a period of time, whether it was 4 people, 5 people, 6 people, 11 people, 12 people killed, murdered. They don't want to spend money to fight crime. And it's not even much money, relatively speaking. It's very little. But we're going there anyway. It doesn't make any difference. We're going to Chicago. We're going to Memphis next. And we're going to clean up the crime in the cities because we have to do that, okay?
With this deal today, are you confident that the CCP won't be exerting control?
Yeah, we're going to have a very tight control. And look, it's an amazing thing that's been. People want it. The young people of this country want it badly. The parents of those young people want it badly. And so we were able to work out a deal with China. And it's a very good deal for us. I hope it's a good deal for them.
Would you accept a deal where China controls the algorithm of TikTok?
Well, it's all being worked out. We're going to have very good control. We have these are American investors, all of them, and they all love our country. They're all very well-known people, very famous people, actually, financially, and they'll have control of it. Mr. President, I want to thank President Xi because he was a gentleman. And we've just had a good relationship, and we wanted a lot of people in this country wanted to be open. If it weren't open, maybe, I don't know. I think we won by so much it wouldn't have mattered, but we got a lot of votes. We had a lot of Republican votes from very young people. You go ahead, Jeff.
Russian jets entered Estonia's airspace today for 12 minutes. Do you see that as a threat to NATO?
Well, I'm going to have to look at it. They're going to be briefing me in a short while, so I'll let you know about it tonight or tomorrow.
What's your take in general?
Well, I don't love it. I don't love it when that happens. It could be big trouble. But I'll let you know later. They're going to brief me in about an hour.
And a follow-up on Charlie Kirk. There's been a lot of talk about free speech this week. Do you see a difference between cancel culture and consequence culture?
I mean, your question's a little trick question. I'm a very strong person for free speech. At the same time, when you have networks where I won an election, like in counties, I guess it's 2,600 to 525. That's called a landslide times 2. When you have that level of popularity or voter support, as I did in the last election, and yet 97 and 94%, different numbers. You see different numbers with different stats. But 97, 94, 95, 96% of the people are against me in the sense of the newscasts are against me. The stories are they said 97% bad. So they gave me 97. They'll take a great story and they'll make it bad. See, I think that's really illegal, personally. You can't have a free airwaves. You're getting free airwaves from the United States government, and you can't have that and say, and somebody that just won an election, and I had to go through this during the election. I think it's a miracle that I can win. When 97% of the stories on the networks are bad, or whatever it may be, whether it's 89, it doesn't matter. It's a tremendous number. You know it, you report it all the time, and it changes. But when you have that kind of a negative reporting, fake negative reporting, when they take a great story and they make it into a bad story constantly, that's what they do. Look, 60 Minutes took Kamala's answer and they threw it out and they gave her a different answer so that she sounded competent. When things like that happen, George Slopadopoulos from your network, right? George Slopadopoulos had to pay $16 million to me because of what he said. And that's ABC. You had to pay more than that. Your network had to pay more than that. So I think it's very sad. But I think that reporting has to be at least accurate to an extent. Again, when somebody is given 97% of the stories are bad about a person, that's no longer free speech, that's no longer anything. That's just cheating. And they cheat. And they become really members of the Democrat National Committee. That's what they are, the networks, in my opinion. They're just offshoots of the Democrat National Committee.
Mr. President, thank you. Liam Cosgrove with Zero Hedge. People are still anticipating who your pick for National Security Advisor will be. They're worried Marco Rubio is a little overworked, and one of the report runners is Michael Anton from the State Department. He's just authored the National Security Strategy. Also in the mix is Mike Flynn and Steve Witkoff. Can you give us an indication of who?
Well, they're all good. No, we'll make a decision soon. Okay. But we're doing very well. You know, I settled 7 wars, more than that, I think. But actually, we settled 7 wars. I have, we're working on Gaza, it's a tough one, but we'll get it done somehow. And we're also working with Russia and Ukraine. They hate each other so much you wouldn't believe it. President Putin and President Zelensky, they hate each other to a level that you wouldn't believe. So they're having a little bit of a problem with that.
And are you considering Stephen Moran for Fed chair?
Too much. He's doing a great job. Just got approved. His vote was a very good one. The Fed should have done more. You know, too late. Powell is terrible. He's a terrible chair. I think it's just terrible. But despite that, we're powering through it. We have another record stock market today. We're very, very high levels, and we're at the highest levels. So we're setting records many, many days during my administration. We've set records, and we'll see what happens with 50,000. 50,000 is a pretty big number. Never come close. We're not so far away from it. So that's because they see what's happening. Not so much what's happening exactly right now, but they see all the plants that are being built. They see the kind of investment that's going to be made. When you take $17 trillion, so Biden had $250 billion, okay? Or putting a simpler way, they had much less than $1 trillion, but they had less than $1 trillion for 4 years. I have $17 trillion for 8 months. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And I think they're looking at that and they're saying when those plants open, right now they're being built, a lot of them, and some are starting over the next year. It takes a while, but we're getting fast permits. And when those plants get built, I don't think there'll be anything like what we're going to experience yet.
Mr. President, if I can, on the top subject of free speech, Ted Cruz compared Brendan Carr to a mob boss, the way he's threatening television stations and saying it's absolutely dangerous for the government to determine which speech is okay and which is not. What's your reaction to Ted Cruz?
I think Brendan Carr is an incredible American patriot with courage. You know, it used to be, I remember in the old days that networks would have to get licensed, relicensed, and it was always a big deal. You know, they had to show honesty and integrity. When you have a network, again, I'll use the same numbers, whether it's 90 or 94 or 97, all different numbers. But when you have networks that give somebody 97% bad publicity or 94% bad publicity, I think that's dishonesty. And you know, they're getting free airwaves, right? You know that, right? You get them for nothing. These airwaves, they make millions and millions of dollars. The news makes millions of dollars. ABC, your network. I mean, your network wrote very badly about me, and they had to pay me $16 million.
So you think I wasn't right, or that Brendan Carr has a right to take away the license?
I think Brendan Carr is a courageous person. I think Brendan Carr doesn't like to see the airwaves be used
illegally and incorrectly and purposely horribly doesn't like to see a person that won the election in a landslide get 97% bad publicity before the election. I mean, it's amazing that I won the election with that, but here's what happened. The people have given your networks no credibility. They don't give them any credibility, John. If they did, they wouldn't vote for me. They wouldn't have voted for me. When you look at, I mean, you could also say the liberal media, the liberal left, when you look at these stories and papers, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about, I assume you're talking mostly about the networks, but they have a licensing procedure, and you can read it as well. They have to show honesty and integrity. And when they take a good, well, I think the people decide. That's why I'm president. When they take a great success, like you often do, and you make it into like it's a loser, or you put a negative spin on it, I don't think that's right. So I think Brendan Carr is a great American patriot. So I disagree with Ted Cruz on that.
UN next week? You're going to the UN?
I'll be at the UN. I'll be making a speech, yes.
And are you meeting any other world leaders?
Many of them.
Who are you meeting, Mr. President?
Well, I'm meeting
Syria,
them. They're being
Zelensky.
set up.
What is your goal from attending that meeting? What do you hope to get out of it?
World peace. Nobody's done a better job than I've done on world peace. Nobody's settled so many wars as I have. You know, I've been here probably a little bit more than 8 months, and I've settled 7, and that doesn't include the destruction of a vast potential nuclear disaster in Iran, which we wiped out totally, as I say, obliterated. We obliterated it. It's been turned right with this beautiful plane right here. We just ordered some more of them, by the way. The B-2 bomber, just ordered some more. The more updated version, not that we needed that. We just need the plane because it was so flawless. These pilots flew 37 hours flawlessly. Not an engine problem, not a screw, not a bolt came loose. It was an amazing. Compare that to many years ago, Jimmy Carter, same country, with the helicopters and the problems and the prisoners and the hostages, and what a mess. You know, these planes flew 37 hours without a stop. They fueled up. We had 52 tankers fueling the planes along the way. It was an incredible, and every single bomb hit its mark. And then we fired 30 of them from a submarine. What a job that was. And I don't even include that, but that stopped a war. That stopped maybe a catastrophic war.
Mr. President.
So, so I think that nobody has ever done anywhere near that. Now, on top of that, we're working very hard to get Russia-Ukraine settled. We'll see what's going to happen there. I hope we're going to get it done. President Xi and I spoke to him about it, and I believe that he really would like to see it done also, and I think he's going to work with us to help.
What was your message? What was your message to President Xi on the war in Ukraine? What are you asking?
Well, it's the same as his message to me. He would like to see it done. He would like to see it. I believe he would like to see it ended. Yes, I do believe.
Mr. President, these two wars that you were talking about, Gaza and Ukraine, are escalating at the same time. You're going to take the stage at the UN, back at the stage after these years. Do you plan to setting any kind of red lines for these two countries? And you said before you were frustrated with Putin. Are you also frustrated with Netanyahu?
We have a long time to go before I get up and speak at the UN, because every day is a long time when it comes to Gaza, when it comes to Israel and the Middle East. So we have a long time to go, but you know a lot of my opinions, and remember this, you can't forget October 7th either. People are forgetting October 7th. They forget it too quickly. That was one of the worst days in world history. It was the most evil attack that I think you could really say babies were involved, little babies were involved, and having their heads chopped off and all of the things that took place. You can't forget that. I don't forget that. A lot of people do, but I don't. Yeah, please.
But how about when, just Mr. President, what goes into retaking Bagram? Does that require boots on the ground?
We'll see what happens with Bagram. We're talking to Afghanistan. It should have never been given up. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. There was no reason to give it up. I was leaving Afghanistan. I was leaving. I was the one that got it down to 5,000 soldiers, but we were going to keep Bagram. the air base. I said it yesterday, and we had an incredible trip, as you know, to UK, and I said it during the press conference. It's one of the most powerful runways ever built in terms of weight, length, and load, what it could take, and we just gave it up for nothing. We gave it up for nothing. There was no reason to give it up. We weren't going to leave Bagram. Joe Biden didn't know what he was doing. We had a man that didn't know what he was doing. We had a man, by the way, that didn't approve. If you take a look at what's happening in Congress, we had a man that signed almost everything with an auto pen. And he didn't tell the people from the auto pen, whoever was using it. The one man that used it predominantly said that Biden only spoke to him twice, and it was only about the weather. Okay, it was about nothing. So those pardons that he gave are illegal. He gave illegal pardons. And that includes the congressman that destroyed and deleted all the information from J6. They deleted everything because it turned out that they were wrong. It turned out that I offered 10,000 National Guard or soldiers, whatever they wanted, and you wouldn't have had a problem. And they turned it down. Nancy Pelosi turned it down, and the mayor of Washington, D.C. turned it down. They deleted everything, and they destroyed it, illegally destroyed it. And Biden gave them a pardon. And Biden gave a lot of other people pardons that, frankly, would be in jail if it wasn't for those pardons. But those pardons now are illegal, according to just about everybody.
What was you having
on Letitia James, are you disappointed that the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia has not prosecuted Letitia James? Do you intend to fire him?
Well, we're going to see what happens. I am not following it very closely. It looks to me like she's very guilty of something, but I really don't know. I know that the U.S. Attorney from the Eastern District, or from that district in Virginia, that he was approved by 2 Democrat senators who, in my opinion, are among the worst. And when I learned that 2 senators, Democrats, because as you know, it's very hard with the blue slip, it's very hard for a Republican to get somebody approved if you have 1 senator that's a Democrat because of an old custom. It's not a law, it's a custom. It's a ridiculous custom. But if you have a Democrat senator, you have to get that senator to approve. Well, in this case, we had 2. When I saw that he got 2 senators, 2 gentlemen that are bad news as far as I'm concerned. When I saw that he got approved by those 2 men, I said, pull it, because he can't be any good.
So you want him fired? You want him out?
Yeah, I want him out, yeah. When I learned that he was blue slipped through by 2 Democrat senators in Virginia, people that would never vote for, the people that haven't voted for us for probably years, probably years. In my opinion, 2 bad guys. You know, they are Warner and Kane. 2 bad guys, bad senators, too. They do a terrible job for the people of Virginia. But when I saw that he got approved by these 2 terrible people that haven't voted, they just don't vote, no matter what it is, we could give them the greatest deal ever, and they still wouldn't vote. And they voted for this guy. And I have other people, judges, and I have U.S. attorneys from other states where I have the same situation, and they can't get approved. So when I learned that they voted for him, I said, I don't really want him. Okay.
Have you seen the polling, the Gallup poll out of Ukraine that shows 23%, less than a quarter of Ukrainians actually support continuing the war against Putin? We saw the European leaders come here and try to say the world is united for the war effort, but Ukrainians have war fatigue themselves. Have you seen the polling? Your thoughts on it?
I don't blame them. It's a war that never should have started. It's a war that never would have happened. If I were president, that war never would have happened, ever. That's a disgrace that war happened. And they're losing anywhere from 5,000 to 8,000 people a week on that war, which is the worst since the Second World War. That's a war that should have never happened.
And if you consider
would have never happened. And it didn't happen for 4 years. When I was here, it didn't happen. Go ahead.
Have you considered cutting funding, even promises made by the Biden administration?
Well, we're not spending any money on the war. You know, we're being paid for everything we said. Unlike Biden, he gave them $350 billion. And it was shocking. We're not spending any money on the war. The war is being funded by NATO. NATO is buying our equipment. In fact, I don't want to make money on that war. I don't want to, but we are actually making money on that war because they're buying our equipment, as you know. But NATO, as you know, very important, is funding the entire thing. They're paying for the missiles, for the tanks. They're paying for anything that's sent over there. It goes to NATO, and then NATO does what they want with it. In this case, I guess they give it to Ukraine. It's a very sad war. It's a war that never should have happened.
Mr. President.
TikTok, could you tell me, is the U.S. government going to take a board seat in the company, and will the U.S. government get a board seat within the company?
Well, we're going to announce it. Are you talking about TikTok?
Yes,
yeah,
TikTok.
We're going to announce it. But it's a great deal for our country. It's a great deal for all of the young people in the country that wanted it, and people generally. I was happy with it. Look, I wasn't a fan of TikTok, and then I got to use it, and I became a fan, and it helped me win the election in a landslide. So I think that it's a deal that's going to be great. And it's also controlled by very powerful and very substantial American people. All American, by the way, all American people.
Mr. President, a question from Newsmax. Last year, before you took office, there was an estimated 6.8 million men not actively seeking work of prime working age. So if you and Secretary Lutnick could talk about the efforts your administration is taking to help our American gentlemen get back to work.
Yeah, well, what we're doing is they're building plants all over the United States, and frankly, because of tariffs, we're taking in trillions of dollars. And countries that have ripped us off for years, and everyone knows this, countries that have ripped us off for years, like nobody's ever been ripped off before, they're now having to pay up. They're paying a lot of money to America, and we're reducing taxes with that money, and we're doing things that we were never able to do before. So it's you're going to have a lot of jobs. The jobs are being created right now, and the tariffs are protecting our country. And we used, tariffs were used against us, but we didn't use them against others. But we're really better at it than anybody else, and we will have taken in trillions of dollars. Nobody's ever seen anything. Even people that were against the tariffs, now they see the way they're working. And by the way, with no inflation, with no problem, we're just building up cash, and we're using that cash to reduce taxes, reduce debt, and other things. It's a great thing to watch. And your honest reporters are saying they've never seen anything like what's happening. Our country is becoming very rich again only because of tariffs. If we didn't have it, if I didn't get elected, this country it was a dead country. Look, we were a dead country a year ago, and now we're the most successful, most vibrant country anywhere in the world.
Healthcare.
Good to see you. You were good on television.
Thank you, sir. I tried. Tonight, in a few minutes, Steve Bannon will appear on my show. Good. He floats the idea that you should dual hat Secretary of Treasury Scott Bessent, not only as Treasury Secretary, but as interim Fed chair. Would you be willing to entertain that?
In other words, you like Scott?
Yes, sir, very much.
So do I. And I like Steve, too.
Yeah. Would you like to see that, him dual hat?
Well, certainly an interest. Dual hat. We could save a little bit of salary. I think I could maybe make a deal where we just give him one salary. I have a couple of them.
I don't think you need.
I have Marco. No, I don't think so. And we have Marco's got about 3 positions, right? He's doing great also. No, I don't think that's going to be necessary. Actually, I went to Scott and I talked to him about that position, and he loves what he's doing right now. So, he's not in the mix because he loves being Secretary of the Treasury.
Quick follow-up. Today is the first day of early voting in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Are you planning on campaigning for Winsome Sears, John Reed, or Jason Mayaris?
Well, I'm going to have to look at some of them. As you know, it's sort of a semi-local election. I've been watching it. I've been seeing the ads.
I would appreciate it as a Virginia voter.
Who do you like of the group? Who do you like?
The whole ticket, sir.
All of them? You like them? All right.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll take a very strong look.
Appreciate that.
For you, I'm going to look.
Secretary Kennedy's panel on vaccine changed its broad recommendations on COVID-19 vaccines today. Are you comfortable with that change, or would you like to see Americans take the vaccines that were developed under your tenure?
Yeah. Well, the vaccines, according to a lot of people, and if you look at charts, have had a tremendous, Operation Warp Speed. It was just according to just about everybody, was one of the greatest things that any president has ever done in this country. So we're very proud of it. I'm very proud of it. I'm also very proud of Regeneron and some of the things that came out of, all of the labs and all of the research that we've done. So I don't know exactly what the final determination is, but I had the vaccine. I was very happy with it. Here I am, right? Here I am.
Have you had it again recently?
Bobby Kennedy seems to be undoing what you did with Operation Warp
I put him
Speed.
in there because I want to have opposite views. That's okay. I think we're going to have something very, very big coming up soon on autism. Autism is totally out of control. And one of the most important things that, in my opinion, I had to do is to see what's going on with autism. And we're going to have a news conference early next week on autism. And I think you're going to see some things that are amazing that we've learned that somebody else wouldn't have learned. It's out of control, autism, out of control. And I think we maybe have the reason why.
But is Bobby Kennedy going too far and unwinding the vaccines?
He's saying for older people. Yeah, he's saying for older people. A lot of people agree with that. And but I can tell you this: Operation Warp Speed, one of the greatest things a president has ever done for this country. And you can say the world, because when we came up with that vaccine, the whole world opened up. But I put Bobby there as somebody that will go either way. I want the facts, but I also look at facts from Pfizer, where they spent a lot of money, and the other drug companies, they spent a lot of money on finding out the results after the fact, and the results were amazingly good.
Mr. President, after your conversation,
I'm wondering if you've seen the video put out by former Israeli hostages. It's addressed to you. One is a widow of one that died, and these are people who were freed thanks to you. But they're actually encouraging you to force a ceasefire, force Netanyahu to ceasefire, and they didn't address it to him because they think you're the one who might actually listen to them and get it done. They're worried that the hostages who are still there are more at risk if the war continues. Your thoughts on it?
They might be. They also, maybe they'll be freed because of that. You never know how it's going to look. War, I was saying, yes, war, a lot of strange things happen. A lot of results take place that you would never think were going to happen. As you know, I was able to get most of the hostages out. We're down to 20, and we have 32 dead people. You know that. We have 32, maybe more, 38, but between 32 and 38 people that were dead, mostly young people. And I've dealt with some of the parents. And we got all our Americans out, as you know, but now we're talking about mostly Israelis. But I dealt with parents, I spoke to parents, and they want the body of their son, I believe in almost all cases sons, but they want the body of their cherished, beautiful son. They want the body back as much as though he were alive. It's so sad to see. But I've dealt with the mothers and fathers. Please, sir, please, the body of my son. They know he's dead, and they just want him back. They want him back as much as though he's alive. I mean, it's very terrible, and we have very close to 40 bodies that are included in the whole thing. But we have 20, probably 20 that are living. It might be a little bit less because a couple of things. Look, young people don't die. Okay, they just don't die. And they can take a lot, but a lot of people died in these horrible tunnels. They're mostly in the tunnels. I know a lot about it. I got them out. But I always said the last 20, when you get down to the last 10 or 20, it's going to be very tough. It's a nasty situation. You can't forget October 7th. But it's a nasty situation, terrible.
Mr. President, on Gaza, the UN concluded this week that Israel committed genocide in Gaza. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I haven't seen that. I'm looking at it. But did anybody commit genocide on October 7th? What do you think about that? That was genocide at the highest level. That was murder, genocide. You can call it whatever you want. But little babies were chopped in half.
And in Gaza?
Arms were cut off people, heads were cut off people. That's genocide. That's genocide also, I guess. Right?
What do you think?
Mr. President, a question on your Memphis deployment. A fee from that deal? What is that fee going to be in U.S.
It hasn't been fully negotiated, but we'll get something from the standpoint that we worked hard. We put up a lot. We spent a lot of money on letting this come and letting this, it's a very, very big deal. It's a very powerful deal. And the United States really I see it. I mean, people were saying, save TikTok, save TikTok. So many people. It's a big thing. And, you know, China can be very proud that they were able to get that started. And so I very much appreciate President Xi's working with us on that. Very much.
What comes next after designating Antifa a terrorist organization?
We're going to designate too, but we're going to look at the people that funded Antifa, see who they are, where they came from, and why they did. Have you seen Portland at all? If you take a look at what's happening in Portland, it's amazing. This has been going on for years. It's just people out of control. They're crazy. We're going to stop that very soon. We have to get rid of a couple of other problems first. We're going to get rid of the problems in Memphis where you can't even walk a block without getting shot. We're going to get rid of the problems in Chicago. Chicago's a great city, and we have to save it. We have to save it. I told you I had the head of the Union Pacific Railroad in my office, and I said, so what do you think? You go to every city. You have railroads in you are the biggest railroad, beautiful railroad. He's a great guy. I said, what do you think? He said, sir, save Chicago. Don't let it go down. Save it. The way he said it was so meaningful to me. It was so it was like terrible. In a way, it was terrible. Save Chicago. You know, who would ever think that we'd be sitting here talking about saving Chicago? Chicago's a great city. They have a terrible mayor. Terrible. He's at like 5% approval rating. He's an incompetent person. They have an incompetent governor, in my opinion. He's incompetent. 11 people get shot, and he says crime isn't a good shot. I mean, they're losing 4, 5, 6 people a week, getting killed by bullets, by knives. And then he says how wonderful it is, Chicago. So, well, it might be wonderful for him. I think they're afraid. Look, he's not a stupid guy. I really believe they're afraid to say, politically, I guess, from an ideology standpoint, from a democratic standpoint, he is afraid to say the fact that they have a very unsafe, very dangerous city. He should say, I'm going to call President Donald Trump, and I'm going to ask him to send in the troops, to send in the National Guard and clean this hellhole up. Because Chicago can be a great city again. I'll tell you what, Washington, D.C. is a great place again. It's booming, and the restaurants are booming. And 6 months ago, 7 months ago, nobody could go outside. And even just walking around the White House, people here are thanking me for what I've done. Yeah. They're thanking me. They're saying thank you. And I almost know what they mean, because they can walk to work. And even when they took Uber and they took other forms of transportation, they felt unsafe because the car was hijacked while they're in there. They take a car, and it's being hijacked as they get into the car. And they did that for safety. And now we have a safe place. You know, we've taken 1,500 people out of career criminals have been taken out of Washington, D.C. And we weren't very nice about it.
Do you know?
I did discuss it, and I don't want to make a comment on it, but Union Pacific is a great railroad, and they want to add a railroad that had a mistake at a place very close to my heart. You know, a lot of people say that that was a place where I got off to a very good start. It was a rough thing that happened. Well, they're trying to buy that railroad that had the problem, and it sounds good to me, to be honest with you. It sounds good to me. I'm a very big fan of the head of the railroad, the head of the Union Pacific. He started as a very low on the totem pole, started his job very low and became the chairman of the company over a 45-year period. But I asked him about different cities. He said, St. Louis is tough. He sort of stops at many of them.
Mr. President,
New Orleans. We have to save New Orleans.
New York. Mr. President, when are you going to get
We're going to be going into New York, too. Yeah.
Mr. President,
and we're going to be going in quiet. You're really obnoxious.
I'm not obnoxious, but I'm trying to ask you, what about your plans for
really
Memphis?
Obnoxious.
I'm not obnoxious, but I am asking, what are your plans for Memphis? Many people want
I'm not going to talk to you until I call on you.
What are your
So, who else? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to settle this free speech question, because you've said that you restored free speech in America.
Yeah.
Is that free speech including for people who are harshly critical of you, for your political opponents, for people who say things you don't like?
I've become immune to it.
Unfairly?
I've become immune to it. There's never been a person that's had more unfair publicity than me, and that's why your network paid me $15 million, or $16 million, I believe, to be exact, George Slopadopoulos, and that's why CBS paid me a lot of money, too. And that's why I sued the New York Times 2 days ago for a lot of money. Because I'm winning. I mean, I'm winning the cases. And the reason I'm winning is because you're guilty, John. You're guilty. ABC is a terrible network, a very unfair network, and you should be ashamed of yourself. NBC is equally bad. I don't know who's worse. I think they're equally bad. And, for you to stand there and act so innocent and ask me a question like that. But look, you paid a big price because you were dishonest, John. The reason I won that lawsuit was because you were dishonest. You were proven to be dishonest. And so you can't sit back and just say, oh, well, what do you think? Like you're some wonderful person. You're not a wonderful person. Frankly, you're a terrible reporter. You know it, and so do I. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to talk about something that's going to reduce our taxes greatly, that's going to hopefully bring some great people into our country. As you know, right now nobody's coming in because we've succeeded in closing. We've closed the border very successfully. I think you will agree. We had nobody come in for the last few months. I mean, it was actually said zero. Even I can't believe zero, but the numbers are put out by very impartial people or people that have a tendency to be on the left. And they actually said for the last 3 months, nobody came in. We have a very strong border. It's a closed border. People are coming into our country, but they're coming in legally. It's a beautiful thing to watch. But we are doing something where rather than coming into the border, 25 million people came into our country during Biden. One of the saddest things, the worst thing, look, he was horrible in inflation. He was horrible in just about everything you could be. I don't think he was good on. He wasn't even fair on anything. It was a horrible administration. He was the worst president in the history of our country, and we have to mop it up. The hardest thing that we have to do is to get rid of the criminals that he allowed into our country from prisons, from mental institutions, gang members, drug dealers. And we're getting them out, and we're getting them out fast, and we're making America safe again. Great again, but we're making America safe again. And it's an honor to do it. But this is an unforced error. What they've done is just an unforced error. So I'm going to ask Howard to speak. Howard's done a fantastic job, as you know, Secretary of Commerce. And I'm going to ask Howard and Will, could you just give a quick description of what we're doing and what we're signing, et cetera? And
yes, sir.
I will do that.
We have 2 items for your attention today, sir. A major focus of your administration has been shifting the conversation and shifting the policy dynamics around the issue of immigration, closing the border, preventing illegal immigration, but also, as is the case with the executive order in front of you, opening new pathways for truly extraordinary people to come contribute to America instead of taking away from it. So this executive order is entitled the Gold Card. It will set up a new pathway, a new visa pathway for foreigners of extraordinary ability who are committed to supporting the United States for a payment of $1 million to the U.S. Treasury, or if a corporation is sponsoring them, $2 million by that corporation, and that will give them access to expedited visa treatment as part of this new Gold Card program.
And one of the biggest problems we have is that people, they go to the best schools and they do great and they get great marks, and then they're thrown out of the country. You're not allowed to stay. This way, a corporation will be able, sort of like a signing bonus in baseball or football, a corporation will be able to get them to stay in the country. And I think it's going to be tremendously successful. Howard, would you say a few words about it, please?
Sure. So historically, the employment-based green card program let in 281,000 people a year. And those people, on average, earned $66,000 a year on average, and they were 5 times more likely to go on assistance programs of the government. So we were taking in the bottom quartile below the average American. It was illogical. The only country in the world that was taking in the bottom quartile. So what we are doing now is we are going to stop doing that. We're going to only take extraordinary people at the very top. Instead of people trying to take the jobs from Americans, they're going to create businesses and create jobs for Americans. And this program will raise more than $100 billion for the Treasury of the United States of America.
Which we'll use for cutting taxes and paying down debt. We think it's going to be very successful. Essentially, we're having people come in, people that in many cases, I guess, are very successful or whatever, and they're coming in, they're going to spend a lot of money to come in, they're going to pay as opposed to walking over the borders, and they may come from jails, prisons, and everything else. These people don't. They're very productive people, and they're going to pay $1 million. The corporation is going to pay $2 million, and it's going to raise billions of dollars, billions and billions of dollars, which is going to go to reduce taxes, pay off debt, and other good things. So I think it's going to be very successful.
Are the big techs on board with this, Mr. President?
What?
The big techs, are the big techs on board with this decision? You just
what's going to? I wish you'd speak more clearly. I really do. Give it to me again.
Are the big techs, the CEOs, on board with this decision?
Big techs?
Big techs.
Technology.
Talk to them about this.
Yeah, big tech. Yeah, it's big tech. It's every company. It's big tech. It's big tech. It's big everything. Okay. It's a company. I said it's not a tech company. It's tech companies and everything else. It's companies having a hard time getting people to be able to stay in the country. It's very difficult. Now, if you want to walk through the border, you can have no problem. People say, well, the best way to come in is walk right through the border, but they can't do that anymore because under our administration, the border is totally closed. You can only come in if you come in legally, and that's the way it's been, and that's the way it should be. And we're taking a lot of people out of the country that are here from prisons, from jails, from mental institutions, and even insane asylums, people that are crazy. We're taking them out of the country. We're getting them out of the country because you can't have a country like that. And I tell you, Christie and Tom Holman and all of the people that have worked so hard on this, they've done an unbelievable job. And I think we're getting great marks for it. People feel safe. Washington, D.C. is just the beginning. We brought the numbers down in Chicago a little bit by having the FBI in there for the last 5 months. We brought the numbers down in Memphis a little bit, but now we're going for the big one. Now we're going to go for the big one. But we set ourselves up very well in Chicago, Memphis, New Orleans a little bit, going in early just to see what was happening. We study it. We're studying the site. It's sort of like war. I mean, I hate to tell you, it's like war. Some of these people are really bad. They're really, really sick people. They're dangerous people. They're killers. They're murderers. Drug dealers, and you can't have it. You can't have a country like that. It's so beautiful to see at Washington, D.C., that people are walking down the middle of the street, and they're going to restaurants, and you are too, and half of you were mugged. I mean, I don't know if she's here now. I don't see her, but, some people were badly mugged that were reporters. 2 of the people right standing in the back of the room were mugged, and they're not going to have that anymore. And if you look at the crime stats in Washington, D.C., you have a safe place again. They were afraid to go to a restaurant because the restaurant would be held up while they're having dinner. And so they'd be mugged going there, and assuming they escaped the mugging, they go to the restaurant and then they're held up. This is how bad it's been.
To follow up on the visa question, I think this may be the next thing that you're signing, but for the H-1B visa action that you're doing
it's
today.
It's going to be next. We'll talk about that.
You're very close to the technology CEOs. Are they concerned about that?
I think they're going to be very happy. Everyone's going to be happy. And we're going to be able to keep people in our country that are going to be very productive people. And in many cases, these companies are going to pay a lot of money for that. And they're very happy about it. Okay, we'll talk about that next, Sarah. Okay. My friend, why don't you keep that, okay?
Thank you.
Done such a good job. Okay. It's phase 1. John, are you happy? Sure. Okay, let's go.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the most abused visa systems in our current immigration system has been the H-1B non-immigrant visa program. This is supposed to allow highly skilled laborers who work in fields that Americans don't work in to come into the United States of America. What this proclamation will do is raise the fee that companies pay to sponsor H-1B applicants to $100,000. This will ensure that the people they're bringing in are actually very highly skilled and that they're not replaceable by American workers. So it'll protect American workers, but ensure that companies have a pathway to hire truly extraordinary people and bring them to the United States to work.
We need workers. We need workers. We need great workers. And this pretty much ensures that that's what's going to happen. I think, Sean, do you agree with that?
Well, they're $100,000 per year. So the whole idea is no more will these big tech companies or other big companies train foreign workers. They have to pay the government $100,000, then they have to pay the employee. So it's just not economic. If you're going to train somebody, you're going to train one of the recent graduates from one of the great universities across our land. Train Americans, stop bringing in people to take our jobs. That's the policy here, $100,000 a year for H-1B visas, and all of the big companies are on board. We've spoken to them about the gold card.
They love it. They love it. They really love it. They need it. Go ahead, Sean.
Mr. President, it seems like there's two categories of visa programs. The H-1B that a lot of people believe take American jobs, and then the gold card and programs like EB-5 that add value and jobs to America. Is that sort of how you look at the visa program?
Well, ideally, look, if somebody's got the people, they're not going to want to spend $100,000 as an example in your second category. So it's not taking jobs. And we need certain jobs. We need certain skilled jobs that we don't have. But they won't be taking jobs because, ideally the people aren't going to want to. They're not going to
investing in America and creating jobs. Right. So that's what I'm asking.
They're really investing.
It seems like you have two categories. One, Secretary Lutnick's the gold card and EB-5 that create jobs, add investment, and then there's other ones that seem to take, whether it's a J1 and O or an H-1B that take U.S. jobs.
Yeah, it's pretty correct. I would say that's a correct assessment. But the main thing is we're going to have great people coming in, and they're going to be paying. It's wonderful to say, oh, gee, we took in 25 million people that, look, many criminals, jails were open from Venezuela, from many other countries, and they were let out of jail and poured into our country, our poor country, how it suffered with this stupid president that we had and the stupid people that surrounded him right around this desk, these liberal, crazy people that have destroyed, they could have destroyed. If we didn't win this election, our country would have been dead. Our country was dead. Think of it. And I've said this, man. The king of Saudi Arabia said, your country was dead 1 year. They thought it was dead. This country couldn't have survived another year of those people running it. And now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. Think of that. And this is going to help. And we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. This will be taken in, the gold card will be taken in hundreds of billions of dollars. And companies will be able to keep some people that they need. They need people of expertise, great expertise. And I think it's going to be a fantastic thing. And we're going to take that money and we're going to reduce taxes. We're going to reduce debt. We have a very, very strong country. We assuming everything works out great with the lawsuit that we have a lawsuit that's inspired by foreign countries that ripped us off for 25 years. But assuming we win that, we hopefully win it in the Supreme Court of the United States. We have a country that no stopping us. We're rich, we'll be rich. We can take care of poor people. We can take care of our military. We can take care of everything. We can take care of beyond the country. We can help take care of the world. That we don't just be the same struggle that we've had for years where other countries charged us tariffs and they ripped us off. Our country has been ripped off more than any country in the history of the world. And now we're doing what we have to do. We're taking in billions and billions of dollars at levels that nobody has ever seen, trillions of dollars. And we're using it to reduce debt. We're using it to reduce taxes. The great big beautiful bill is a big tax reduction. It's being paid for by the tariffs, and people are paying a lot less money in taxes. They're being, think of it, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. It's an unbelievable phenomenon. It really is. It's the golden age. We're making it the golden age. Without the tariffs, it would be impossible. And China, for years, charged us tariffs, and they continue to do it, and so do other countries. Most countries, they charge us. They were ripping. Look, the European Union, as you know, I get along very well with them, but they ripped us off so badly. Nobody's ever seen anything. Now, the European Union is paying us $950 billion, and they're paying us $750 billion to buy our energy, and they're okay with it. They signed the agreement. You know, it's not like anybody forced them to do it. They're okay with us. Tariffs are making our country very rich again, and we'll be able to take care of our debt. We'll be able to take care of our taxes, lower taxes. We'll be able to take care of Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security. We're going to be a rich country again. Without tariffs, we'd be in very big trouble.
Do you still want Europe to pay 100% tariffs on China?
Excuse me. H-1Bs are sometimes used by people already in the country legally on other visas or student visas. Does this apply to them or to renewals, or does it only apply to people applying for the first time from abroad?
Renewals, first times. The company needs to decide, do they want, is that person valuable enough to have a $100,000 a year payment to the government, or they should head home and they should go hire an American. The whole idea, it's annual, and it's for total. It can be a total of 6 years. So $100,000 a year, so either the person is very valuable to the company and America, or they're going to depart and the company's going to hire an American, and that's the point of immigration. Hire Americans and make sure the people coming in are the top people. Stop the nonsense of letting people just come into this country on these visas that were given away for free. President is crystal clear. Valuable people only for America. Stop the nonsense.
And remember, the country...
It's just a fee, right?
Yeah.
Fee to America.
The country would rather not have to pay $100,000, but they'd rather, how do you do that? You hire Americans. So there's an incentive to hire American. But there may be instances where it's better off doing it through expertise or whatever it may be. But they're both unbelievable, whether it's a gold card or anything else that we talked about today. And that includes talking about freedom of speech, because our country has been decimated by bad people, very bad people, people that love crime. They love crime. Explain it to me. They don't want to have our military go in and save lives. But when you go and ask the people, do you mind having the National Guard come in if it meant safety? They look at the question like, what's wrong? What kind of a stupid question is that? Of course they do. We're going to have a safe country again. We're not going to have people shot, 11 people shot. Think of it. In Chicago, over a period of 6 or 7 weeks, 55 people were murdered. And then you have a governor saying how wonderful it is. It's not wonderful. It's very unsafe. There's not a place in the world. You go outside, you go to Afghanistan, you go to different places all over the world that you hear about. It's 20% of what's happening in places like Chicago. And you think of them as unsafe. Mexico City, it's a tough place, dangerous place. The crime rate is lower. Think of it. What's happening to our country? We're not going to let it happen. And I think I got elected largely for that reason. So we're going to have a safe country again. We're going to have a great country again. We're doing unbelievably. We have the highest stock market in history. We have the most investment we've ever had, as a country coming in. And we're very simple. You know, they said, how'd you get elected? I got elected because I'm going to make America great again. That's what we're doing. We're making America great again. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thanks, guys. We'll go out the door right there. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Let's go. Let's go. Right out this way. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Let's go. Let's move. Thanks, guys. We're out.
Keep the shot right there. The President of the United States, we're going to lose this pretty quickly right there. Wow, what an Oval Office. He signed 2 executive orders and took all incoming from the world's press, including a couple of mainstream media that they try to give incoming and they got blowback. ABC News, wouldn't want to be at ABC News today. Jonathan Karl. Jonathan Karl. Jonathan, you're not a good person. You're a terrible reporter, and your company just paid $16 million. I think ABC and I think NBC and the reporters there just have to understand one thing. When you're, or CBS, I don't think NBC's paid yet. Get that, Media Matters. When President Trump threatens to go to court, threatens to sue you, and you sign back a check, whether it's 60 Minutes or ABC News, just a note to Jonathan Karl and all the other guys, the guys over at, Bob Costa and the guys over at CBS. Anytime you ask him that question, let me give you a heads up. He's going to pivot back to the lawsuit. You admitted guilt. You're a bad organization. You're terrible people. And then boom. So just make sure that understands coming. Okay, we got a lot to get to between now and the 7 o'clock hour. I've got a package right here. We've got the great Nick Sortor. And Nick is going to join us from, I think, Turning Point headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. Let's play the package. I'm going to bring Nick Sortor in to start the war room.
It reminds you that although these people pretend to be adults, that they are sometimes, they think a lot less than even children do when it comes to compassion, when it comes to thoughtfulness, when it comes to being a leader. I did expect the president's address to the nation would have been a lot more compassionate filled. It would have been less partisan. He doesn't even know who the assassin is for him to say yes. Wing lunatic. I think it kind of denigrated his status and the status of the office he holds. But what I do know for sure is that, Charlie was someone who once said, guns save lives. After a school shooting. Charlie was someone who was willing to debate and downplay the death of George Floyd in the hands of Minneapolis police.
I think he called him a scumbag.
Right, have no regard, downplay slavery and what Black people have gone through in this country by saying Juneteenth should never exist. And I think, there are a lot of people who are out there talking about him just wanting to have a civil debate.
Complete rewriting of history.
Yeah, there is nothing more effed up, than to completely pretend that, his words and actions have not been recorded and in existence for the last decade or so.
Instead of uniting Congress in this tragedy with one of the many bipartisan options to condemn political violence and Kirk's murder, as we did with the late Melissa Hortman. Instead, the majority proceeded with a resolution that brings great pain to the millions of Americans who endured segregation, Jim Crow, and the legacy of bigotry today. We should be clear about who Charlie Kirk was. A man who believed that the Civil Rights Act that granted Black Americans the right to vote was a mistake. Who, after the violent attack on Paul Pelosi, claimed that, quote, some amazing patriot, unquote, should bail out his brutal assailant. And accused Jews of controlling, quote, not just the colleges, it's the nonprofits, it's the movies, it's Hollywood, it's all of it. Unquote. His rhetoric and beliefs were ignorant, uneducated, and sought to disenfranchise millions of Americans, far from the working tirelessly to promote unity, unquote, asserted by the majority in this resolution.
I said that the people who were full of were the people who were saying that Kirk was civil. Thank God. Yeah. No, who called for public execution of people he disagreed with is not civil. The person who said you are a Black woman, you lack the ability to process thoughts is not civil. The person who said because I am Muslim, I cannot be in this country because I want to destroy Western society is not civil. The person who said a 10-year-old should be forced to carry
It's Friday, 19 September, in the year of our Lord 2025. President does a 1 hour signing of executive orders or over an hour and talking to the press. We'll get to all that. The great Nick Sortor joins us. Nick, I think you're actually over at Turning Point today in Phoenix. You've done amazing reporting on this. Drudge, the Mac Daddy on Drudge is AOC as running full out, not simply for the Senate, but for the presidency in 2028. The squad voted unanimously, I think all 5 of them, against the resolution for Charlie Kirk. But you've done some extraordinary reporting, sir, on Omar of Minneapolis. What do you have for us? Your tweet is on fire right now. What do you got?
I mean, look, I don't know if you saw this yesterday, Steve, but Ilhan Omar, after all of these comments that she's made about Charlie Kirk, we're trying to figure out exactly why. Why could she be upset about that? And the answer is it's because Charlie was right. She actually did commit immigration fraud. We have the proof here that Ilhan Omar actually did marry her brother. These are records they're untouched records from the state of Minneapolis that proves it. Okay, at this point in time, I don't see there being any reason that the DOJ shouldn't start the process of revoking Omar's citizenship. It's all right here and proves what we've been saying all along. She married her brother. That's immigration fraud. All with the intention of coming to the United States.
So, Nick, just explain to the audience. We've put your tweet up, and we're going to blow this clip out, but what actually do you have? What does it say? And is it an official government document?
Yes, it is. It's taken straight from Hennepin County in the state of Minnesota. And the man listed on the form, nobody disputes this at this point. They're trying to. That is her brother's name that is listed on that document alongside hers, saying that they are legally married. And that was in an effort to bring for her and her brother to come to the United States illegally. And then they divorced later, saying that they had irreconcilable differences. And I guess, that's probably because it was her freaking brother. So, look, this is more than just a talking point, Steve. There's actually substance here. There's proof for it. And, she's upset now. I've got plenty of things. I was looking back to see what Charlie Kirk had actually said about her and said he called her the ingrate pretty frequently. Said, quote, Ilhan Omar openly admits that she's fighting for Somalia's interests, not America's. That's openly clear. Look, I don't know if murdering your political opponents is acceptable in Jackfuckistan or wherever she's from, but maybe she needs to go back there if that's what she wants.
So, Nick, can you hang? We're going to take a short commercial break. I need you to hang because last time we talked to you, you were in the lobby of the Kennedy Center getting ready for the prayer vigil. Now you're actually at Turning Point, and it looks like the memorial, the spontaneous memorial. I want to get your feedback on that. But real quick question. Why has this not been acted upon? If Nick Sortor's got this document, why have we not acted upon this in the first Trump administration or just DHS just act upon this at all? Why has this been left to fester?
Honestly, I think in the first Trump administration, they were taking fire from too many angles, and it just wasn't a top priority at the time. But now we have the mandate, we have the backing, and right now there's no better time to do it because the remarks, the gross remarks that she is making, glorifying the death of an American hero that the vast majority of Americans have a positive opinion on, and the vast amount are looking at a loss for the United States. This is the time to do it. Because the majority of people will totally understand at this point. It doesn't look like it's just an attack on her for being an immigrant. There's a political will to back it up at this point.
Yeah. Nick, just hang on for 1 second. Nick Sortor is at the compound, the campus of Turning Point USA. It's absolutely magnificent in Phoenix, Arizona. Short commercial break. Nick Sortor on the other side. A lot of other surprises for you. Stick around. We're going to be on fire.
Some people are worried that they won't be able to get food because of disasters, food shortages, rising prices, you name it. Well, let me show you something. This tote right here has enough food for breakfast, lunch, dinner, even snacks for 3 full months. And right now, when you order one of these 3-month survival food kits, you're gonna get 2 months absolutely free, guys. So you see that square on your screen? That's called a QR code. Now, here's how to use it. Just pick up your smartphone and open up your camera, right? Point it at that QR code. Now you're gonna see right in the picture there that this link pops up, that one right there. Tap that link and it's gonna take you to this deal right now. These kits can last up to 25 years, the food tastes great, and guess what? It's your food security plan. And today, you get way more while paying much less. But only if you scan the code before the deal ends, all right? So go ahead, scan the code to buy 1 3-month food kit, and guys, you're gonna get 2 months absolutely free. But only if you scan this code before it ends. So go ahead, scan the code to buy 1 3-month survival food kit and get 2 months absolutely free.
Every person who has taken me on this road to that prison is a friggin' Democrat and a Trump hater.
When former White House advisor Peter Navarro stood on principle, he never imagined it would land him behind bars.
They demanded that I break the law.
But he refused to betray Donald Trump or the Constitution and paid the price as a political prisoner. Locked inside a Miami federal prison, Peter found 2 lifelines, postcards of hope to his fiancée Bonnie Pixie Brenner, and a hidden multi-million-dollar prison scandal he's now exposing. Went to prison so you won't have to. Peter and Pixie share a riveting prison diary, a heartfelt love story, and a shocking look at injustice in America's prison system. Stand with Peter. Scan the QR code now or go to Amazon.com to order your copy.
I went to prison so
Welcome, everybody, to the Friday edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm your host, Amanda Head, reporting to you from the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., and my co-host and Just the News editor-in-chief, John Solomon, is out on assignment tonight. Well, if you wanted to finish out the week on a good note, I am sorry it is not in the cards today because, as I told you last night, the Democrats and the media are still attempting to frame themselves as the victims in the current news cycle, only a little over a week after the assassination of Charlie Kirk. The shamelessness knows no bounds. For example, Stephen Colbert went on air last night and claimed, "We are all Jimmy Kimmel." And it would have been at least an attempt at a unifying moment if he had said that about Charlie after his assassination. But no, that kind of statement is reserved for left-wing pundits disguising themselves as comedians who get taken off the air for saying outrageous and untrue things. That is the state of the left in America today. So to that end, the House held a vote here on Capitol Hill today to officially condemn Charlie Kirk's assassination, to honor his legacy, and to denounce political violence. Pretty easy, pretty no-brainer, hey? 58 Democrats voted against it. Not only that, but this is what AOC had to say about the vote.
By choosing to author this condemnation and honoring on a purely partisan basis, instead of uniting Congress in this tragedy, instead, the majority proceeded with a resolution that brings great pain to the millions of Americans who endured segregation, Jim Crow, and the legacy of bigotry today.
See what I mean about making themselves the victims in all of this? It makes sense because victim mentality and identity politics are the only things that the Democrats actually know how to run on. And AOC demonstrated the only other thing Democrats are able to run on too is that same speech. Watch.
We should be clear about who Charlie Kirk was. A man who believed that the Civil Rights Act that granted Black Americans the right to vote was a mistake. Who, after the violent attack on Paul Pelosi, claimed that, quote, some amazing patriot, unquote, should bail out his brutal assailant. And accused Jews of controlling, quote, not just the colleges, it's the nonprofits, it's the movies, it's Hollywood, it's all of it, unquote. His rhetoric and beliefs were ignorant, uneducated, and sought to disenfranchise millions of Americans.
So, during a vote to officially honor Charlie Kirk and condemn his assassination, as well as to denounce political violence, AOC decided to call Charlie Kirk a racist, an anti-Semite, and a defender of political violence, none of which Charlie actually was. But what about all the evidence pointing to the alleged killer, Tyler Robinson, being radicalized by left-wing propaganda online, or that he was reportedly dating a transgender person? Well, the left still refuses to say what the motive for Charlie's assassination could have been. Let me show you what the media has been saying this week. This from MSNBC.
Haven't seen yet, though, and which hasn't been released, is a real clear-cut ideology behind this. It looks like it may be leaning towards perhaps something related to, gay community or trans community, but I mean, there's nothing necessarily here. These young men, a lot of young men similar to this, have this nihilistic view, and they're acting out, but it's not traditional ideologies. It's some kind of blend sometimes, and nothing you can put a finger on.
Nothing you can put a finger on as to why the alleged assassin killed Charlie Kirk. It was just some kind of nebulous nihilism. Do you, our audience, believe that? Of course not. Of course not. And unfortunately, we have more examples of stuff like this from this week on CNN when Caitlin Collins interviewed Senator Ted Cruz.
We don't have a motive yet. We don't know yet. We're waiting. Obviously, we've heard what the governor's had to say, what the FBI director said today.
Come on, we don't have a motive yet.
We know.
We don't have a motive yet.
What's
really?
happening with?
Really, that's CNN's position.
I mean, from law enforcement,
he just happened
Senator.
to fire the gun in celebration. You can't tell the motive.
Senator, that's not what I said, and I said law enforcement hasn't laid out a direct motive. Senator, with all due respect, you know exactly what I'm saying. I'm not arguing with you politically. I'm saying that law enforcement has not put a specific motive. You know that there's a difference of what they're putting in a legal argument than what you're talking about. And you're not even we're not even arguing about the facts here.
Absolutely insufferable. Yeah, we just don't know the motive yet. I guess the evidence authorities have found so far just is not clear enough. What is clear to me is that Charlie Kirk was murdered for his political beliefs. Authorities have stated as such, and that's really all we need to know. And in the vote today, over 50 Democrats refused to condemn it. Some even hurled insults at Charlie, like AOC. All we are asking for is some honesty from the left and the media. That's the only way that we are actually going to get to healing the divide in this country. And if Democrats want to turn the temperature down in America, they are certainly doing a terrible job of it. All right, everybody, let's get to our first guest of the night. He represents the great state of Florida. Florida Congressman Randy Fine. Congressman, thanks so much for joining us.
Happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
I wish that we had something sunnier to talk about, but I gotta say, 58 Democrats who refused to condemn political violence, the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I mean, even just those things, even if you don't want to honor Charlie Kirk, those other two things, those are pretty black and white.
Well, I think today we got to see the Civil War Caucus in the Democratic Party who said, well, violence is bad, but you got to realize he was a pretty bad guy. What they don't understand is when you say it doesn't matter what he said, you shouldn't kill him. When the language is anything other than that, we end up where we are right now. I mean, the fact of the matter is I despise some of the people on the other side of the aisle, but I don't want any of them to be shot. And if any of them were, I wouldn't make excuses for the shooter, which is what AOC did today.
Yeah, it's repugnant, frankly. And, sir, you actually were attacked by CNN for asking people on Twitter to tell you, anyone in the state of Florida who works for government who celebrated the murder of Charlie Kirk, because I think these people should be called out. And CNN attacked you for this. But I'm old enough to remember times when CNN has called out people or has not called out people on the left for saying disgusting things like this. Why is it such a double standard?
Well, you have to understand we're in a civilizational war between those who believe in good and evil and those who don't. Remember, these people wanted to arrest mothers speaking at school board meetings, unhappy about what was going on in their schools. They called them domestic terrorists. The left believes that they are so morally right, that they are so morally superior, that the ends justify their means. And what they need to understand is when they attacked Charlie Kirk, they didn't just attack Charlie and his family. fundamentally, they didn't just attack conservatism, they didn't just attack Republicans, they attacked the country. Because if we can't settle our political disputes with words, then we're going to have to settle them with guns. We've done that twice in our history. The American Revolution was a civil war between British subjects. The American Civil War was obviously a civil war. I don't want another one of these. But when you get the Civil War yes but caucus, that's the direction that they point us in.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see, but I know that you have been crystal clear when it comes to Democrats, and you talked about the hypocrisy, about how that is in the DNA of Democrats. They have weaponized, as you were just talking about, the DOJ against free speech activists and tried to equate them with holding employees responsible for their abhorrent statements. Sir, I'm pretty crystal clear on what the First Amendment dictates, and it doesn't cover slander, libel, or inciting violence.
Or violence. No, it doesn't at all. And that's what we have going on here. The people that I'm targeting, I'm not targeting because they're speech. You have no right to a government job. You have no right to a government contract. You have no right to a government license. These are privileges. And when you use those privileges to advance attacks against the United States, which is what silencing political opponents are through violence, you have no place in civil society. And I'm proud we've already rooted out a bunch of them, and we're going to keep on going.
Good. And it seems like Florida is handling this with surgical precision when it comes to plucking people, especially out of schools. You guys, and also Texas, Governor Greg Abbott in Texas is not having it when it comes to educators spouting this garbage. How dangerous is it that there are educators in states all across this country who are saying this type of stuff, but you've got states out there who aren't doing anything about it? Thank goodness in Florida you are. There are plenty of states that aren't.
Well, it's extremely dangerous. Look, we know the motive of the shooter, contrary to what CNN might say, but we don't know how he got there. This is not someone who appears to have come from a broken home and a terrible home life. Someone who appears to have come from a good family enough that his own parents turned him in. So clearly it was outside influences that poisoned this young man's mind. And no one has more ability to do that than teachers and professors. So when we see teachers lionizing violence, again, that superior sanctimony of we are so morally right, we are so justified that violence in advance of our cause is necessary, we have to root that out. But we don't put up with that stuff in Florida. Frankly, if America was run like Florida, most of our problems would be gone.
Yeah, absolutely. Sir, I want to move on to some other topics because there are some good things happening in this country. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins announced that they're a major trade win with Taiwan. They committed to $10 billion in U.S. agriculture buys over the next 4 years. Soybeans, corn, wheat, beef. Florida is a huge agriculture state. We get so much of our nation's produce from there. Tell us about how beneficial this is going to be. It's going to boost that sector.
Well, the president's trade policies have been an unambiguous success. He has said, no longer are we going to be chumps. See, apparently the left thinks tariffs are a great idea when other countries do them, but when we do them, they're the worst idea in the world. The president said, we're done with this. We're going to open up our other countries' markets to our goods, and we saw that happen with Taiwan today. $10 billion of products, by the way, at a pretty small place. But we're seeing this over and over and over across the board with this increase in this growth, and we're just going to keep on working and making it happen. And President Trump's leading the way.
Absolutely. All right. So I want to use that to springboard to midterms because before we know it, they're going to be here. President Trump's successes, Congress's successes with the One Big Beautiful Bill, hopefully another success with the CR. How are you feeling about midterms?
Well, I feel great because I don't think I did 81 visits in my district over the August recess. It was a crazy visit, meeting thousands of people. And what I heard is they were very happy with how things are going. They want law and order in our cities. They want fair trade deals. They don't want illegal immigrants to get Medicaid. They want the American government to be fighting for America. And I think when you look, President Trump is winning every day, and we Republicans are in Congress are helping him do that. So I am very optimistic. If we sell the working families tax cut and make clear the Democrats opposed no tax on tips. They wanted tip workers to pay taxes. They want overtime workers to pay taxes on that. They want people to pay taxes on Social Security. That's what they want. They are the party of taxing the little guy, and we were the party of reducing taxes on the little guy and making them safe to walk the streets of their neighborhoods. We're focused on Americans. They're focused on illegal immigrants and criminals. And I think when we tell that story, we're going to have a great year next year.
Absolutely. Sir, there's a cultural item that I want to get to. The Muslim mayor of Dearborn, Michigan, Abdullah Hammoud, he told a resident, there's a clip of this out there, he tells a resident that he isn't welcome in his city because he opposed naming a street after a Hezbollah supporter. So I know that you had a lot to say about this, and it's splitting parts of this country, unfortunately, like Dearborn, Michigan. Give us your take on it, sir.
Well, look, we've got a Muslim problem in America, and we have to accept that. You can find example after example after example where Muslim political leaders and their religious leaders speak and do not share American values. We have focused very hard on illegal immigration, and we have largely solved that problem of more coming in. We're now going to have to take a look at legal immigration, because we cannot allow people who do not share our values, who do not want to assimilate into our society, and do not want to add value, simply want to conquer it, to take over. And that's what we've seen in Dearborn. Think about this. A Muslim said to a Christian, "You are not welcome here because you do not want a street named after a terrorist." We're going to have to go after a lot of these people and make America safe for Americans. And I'm determined to do that.
Absolutely. Well, sir, you have been doing that for your constituents down in Florida and doing it for this country. And we appreciate you so much being here tonight.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. All right, everybody. Next, Dr. Ben Carson is going to join me to talk about how we heal the nation after Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's next.
Hey folks, if you're a homeowner like me, you need to listen to this. In today's AI and cyber world, scammers are stealing home titles and your equity is their target. Here's how it works. Criminals forge your signature on one document, use a fake notary stamp, pay a small fee with your county, and boom, just like that, your home title has been transferred out of your name. And that's when the problems begin, because they start taking out loans using your equity and even sell your property. And you're not even going to find out it's happened until you get a collection or foreclosure notice months later. That's a nightmare, right? So when's the last time you checked on your home title? Well, if you're like me, the answer is never, right? You need to do something about that right now. That's why I've partnered with Home Title Lock, so you can find out today if you're already a victim. Use my promo code JTN at HometitleLock.com, and you'll get a free title history report and a free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection. That's 24/7 monitoring of your title, urgent alerts to any changes that might happen, and if fraud does happen, they'll spend up to $1 million to fix it. That's a good deal. Find out why I trust Home Title Lock. Go to HometitleLock.com and use the promo code JTN. That's HometitleLock.com, promo code JTN.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get $100 off with code AHS100. Visit AHS.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS.
We realize there are many choices when it comes to who you choose for your cell phone service, and there are new ones popping up all the time. But here's the truth. There's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for. And that's Patriot Mobile. For more than 12 years, Patriot Mobile has been on the front lines, fighting for our God-given rights and freedoms, while also providing exceptional nationwide cell phone service with access to all 3 of the main networks. Don't just take our word for it. Ask the hundreds of thousands of Americans who've made the switch and are now supporting causes they believe in. Simply by joining Patriot Mobile, switching is easier than ever. Activate in minutes from the comfort of your own home. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Patriot Mobile's all U.S.-based support team is standing by to take care of you. Call 972-PATRIOT today or go to patriotmobile.com/TrumpUK. Use promo code TrumpUK for a free month of service. That's patriotmobile.com/TrumpUK or call 972-PATRIOT and make the switch today.
J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Welcome back, everybody. We are still dealing with the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination, and it's woken something up in a lot of Americans. The nation is still asking, how did this happen? And we are looking for ways to stop it from ever happening again. Now, this tragic event should have brought Americans closer together, and for many it has, but there are those who have dug in even further, some actually celebrating Charlie's assassination for the whole world to see on social media. So how are we supposed to unite with that? Joining me now to talk about all of that and more is former United States Secretary of Housing and Urban Development and world-renowned neurosurgeon, Dr. Ben Carson. Dr. Carson, thanks so much for being with me tonight.
Absolutely. Always a pleasure to be with you.
Thank you, sir. And it's delightful to have you here, especially to talk about the importance of what Charlie Kirk, this indelible mark that he left on our nation. And so many people are making this about politics, but for we as believers, Charlie Kirk brought, possibly tens of thousands of young people to the feet of Christ. He is as much a faith leader as he is a political leader, isn't he?
Well, that's absolutely correct. We've had 4 revivals in our history as a nation, usually around pestilence or war. Mm-hmm. Well, we've got a war going on right now, a cultural war, and there's an attempt to throw away our relationship with God and with Christ. And Charlie has done a lot to bring that back. I think that's one of the reasons that the other side is so unhappy. Marxism has no room for God, has no room for any authority that is greater than the government. And Charlie was antithetical to the things that they espouse. And so it's really no surprise that they would try to get rid of him and get rid of anyone who interferes with their agenda.
I think that's right. And Dr. Carson, they think by getting rid of him that's it, that the movement's over, that the progress that Charlie made, the hearts and minds that he was winning over, that's done. But there are all these other young people at Turning Point, people like you who have been faith leaders in this country as well. Did it make it stronger?
No, there's no question. The number of schools and universities that are requesting affiliation with Turning Point is astronomical now compared to what it was. So in a way, it catalyzed the movement. And I think it's really refreshing to see people coming back to loving your neighbor, to helping people, to being a community player, as opposed to someone who's hateful, vengeful, and mean.
Absolutely. Dr. Carson, I know you've seen all of the garbage out there. It's frankly hard to avoid. I have tried to avoid it because I don't need my blood boiling any more than it was beginning last Wednesday. But we're seeing those celebrating Charlie's assassination, making fun of him, besmirching his name and what he was trying to do. What do we as a society do to cure that?
Well, I think you have to lead by example. If we take the eye for the eye attitude, everybody will be blind. And somebody has to be the adult in the room. A lot of particularly the young people who associate themselves with radical Islam and other things and go around burning people's establishments and hurting people, they really don't know any better. They've been enculturated. There's been a real effort to indoctrinate them to believe that the United States is evil, that the American flag represents evil, that we had slavery and therefore we can never do anything that is right. And, those are things that must be pushed back against. We have to give people good arguments. And that was one of the things that I really admired about Charlie. Rather than just saying, you're wrong and I'm right, he would ask thought-provoking questions. And in many instances, the people would recognize that maybe they didn't have such a good argument for the position that they're taking, and become a little more open. You know, we need to learn how to talk to each other. It's just like a relationship between a man and a woman who are going to get married. You know, they get engaged. They just love to be around each other. They're talking all the time. If they're away from each other, they're on the telephone. By the time they've been married for a little while and they stop talking to each other, their spouse is the devil incarnate. You know, the same thing happens on a societal level. And we must learn to recognize that it's okay to disagree with people. We've all had different lives and different experiences. And if two people agree about everything, one of them isn't necessary. And I believe everybody is necessary. And your opinion is important, whatever it is. But talk about it.
Yeah. Sir, the thing I think that concerns me the most about the fact that we are not really able to have that civil discourse, frankly, like Charlie Kirk was learning and encouraging and teaching to other people how to actually do that. But I see people getting so offended. And one of the things that scares me the most about that, Dr. Carson, I know you this, in Revelation, it talks about end times, and it talks about people taking offense to things and how that has just, you know, that explodes in the end times. And I look at what's happening right now and the fact that you can't point out something as obvious as biological male and female gender, two genders, two different sets of chromosomes. You can't even say something like that without someone getting offended. Your take?
Well, you know, when I encounter such individuals, I say, do you believe in science and do you believe in biology? Do you think all the people for centuries now who have said if you have two X chromosomes, you're a female, if you have an X and a Y, you're a male, are they wrong? And if they are wrong, could you please explain to me why? And generally speaking, they can't explain it. And, you know, sometimes they get mad. They call you names. You know, I've talked to well-known physicists about the order of our universe. And how did that happen? And, you know, they say, well, if you give it enough time over billions and billions of years, eventually you'll have the correct explosion and everything will be perfectly situated.
Oh my.
And I said, so basically you're saying if I blew a hurricane through a junkyard billions and billions of time over billions and billions of years, at the end of one of them will be a perfectly formed 747 ready to fly away, right? And it helps them to realize how ridiculous their argument is.
Absolutely. The absurdity. Oh my gosh. It strains credulity to think that scientists could believe that way. It's just incredible, sir. And I want to ask you about the reaction from the left, because we're seeing so many people have such a strong reaction to Jimmy Kimmel's show being indefinitely discontinued. And these are people who have absolutely nothing to say about Charlie Kirk, the man, the father, the husband, the leader, the mentor, the patriot. They have nothing to say about this guy losing his life, but Jimmy Kimmel losing his job, oh no, that's worth a tribute to.
Well, all of a sudden they become very concerned about freedom of speech.
Right.
They didn't worry about freedom of speech when things were going the way they wanted them to, and they wanted to shut down people who disagreed with them. But all of a sudden, it's a big issue. And what it really shows is that there's a shift occurring, because the reason that the show was canceled was because the sponsors and the supporters were pulling out.
Right.
And, you know, money talks, quite frankly. It's something that people on the right need to understand. Don't support those who are against you in a war involving culture. Make them pay the price. And if they really believe in what they're talking about, that won't bother them. They'll continue to work hard and espouse whatever it is that's important to them. I know it's important to me to be a follower of Christ and to do the things that he has said that we should do. And I don't think they're going to turn me around no matter what they do.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Charlie didn't think that either.
Right.
And the Bible says, you know, you can expect to suffer persecution. It's okay, because when you think about the backdrop of eternity, what's a little persecution?
Absolutely. Sir, before I let you go, because I do want to end on a slightly uplifting note compared to everything else that we've been talking about, because in the wake of Charlie's assassination, we are seeing these prayer vigils crop up all over the country, tens of thousands of requests into Turning Point USA to start new chapters. Does that tell you that the young people of this country, they're going to be okay?
Tells me that they're a lot smarter than anybody gives them credit for. And they're observant. And they've seen where we were going and what those types of policies were leading to. And they didn't like the direction.
That's right.
And they said, we're not going to stand for this anymore. We're not going to be manipulated into believing that we are enemies. We, the American people, are not each other's enemies, regardless of what we believe. The real enemies are those who want to fundamentally change who we are.
Absolutely.
And we need to recognize who the enemies are. They're not each other, but they do everything they can to manipulate us into believing that on the basis of age, income, gender, religion, political affiliation, you name it. And of course, if they can have us fighting about all those things, we will never solve our real problems.
That's exactly right. Dr. Carson, it is always an honor to have some of your time here on the show. Thank you, sir, for being here.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. All right, everybody, don't go anywhere. We've got a few messages, and then we'll be back on the other side. For years, the medical establishment denied it, but now the evidence is mounting. So-called turbo cancers are real. Now, these are unusually aggressive cancers, appearing faster, recurring more often, and striking even younger people. And a recent literature review highlighted more than 100 peer-reviewed studies suggesting that the spike protein may interfere with key cancer-fighting mechanisms in the body, accelerating disease in ways doctors can no longer ignore. But here's the good news. Medical experts are finding real promise in safe, repurposed medicines. Ivermectin, honored with the Nobel Prize for its proven impact against parasites, and mebendazole, trusted worldwide for nearly a century, are now showing encouraging potential when used together in the fight against cancer. Now, that's why the Wellness Company, with physicians that you can trust, like Dr. Peter McCullough and Dr. Kelly Victory, they've created the world's only compounded 90-day prescription of ivermectin plus mebendazole. Real patients are already sharing stories of renewed hope. So go to twc.health/justnews and save 10% today with promo code JUSTNEWS.
Sometimes business travel takes you to London, Paris, New York, Rome, Beijing, or Hawaii. And sometimes to Palawan, Mimaropa. Here at Book a Limo, we think globally. We think business. Your business. It doesn't matter where you go. No place is too far. We're there for you.
What's your destination? Book a limo. Any car, anywhere.
Hello, friends. Pat Boone here with a message from the past. Imagine the shock of reading tomorrow's newspaper and discovering the price of gold has doubled to over $1,000 an ounce. Sound impossible? Well, it's not. That's right. Back in 2006, my friends at Swiss America forecast gold prices would top $1,000 an ounce, and they were right. Today, several financial firms are forecasting $3,000 gold. Now, for over 40 years, Swiss America has helped folks like you and me purchase precious metals for home delivery and for our IRAs. So don't miss this opportunity again. Call or text Swiss America at the number on your screen now to receive your free portfolio review and a copy of The Timeless Truth About Gold and Silver. Learn for yourself how easy it is to safeguard your money. Call or text Swiss America today.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is perfect cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99. Order now.
Welcome back, everybody. In Pennsylvania, another community is reeling after what prosecutors describe as a cold-blooded ambush on police officers. A stalking suspect turned a quiet neighborhood into a war zone, opening fire and killing 3 officers, as well as wounding 2 others. Being a police officer in this country is still an incredibly dangerous job, as we are seeing rising political violence in the country as well. And we know that President Trump and lawmakers have been beefing up security in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination and mounting threats to them. We are even seeing Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt receive security from the Secret Service. So joining me now to talk about both of these issues is a Marine Corps veteran as well as retired police officer. He's running for Congress in Nevada, Keith Hanoff. Keith, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
You know, I look back on our recent history and those who fomented hate and violence towards police officers, and I thought that at this point in this country, you know, especially since having President Trump back in office the first term and then again this time around, I thought that we would be a lot further along in healing that, but we're not, are we?
No, we're not. We're quite far away from that, unfortunately.
Yeah, and you as a...
I would like to just say thank you for having me on this show, and I would just remind people to pray for the officers and their families.
Absolutely. And for you as a retired police officer, talk to us about the impact that, you know, a life in blue had on your family.
It's very stressful for your loved ones. Every day they give you a kiss goodbye when you go to work. You go to work, you dress out, you get in your uniform, you handle calls for service, not knowing which one's going to be violent or which one's just going to be something repetitive and tedious, I should say. Too often, our society forgets about the victims, and that's the number one reason officers are out there. And I don't know why, but very often it's the left. They just simply forget the victims. They celebrate the suspects. And the officers in this case saved this woman's life. He was stalking her. He was unhinged. They had an arrest warrant. They went out there to take him into custody, and he ambushed them. But yet on the left, they keep pushing for the defund the police officer movement. That doesn't make the police officer safer. It doesn't make the community safer. My experience, whenever they defund the police officers, they cut training and they cut technology and equipment we need to be safe out there. Now you couple this with their soft on crime policies, and I don't know why they have these soft on crime policies. I don't know if it's a misplaced sense of empathy or virtue signaling. I'm not sure, but it doesn't make anybody safe. I have no doubt that if this shooter had been wearing a dress, the left would have a picture of him up somewhere and celebrating. It's getting ridiculous.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. When you look at the political divide in this country, especially in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination, and I was talking to Dr. Ben Carson about this in the last segment, I don't know how we heal from this, because you've got people on the left who are demonizing people on the right to the degree that people are literally getting shot and dying from it. For you, running for Congress, what do you see as your role in Congress and kind of healing that?
Well, we need more dialogue. We need more men and women like Charlie Kirk.
Sure.
He wasn't scared to go out there and communicate, even with people that hated him for false information that somebody else said about him. He was a great man. I watched him most of his career. I think we on the right need to have much more dialogue. Now, do I think the left is going to listen? Personally, no. Honestly, I don't think they can. I think if one leftist is able to communicate with us and be respectful, their own party is going to push them out. As we saw in Congress recently, there was a vote to condemn Charlie Kirk's assassin. I don't think a single Democrat supported this measure. They either voted nay or they sustained. The mayor of Chicago just recently said that law enforcement and jails are a sickness. I think once somebody in the left actually stands up and becomes a leader for their party, then the healing can start. But as of right now, they thrive on that negativity. We just, on the right, we just need to keep trying to reach out to them, talk to them with logic and understanding. Unfortunately, I think it's going to be a while before it gets better, and I think it's going to get worse before it gets better.
Gosh, I hope it gets better really, really soon, because things just feel there's just a dark cloud hanging over practically everything here in Washington, and I know that you guys are feeling it all the way over there in Nevada. Do you think, Secret Service, they've already extended their coverage to White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, and I kind of feel like, anyone that has any association with the Trump administration, or at this point, Turning Point, and any conservative organization at this point, let's just say we all need to have our heads on a swivel, don't we?
100%. I understand a lot of people are on edge right now. A lot of people are fearful. Politicians are hiring their own security from their funds, which should be going to getting the message out to their constituents. My entire life, I've had threats given to me or yelled at me or emailed to me. As a police officer, I get them regularly. People in prison that were not happy were threatening my life. Recently, I was on the news here locally, and people in the comments were saying they're going to kill me or revenge. Me personally, I think I can handle any issue that comes up. There's a lot of people out there that are not Marines and are not former police officers that, rightfully so, this is terrifying. And the extra security may help them feel more comfortable. But the main thing is we need to keep addressing the rhetoric that the left is screaming, yelling, throwing at us, because until that changes, these unhinged people out on the streets listening to them are going to continue to be violent.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking. So, Keith, when you are out in your district in Nevada and you're talking to constituents and they are voicing their concerns to you, what's at the top of their list? Obviously, what we have been talking about, security, political violence, political weaponization. But outside of that, is it the economy? Is it immigration? What is it?
Honestly, it's the border. They want the border secured. They understand that President Trump did an executive order to secure it, but they want Congress to enact laws so it can't be changed once the next president comes in office and does a different executive order. I'm constantly talking crime out here in the West. Gun control is a big issue that comes up all the time. I was just walking different gun stores today and talking to the owners. They are very concerned about knee-jerk reaction laws being implemented, and I just have to remind them, we have hundreds of laws on the books for crimes with firearms. If people would actually hold others accountable for committing crimes with these firearms, we've got plenty of laws. We just need judges and lawyers and our city councils to hold criminals accountable. And of course, the economy always comes up while we're talking. I believe doing something about making America more fuel independent and dominant will lower those costs. So I've been talking to a few of the fuel and power industry people. They've got some great ideas to lower costs. It's just the regulations are not allowing them right now. Sure. So I think we need to do something about the overregulation.
Yeah, I think President Trump has his eye on that, and he's got folks like Lee Zeldin who are tipping him off on things like that need to be adjusted. So sounds like things are moving in the right direction. Keith Hanoff, running for Congress in Nevada. Thanks so much for joining me tonight.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Bye. All right, everybody, coming up, we all know our age, but do you know your biological age? We're going to tell you how you can find that out and how you can potentially get it lower, too. That's next.
Stay tuned to get a free month of home warranty protection. Tired of searching for contractors when your home appliances and systems break down, only to leave you stuck with a huge repair bill and shoddy repairs? Plumbing, heating, air conditioning, and appliance breakdowns could cost thousands.
Hi, Tanya Nyack here for Choice Home Warranty. They protect my home from expensive repairs, and they can do the same for you. No matter if it's your refrigerator, air conditioning, or more than 20 other home systems and appliances, Choice Home Warranty has saved millions of homeowners a whole lot of money. For a low monthly fee, you get their nationwide network of trusted technicians with plans to cover repairs and replacements done quickly and the right way.
It eliminates anxiety, frustration, and it saves you money. I recommend using Choice Home Warranty.
Don't let an appliance or home system break the bank, leaving you stressed. Call Choice Home Warranty before that happens and get your first month free. Plus, call in the next 5 minutes and we'll give you free limited roof leak coverage. That's a $70 value, free. Just call now.
No more headaches searching for technicians. No more huge repair bills. Just the peace of mind of having Choice Home Warranty at your service. I trust Choice Home Warranty with my home, and you should too.
Year after year, Choice Home Warranty is recognized as the nation's top home warranty and has thousands of 5-star reviews from real homeowners. Experience real budget protection and call Choice Home Warranty now.
Stop flushing money down the toilet on expensive repairs. Call Choice Home Warranty now and save big with their special offer of your first month free. Don't wait another minute. Call now.
Call Choice Home Warranty for your free personalized quote and to get your first month free. Call in the next 5 minutes, and as our special offer, you'll receive free limited roof coverage. That's over $100 in savings. This offer won't last long. Call now to lock in your rate and save big. Call 800-495-1163. 800-495-1163.
This Sunday, Real America's Voice pauses to honor a patriot whose voice carried a movement. Rev presents Charlie Kirk, A Legacy Remembered.
We will achieve American greatness, and we are just getting started.
From campuses to the national stage, Charlie inspired millions to stand boldly for faith, freedom, and country. Now, we reflect on his life, his mission, and the legacy he leaves behind.
The evildoers responsible for my husband's assassination have no idea what they have done.
When America needed a hero, God sent us a Charlie Kirk.
Hosted by Steve Bannon, live coverage of Charlie Kirk's funeral service begins at 10 a.m. Eastern. Join us as we remember a life that will never be forgotten, only on Real America's Voice.
Welcome back to Just the News, No Noise. Okay, like I said before the break, we all know what our age is. At least I think I do. Sometimes I'm thinking, okay, what year is that? But do you know your body's biological age? If you are thinking, what is the difference? I'm going to tell you. Your biological age reflects how well your body functions, and it doesn't really have much to do with your actual age, to be quite honest. You can actually figure it out by taking a test over at purehealthresearch.com. And so joining us now to discuss that and how you can get your biological age down from Pure Health Research, Dr. Ian Tolberg. Dr. Tolberg, thanks so much for being here.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me again.
All right, sir. So tell us about this biological age thing. It seems like there can be kind of a range, and it doesn't matter really what your actual age is. It can be quite younger or quite older, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And, this isn't really anything new. And as you teased a little bit, there is a calculator on purehealthresearch.com. You go to the blog section, and it takes about 5 minutes or so and asks you a lot of different questions from, do you smoke? Do you drink? How much exercise do you get in a week? What kind of foods do you eat? Do you eat fish? Do you not? And that's just a wonderful way to kind of see, okay, where are you really matching up with your actual age? And again, this has been around forever. Not forever, but you look at even Nintendo with their Wii, they even had a game on there that kind of predicted that biological age. And so it's just a wonderful way to kind of get started. This calculator is just the first introductory steps to really help you determine, okay, well, what's needed? What can I do to really improve things? And then further going on from there is blood work and even DNA testing, things like that, to get really down to a little bit more specifics.
So if you find out that your biological age is much older than your actual age, I am assuming that that's the time that you need to start taking better care of your body. Is that exercise? Is that supplements? Obviously the testing you were talking about. But once you identify an issue, what's the best way to proceed forward?
Yeah, and I'll answer that with yes. It's
all the above.
It's exercise, it's the supplements, it's eating healthy. It's when again you look at this survey, it'll ask how much water you drink, how well you stay hydrated, how much sleep you get. All of those things really play into how well you're doing as a whole. And obviously supplements are part of that, because not everyone really gets all the proper nutrition. And even those that are, a little bit of supplementation for some of those body systems actually go a really long way to help boost those systems.
Yeah. And I know that you work closely with Pure Health Research, and they have some really, really awesome supplements. What are your favorites?
Yeah, so I'll go over really our three top ones. So the first, and it's by far our our best seller is our liver health formula. That's one I personally take every single day. It's had 2 million bottles sold, and as the name implies, you could probably guess, it helps support a thriving liver health. So it can help reduce some of those fat deposits in the liver, help trim some of that belly fat that goes back to the exercise that we just talked about, and then just flushing out some of those toxins to give you a little bit nice boost in energy. Probably our second best are lymph system support, and those honestly are going to be very much featured on our website. And so anyone struggling with some of that swelling, fluid retention, maybe you look at that and say, well, I can't really exercise, I don't want to eat well, I've got all this fluid. Well, this can help you. So really looking at that fluid retention in your legs, your ankles, your feet, it can help bring some of that off and just help flush out some of that extra fluid. The really third one, but this is the second one I personally take every day, is the blood sugar formula. And again, you guessed it, it helps us support that healthy blood sugar level. It does it in a couple different ways. So really helping to crush those sugar cravings, really helping you stay away from some of those tempting sweets, and that keeping that healthy blood sugar level is just important in so many different areas. So you look at any type of specialty out there, and ophthalmologist is going to tell you need it for your vision. Nephrologist is going to tell you need it for your kidneys. Cardiology for your heart and circulation. Overall, keeping that healthy blood sugar level is going to be so important. And you get that under control, that is actually going to help lower that biological age. And that is one of the questions that they ask you in this survey is how much sugar do you really have ingested every week or every day, and that's really going to get you to a good number. And I'll tell you mine, I'm 49. I'm 43, technically, according to the app, but we'll try to get down a little bit further.
Hey, that's pretty good. 6 years, that's pretty amazing. Before I let you go, I want to ask you, because I feel like this didn't happen for me 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, but if I eat something sweet, and typically it's not necessarily with fruit or something that's naturally sweet, it's something that with refined sugar. I'm telling you, the sugar crash afterwards used to be, I didn't hardly feel it, and it happened, an hour later. Now it's like 20 minutes later, and I am a snooze fest. Is that because my blood sugar is wonky?
Not necessarily because your blood sugar is wonky, and I say this with the utmost respect, but unfortunately your cells are getting a little wonky. The older we go, those cells are just not really performing to what they did 30 years ago. My wife tells me I'm 12 and a half. Granted, I wish I could say that's my biological age, but it just goes to show how our bodies change, our hormone levels change, and all that. Very normal as part of the aging process, but some of those things we can really help change a little bit and really help slow down.
Yeah, that's good to know. Dr. Ian Tolberg from Pure Health Research, thanks so much for joining us tonight. And to our viewers, if you're interested in any of the formulas that Dr. Tolberg mentioned, head over to purehealthresearch.com. Head over there now, explore their 45 amazing supplements, and save 35% before this deal ends with coupon code JUSTNEWS. Again, that code is JUSTNEWS. We're going to take a break. We'll be back for one more segment on the other side.
Thinking about travel? Think AMAC. AMAC members have access to special money-saving discounts on hotels, car rentals, cruises, and more, so you can save money on every adventure. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to saving money on travel and so much more, think AMAC.
Some people are worried that they won't be able to get food because of disasters, food shortages, rising prices, you name it. Well, let me show you something. This tote right here has enough food for breakfast, lunch, dinner, even snacks for 3 full months. And right now, when you order one of these 3-month survival food kits, you're gonna get 2 months absolutely free, guys. So you see that square on your screen? That's called a QR code. Now, here's how to use it. Just pick up your smartphone and open up your camera, right? Point it at that QR code. Now you're gonna see right in the picture there that this link pops up, that one right there. Tap that link and it's gonna take you to this deal right now. These kits can last up to 25 years, the food tastes great, and guess what? It's your food security plan. And today, you get way more while paying much less. But only if you scan the code before the deal ends, all right? So go ahead, scan the code to buy one 3-month food kit, and guys, you're gonna get 2 months absolutely free. But only if you scan this code before it ends. So go ahead, scan the code to buy one 3-month survival food kit and get 2 months absolutely free.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Welcome back to our final segment of the night. For far too long, powerful NGOs bankrolled by left-wing billionaires have operated in the shadows, funneling money into causes that do not just push politics, but in some cases fuel chaos and violence across this country. The Trump administration has decided that it is time to follow the money, expose the networks, and use every legal tool available to hold them accountable. So joining me now to talk about that is legal expert and host of the What's Right show, Sam Mirjovsky. Sam, great to have you back on.
Amanda, great to be with you.
What's the poison pill for these organizations? There's got to be something that hits them right at the heart that just annihilates them.
Money.
Yeah.
It's all about money. Every little bit of this, Amanda, costs money. And what you have is you have a network of donors that are funneling cash to people that are destroying our country. And the administration is exactly over the target right now. Designating Antifa as a domestic terror network is going to help dismantle this. Now, notice, the first thing that they said, well, there's, Antifa is a nebulous, organization. It's not really centralized. Well, neither was Al-Qaeda or the mafia, but in both cases, the government made a point of going after it. And there is absolutely an organized network of people that are funding domestic terror operations, and so the Trump administration is exactly right in pursuing this, and I think we're going to notice a little bit of a difference in the country as they begin to go about this.
So RICO is totally on the table, because if you look at the structure of these organizations, it's pretty much a pyramid that heads straight to the top. You've got the Don structure and the lower bosses in when they used to be prosecuting mobs across this country. It seems to me like RICO is a slam dunk.
It absolutely is. And if we think back to January and the riots in California, one of the things that we saw is, we had pallets of cinder block bricks and other materials that were being shipped in and that were, hurting police officers and damaging, public property and federal property. Every single person that participated in the purchasing and procurement of those materials would be basically, consumed into this conspiracy and will be brought in under the RICO statute. And it's the right way to go about it, because I think for years, Amanda, these people just, dropped in hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars, and then sort of walked away from it and felt that they were untouchable. And if you go after the funding, you cut off the head of the whole beast. And I think that this is one of the most important things that Trump can do to begin to scale back this, this faux activism, this sort of, it's always been imaginary that this is a public uprising. It's literally funded by a handful of people, a handful of organizations in this country, and it's doing great harm.
Absolutely. I want to ask you about the Trump effect in other countries, because after President Trump designated Antifa a terrorist organization, then Viktor Orban in Hungary followed suit. Now, why do I bring up Hungary? As you know, Sam, our audience might not know, Hungary is the proud home of George Soros. So does it help out our efforts stateside in tackling this and going after and prosecuting, investigating Antifa, when we've got a partner in Hungary who's also willing to say, hey, we've got some operations here that originated with this guy, a Hungarian American, George Soros. Does that help us out in these efforts at all?
Sure, it can. And people have to understand there's an international network here. It goes beyond our borders. I just got back from the Czech Republic. I was there last week, and I heard from a number of people who told me literally that Czech journalists and politicians were missing their payments on their homes and their cars. And the reason for it was, simply put, USAID put them out of business. It all goes back to the money. If we can dismantle the funds, if we can go to the core of the network that is funding all of this anti-American machine, domestically, internationally, wherever it finds itself, I think we win, because in the marketplace of ideas, we're on the right side of things. It's been all of this shady money, this invisible money, some of it honestly coming from us taxpayers, which is infuriating, that has been disseminated and spread about the world, and it's all been designed to hurt Trump, to hurt conservatism, to hurt the Make America Great Again movement, and bringing it to a head here, I think, is going to make a big difference.
Yeah, Sam Mirajovsky, tell everybody before we go where they can find your show.
At What's Right Sam is my Twitter account, and the What's Right Show, anywhere you get your podcast. We're based here in Las Vegas, but we're global, and we talk about national and international issues. Thank you.
I love it. Thanks so much. All right, everybody, that's all the time we have for this week. We'll see you back here Monday at 6 p.m. Eastern, and on Sunday, remember that coverage on RAP of Charlie Kirk's memorial service.
Yikes. Leaky refrigerator coil card.
Oh, no.
But your future is bright with an American Home Shield warranty to protect your covered home system. Don't worry, be warranty.
We realize there are many choices when it comes to who you choose for your cell phone service, and there are new ones popping up all the time. But here's the truth. There's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for. And that's Patriot Mobile. For more than 12 years, Patriot Mobile has been on the front lines, fighting for our God-given rights and freedoms, while also providing exceptional nationwide cell phone service with access to all 3 of the main networks. Don't just take our word for it. Ask the hundreds of thousands of Americans who've made the switch and are now supporting causes they believe in. Simply by joining Patriot Mobile, switching is easier than ever. Activate in minutes from the comfort of your own home. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Patriot Mobile's all U.S.-based support team is standing by to take care of you. Call 972-PATRIOT today or go to patriotmobile.com/TrumpUK. Use promo code TrumpUK for a free month of service. That's patriotmobile.com/TrumpUK or call 972-PATRIOT and make the switch today.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. It appears leftist lawmakers are ramping up their tensions when it comes to pushing back against the Trump administration. Quite frankly, they're getting pages out of Antifa playbooks, and it looks like they're almost working with Antifa. Apparently, New York lawmakers stormed a detention facility in New York, downtown Lower Manhattan. 11 of them got arrested outside 77 were detained. Listen to them chanting.
Say it loud, say it clear.
Immigrants are welcome here.
Say it loud, say it clear.
Immigrants are welcome here.
Say it loud.
So that gives you a little look of just how dopey they actually are. Well, they warned them, you'll be arrested. And that's exactly what happened.
If you refuse to leave on the federal regulation,
I'm here
you're going to be
for my
arrested.
fellow neighbors who have been kidnapped off the streets, being led by a fascist president.
It's absolute ridiculousness, okay?
If you refuse to leave on the federal regulation,
I'm here.
we're going to
Let's come back to me, guys, here for a second, okay? It's out of control what Democrats are doing, all right? Out of control. It amounts to obstruction of justice. ICE agents are simply trying to do their jobs, keeping people safe, and these lawmakers, all Democrats, are playing to the cameras. This is the ICE director in New York, cut 38.
Well, look, I think this keeps happening because of the dangerous rhetoric that the Democrats continue to push against our law enforcement officers who are enforcing immigration law. Our officers go out every day, choose to put the American people first with the support of President Trump and Secretary Noem. These protests are not going to stop us, but I think everyone needs to know that the people these Democrats are defending are murderers, rapists, MS-13 gang members, and the list goes on and on and on.
All right, so it's not just in New York either. This is happening in Illinois. I want to show you video of an Illinois state senator. Roll this of her walking down the street. Cut 7, guys. Down the street in Illinois, this Illinois state senator, thank you, all with a camera, by the way, is apparently warning people that ICE agents are in the neighborhood, screaming and yelling at the top of her lungs, by the way. What she doesn't understand is what she videotaped was actually her own lunacy. Cut 6.
Stay inside of your houses, everyone. Do not come out. Stay in your houses. Quédense en su casa. Tienen derechos todos. No salgan si no hay una orden firmada por un juez.
Does she understand? Many of the people that are being arrested are not just here illegally, but they're very violent, evil people. Many of them sex-trafficked individuals, drug dealers, gangbangers, thugs, looters, you name it. But this is how she treats the ICE agents.
This is my city. This is my city. That's right. Take off your mask. Take off your mask.
All folks, for what? To defend illegal aliens? In many cases, the worst of the worst. And these illegals that are being arrested, in many cases, they are found with minors in their possession. Minors where the parents aren't around, no one knows how they got here. Wait until you hear how many Tom Holman says ICE agents have already found, rescued, really.
That was priority 1. So they've already located just under 25,000. Some of these children were fine with parents just hiding because they don't want to be deported. But many were in sex trafficking. Many we found in forced labor. Slavery. I mean, forced to work ungodly hours, not going to school, working ungodly hours, and of course not getting paid, being abused. So, we've rescued thousands of children.
This is all proof, by the way, that Joe Biden's administration was the most prolific sex trafficking organization on the face of the earth. Hundreds of thousands of children are literally still missing. Tom Holman again.
President Trump is committed. I'm committed that we're not going to stop looking for these children until we find every single one of them or run down the leads. And unfortunately, 27 of these children have since died. So we're not giving up. This is the main priority for the Trump administration. We'll keep going at it.
All right. What they're doing, these ICE agents, are literally saving lives. Yet Democrats and Antifa appear to be working together. Let's move now to gangbangers in Chicago. At least that's who they're protecting. And these folks are more, I don't know, you call them rioters, obstructors of justice, whatever it may be. They're causing all kinds of problems for ICE agents, as you see on their screen. Going after them, going after their vehicles. Again, this is in Chicago. Now, this woman you're about to see is actually running for Congress. No surprise, as a Democrat. Think about this, folks. It's grandstanding. ICE agents now have to worry more about her than they do about the criminals they're trying to move around and get to a deportation facility or get deported out of the country. And they have to deal with people like that. And she wants to be a lawmaker. My Lord. With me now to discuss all of this, former Border Patrol agent and vice president of the National Border Patrol Council, Art Del Cueto, is back with us. Art, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Grant. I appreciate you having me on. And just for clarification, I'm no longer with the Border Patrol Council, so I'm not VP out there anymore. I'm working for a different organization.
All right, sounds good. So former, we're grateful, obviously, Art, for your service to this country, especially as a Border Patrol agent, and congratulations on retirement. But I do want to hit you up about all this stuff because over the last few days, I don't know, it feels like Democrat lawmakers are escalating the attacks on ICE agents, and really the lunatics, whether it's Antifa or whoever, are taking their cues from these Democrat lawmakers.
No, and that's what it is. Look, I don't remember any of these people, any of these protesters or these politicians or candidates. I don't remember them coming down to the border when, the drug traffickers were dropping off minors and children over the fence into the United States, where they were literally bringing them down by a rope and just dropping them off in the United States. I don't remember any of that. I don't remember seeing them at our schools trying to stop the fentanyl crisis on the drugs that are flooding our schools because of the drug trafficking from Mexico. So I don't remember any of that. But to the point is, now that they're in the positions that they are, especially the politicians, they know perfectly well, Grant, all they have to do is get with CBP, DHS. They ask for a tour. They want to see the facilities, and they can do that. Like many of the Republican congressmen did so during the Biden administration. But they don't want to do that because that doesn't get you extra likes on their social media. That doesn't get you that wow factor. The only reason they're doing it this way is because they have an agenda. They want the wow factor. They want to look like they're so valiant by attacking our law enforcement. But as we've said before, all they're doing is they're fighting for the rights of criminals. And I will add, when I hear that immigrants are welcome here, that gives me a good feeling because I'm an immigrant myself. Am I welcome here, or is it my narrative that they don't like?
Well, certainly, I know from you, Art, and me, if you come here legally, everybody's welcome here. That's what right. We want. And the bottom line is a wall, extra enforcement of illegal immigration has no effect, zero, on legal immigration. But the Democrats will never tell you that. Art, do you think the media plays a role in pushing this narrative that somehow ICE agents are bad and all these poor innocent Maryland men are getting deported?
No, absolutely. Look, they're doing a good job. I'll give them kudos on that end. A lot of the left-leaning media, they're doing a good job at making the agents villains, the ICE agents, Border Patrol. We need to start pushing that narrative and explain it to people as well, though. We need to take on that role. A lot of these individuals that are being detained, a lot of these people that are being arrested, it's tactical enforcement by all means. But when you enter a dwelling on an individual that you have on the list as a prior criminal, if he happens to be living in a household with 15, 20 other individuals that are also here illegally, well, that's a crime in itself because they're not here legally. And I will tell you, some of the issues that they're having is when they enter these domains, you have other people there that are living there, like I said, illegally, but they're also employed in certain businesses. And let's just say a lot of those individuals, they're very quick to point the finger and say, it ain't just me, it's my neighbor, it's a coworker. So now from there, it's the fruits of the poisonous tree. So more investigations are being made. You can't just turn a blind eye. At the end of the day, these are immigration enforcement officers, and when they're told that there's more individuals in the country illegally, they have to follow those leads. That's why you're getting so many other individuals that are being arrested that I will add are still criminals because they're here illegally, but they don't have a more serious criminal background.
Yeah, I will remind everybody out there, as you know, Art, as a former Border Patrol agent, you take an oath to uphold the law. Now, you may not like the law. We have a system in place. You can change that law if you don't like it. But right now, the laws on the books are the laws on the books, and President Trump is hell-bent on enforcing them, and I'm grateful for that. Speaking of President Trump, I want you to watch this little interaction with a reporter today. I think this was on Air Force One. Roll it.
Regarding designating them a terrorist organization, when they don't have defined leadership or membership, how do you
he's talking about Antifa. Do they have anything to do with your network? He says, or we're going to find out. It's interesting if Antifa might have a funding apparatus, or maybe the billionaires behind Antifa, big-time investor in the mainstream media. All of it, you follow the money trail. I'll give you the last word, Art. In the end, leads you to some interesting places. Absolutely, Grant. Look, they're an organized group that goes around the country causing terror. What else do you need? So they're going to sit there and say, well, do you know who the leadership is? Well, that's what we're going to find out. We're going to find out who the leadership is. And I think, with the current president that we have, it's not going to be good for the bad guys. It already hasn't been this year. And that's what it comes down to. I'm for immigration. I'm for law and order. That's what this country was founded on. Well, that's why you and I are such good buddies and why you're always welcome on the program. Art Del Cueto, thank you. Thank you, Grant. Absolutely. All right. Speaking of President Trump, so Memphis, any day the National Guard could show up there. The task force has now officially been created. We're learning today that the U.S. Marshals will run the task force in Memphis to oversee operations there. And guess what? Chicago could be next. Cut 21.
And you can walk down, you can take your husband, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, whoever you want to take. You can take them out to dinner tonight in D.C. and you're going to be safe. It's really safe. We did a great job. We're going to do the same job in Memphis, and we're going to Chicago.
All right, so the left will tell you, oh, well, crime is down in Memphis. Crime is down in Chicago. It's not whether crime is down or not. It's how much crime is down. And when you have a level of crime that is so out of control, crime being down by minuscule numbers does not mean anything to the people where criminals rule the streets and neighborhoods of these cities, including Chicago, as President Trump said. So now we have this situation where criminals are ruling. Cut 22.
And I also looked up at some of the other countries, kind of second world countries that you might see in Central and South America. You're safer in Mexico City, which, by the way, is a bastion of crime. It's not, you're not going on a stroll in the middle of the night in Mexico City, and yet you're safer in Mexico City than you are in Memphis, Tennessee.
Yeah, or Chicago, or L.A., or any of these other blue cities. Thank you, Andy Ogles, the congressman, for that point. So you will hear the left freak out about the idea of the National Guard coming in to Memphis, and they fall back on this old Democrat talking point that all the people need are jobs. Remember, they told us that about Afghanistan and the Taliban. Taliban didn't need jobs. That was a disastrous way of looking at things. That's how they look at it in Memphis, too. This is a Democrat city councilman.
You put them in boots and fatigues because understand that's where our National Guard comes from. That means that we as a city are going to have to pay overtime, taking even more resources away from after-school programs, mental health supports, job training, and so much more. That's right. That's right. Yeah. The solution to crime is opportunities, not occupation.
Okay, because Democrats have provided so many opportunities for people around the country. They kill these cities literally with their oppressive regulations and mandates. It's not working. This is something that Charlie Kirk literally advocated for. Charlie Kirk wanted minority communities to be so successful, but it wasn't through government intervention that minority communities would be successful. It was by embracing God. It was by embracing freedom and a limited government principles, letting entrepreneurs flourish, giving everyone opportunity, no matter what color their skin had. It wasn't about government. Well, apparently, Edwin Ferguson, a school board member in Palm Beach County, Florida, didn't get the message about Charlie Kirk. In fact, he played right into the lies about Charlie in an awful, awful and deceitful way.
I looked at the statutes and the administrative rules that were referenced in this September 11th letter from DOE, and I'm thinking, unless you as a parent or you as a teacher feel bad because I as a teacher don't miss a racist bigot at that, I don't see how you're going to be at risk of losing your teaching certificate. So, when we talk about the Holocaust, I've yet to hear a person of the Jewish faith say that I miss Adolf Hitler.
Again, calling Charlie Kirk a bigot, comparing him to a Nazi, Adolf Hitler. It's as low as it gets because it isn't true. And then that puts us, all of us Nazis, in danger because who doesn't want to kill a Nazi? It's exactly what happened to Charlie Kirk. Let me just play this clip of Charlie for you to prove to you this is not a racist.
You seem, very passionate about a lot of things, and you obviously have skills. For your life, I want you always to be judged on the content of your character, not the color of your skin. Where DEI says, no, we're actually going to care more about skin color than competency. And so what we want is an America based on merit, America based on how hard you work, an America based on what you bring to the table, not just what you look like.
Oh, the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan. Imagine that, being judged on your character. Martin Luther King said that. We all know that. I want to bring in now a young man who's inspired by Charlie Kirk. Maybe even more important than that, he's got a hell of a role model in his dad. Kyle City Council candidate. His name is Kyle Lavelle, the son of the great Bruce Lavelle, who's a regular on this program. Kyle, welcome to the show, my friend.
Hey, Grant, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So let me ask you, you are how old now?
27.
27, running for city council. What kind of role did Charlie Kirk play to get you, a young black man, involved in politics?
Yeah, so I met Charlie about 7 years ago in the back room of the Lou Dobbs show, and immediately he was ecstatic to see someone as young as me, around his age, up there. Potentially, he thought I was about to do a hit, Primetime with Lou Dobbs, and I didn't, but he was super excited, and he shook my hand, and we looked each other in the eye, and he said, you got to get involved. We need you. And so those moments and those words stuck with me for a very long time, and for a while, I wasn't as involved, but right now, I've taken the leap, and after seeing what happened to him and his family, I'm running for city council in the city of Kyle. I'm 27 years old. And my name is Kyle J. Lavelle. So Kyle for Kyle in the city of Kyle.
All right. Kyle, let me ask you. You've watched probably, like me, more videos of Charlie Kirk than I've ever seen in my life. Now, I've seen a lot of videos of Charlie Kirk. I'm grateful that so many are being played. Is Charlie Kirk a racist? I mean, where are they getting this from?
Yeah, Charlie's not a racist at all. I mean, he's very fair. And I mean, he's a Christian man that believes in the freedom for our country and the values that we stand for. And he exercised his right to free speech. He's far from a racist, and he was a good man. He was a great man.
What's been the response of your support now of Charlie Kirk as you're moving forward from friends of color and others that you probably went to college with? Has it moved in the correct direction with Charlie? Have you seen a positive influence now after that horrible event last week?
So even though the events last week were pretty horrible, what I have seen right now is a door opening, and it's a door for young voices all around the country getting more involved, stepping up to lead the charge for our country and open that door to freedom, Christian values, and the safety of all Americans. And Charlie, even though he's gone, there's going to be a new awakening in this country. And right now, that is why I took a leap of faith to run for city council as well.
All right, let me play one more clip of you, because what I really want is when Democrats watch us talk, Kyle, when they watch clips of Charlie, I want them to prove to me how he could possibly be a racist when I see things like this. Roll cut 17 for me, guys.
How do we keep the family together and put dads back in the family? Unfortunately, in the black community, dads are the most absent of any community. About 2/3 of all black youth will be raised without a stable father around. And I know, it's crazy, right? And that little precious angel of yours deserves to have a father around.
All right, roll cut 18, because I want everyone to see the precious angel.
How are you? What a beautiful kid that is.
Thank you.
What a gift from God.
Yeah. She truly is. She is the biggest blessing. Something that kind of has me like on the fence of whether or not I go kind of like full blown more like conservative or moderate is just seeing how
Give it up. That is a gift from the Lord, everybody. That is just beautiful.
Kyle, I'm not sure the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan would call a young black child a beautiful gift from God, but Charlie did, and more importantly, your thoughts on what he just said there.
Well, I mean, he's speaking the truth. I mean, we got to bring back the nuclear family in the country. It's important to have a mom and a dad with strength in the household as they raise their children and navigate the waters of raising a family here in America. And so it's important, and he spoke the truth about that.
Well, I know you got a great mom and dad, and I know you're your own man now at 27 years old, but it's great to have support of your dad, who's I think he's behind the camera, Bruce Lavelle, which I love, by the way, that you're stealing a little of his spotlight. Real quick, Kyle Lavelle, tell me where people can help your campaign for City Council of Kyle, Texas.
Yeah, so if you want to donate, you want to support one of the greatest movements going on right now here in the city of Kyle, my website is kylejlavelle.com. Donate, come out, support, help out, whatever it takes. We're going to win. Get out, vote November 4th. Thank you.
All right. Throw some money in the tip jar for the young man. And Kyle Lavelle, it's great talking to you. Thank you. I hope this is not the last time.
Thanks, Grant.
All right. Good luck on the race as well. kylejlavelle.com. Folks, help him out. I did. I donated last week, too. When his dad says, hey, donate to my kid, you do it, all right? You absolutely do. All right. Did you see President Trump call out the big banks for refusing to bank certain Americans? Don't reward those big banks. Move your money to Old Glory Bank. Old Glory Bank serves customers in all 50 states with the best online banking for both consumer and business. Everything you can at the big wokes banks, Old Glory Bank can do it and do it better. Old Glory Bank has always been pro-freedom and pro-Second Amendment and pro-crypto. Visit oldglorybank.com/Rav. Do it today and join the right side of banking. In fact, I think my buddy Larry Elder is one of the founders of Old Glory Bank. All right. Erica Kirk has taken on the mantle for Turning Point USA in her husband's honor. We get into that next.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Welcome back, everyone. I've got terrific news. Just as we expected, the Turning Point USA board has voted, and Charlie Kirk's wife, Erica, will be the next CEO of Turning Point USA. In fact, she has already taken over the helm of this so important organization. You know that Charlie Kirk, as sad as he must be that he's not with his family, he must be looking down, smiling at Erica taking over his position.
We have asked the audience for questions. You pick one.
Who is more conservative and why?
Erica.
Yes.
By far. Not even close. I am a moderate compared to Erica.
No, I don't think there's anything moderate about Charlie. And if she's even more conservative than him, then that's my kind of girl. Congratulations, Erica Kirk. I know this is going to be rough for you on Sunday, rough for all of us on Sunday, but in many respects, I do think it is going to be a celebration. 10 a.m. Eastern time from State Farm Stadium in Phoenix, Arizona, basically the home city of Turning Point USA. You're going to have Marco Rubio there. Erica will be speaking there. J.D. Vance will be speaking there. And, of course, President Trump will be speaking there. Now, last night, 10,000 people showed up for a vigil at Colorado State University. This is amazing. This was the planned next stop on Charlie Kirk's tour of colleges. And what an event it was. We had the president of the Wyoming University chapter that actually took to the microphone and did a great job at that.
He was our hero as students on college campuses across the country. He inspired each and every one of us. For so long, conservatives and Christians on college campuses were told to be quiet. But Charlie gave us our voice to stand up for what we believe in, to love America, and to love Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, our King.
All right. All really an outpouring of support everywhere you look. I'll be at an event in Fort Worth, Texas, tomorrow night down on the square there. And I love seeing it all. Someone else who I'm sure loves seeing it all is one of Charlie Kirk's mentors. He's a longtime friend of Charlie. He is also the CEO of Human Events Media Group. You know them. We talked to many of their folks from Post Millennial. Jeff Webb is with us. Jeff, welcome to the program.
Oh, great to be with you. Thank you for having me.
Well, Jeff, thank you for coming on, and thank you for all the work you do in conservative media. Your organizations are about as important as it gets. You and Charlie were friends for a long time. You gave Charlie a platform early on. Your thoughts now that we're a week past this, coming up on his day tomorrow at State Farm Stadium?
Well, it's been a week of high emotion, but every emotion you can think of: the anger, sadness, frustration. It's just been, one of those weeks. It's an incredible loss. I agree with others. I think we probably lost a future president last week. But I'm actually today I'm fortunate enough to be, frankly, here at the Turning Point offices in Phoenix. I got here earlier today and have been able to meet with some people. And I can tell you that while there is profound sadness, there is great inspiration here. People are committed. They know what Charlie wanted. They wanted the same thing. They love Erica. We all know she's going to be a great leader. But there is a renewed commitment, make no doubt.
every day I hear that there's applications for 10, 20, 30,000 more chapters. I think the number's 50 to 60,000 new chapters now that people want to form around the country. Amazing. Charlie would be saying, oh my gosh, if I would have taken a decade to get to that number, and we do it in a week. But I'd like to ask you, Jeff, early on, you knew Charlie. He was still young at 31, but you knew him when he was real young. What did you see in him? Did you expect the greatness that we got from Charlie Kirk?
Well, when I first met Charlie, he was 24, before he was the Charlie Kirk. But he was already out there. He had Turning Point going. He was starting conferences. He was really still developing his strategy. And I met him through a friend at dinner in Atlanta. And like so many people will say about him, we just hit it off. He was an incredible listener. He was always one of these people who had time for anyone. He listened to their story. He celebrated them. He helped them. But he had really everything. He had an incredible amount of charisma. He had a great sense of humor. He was fun to be around, and he was dedicated. And it really astounds me, when you hear people say these things about Charlie being a bigot or a racist or a Nazi. The furthest thing from it. I never, all the times that people, those crowds, when they were talking or debating him and, when they got personal, they called him horrible names, I never heard him do that to them. I never heard it become personal. It was always about the policy, and he had true respect for every single person. Truly a person who had it all. He's going to be really missed.
I can back you up on all of that. I probably met Charlie maybe 7 years ago. We've done too many events to count through Salem Media and other organizations. First day I met him, he gave me a cell phone number. I was asking about social medias I'm trying to build, and he was already on his way. Gives me a cell phone number, and that's the kind of guy that he was. Jeff, what would you like to see on Sunday? What do you want people to take away from this massive event where you have, when I call it an all-star cast, I can't remember the last leader of a nation that had a cast like this showing up for them?
Well, you're exactly right. It's it's phenomenal. The reaction is phenomenal. And I will tell you this, I think it's going to be a sold-out stadium. I'm really worried about having too many people. There are going to be people there, and it's not just young people. There'll be a lot of young people there. So many people from all over the world. And I think that Charlie has ignited his own movement within a movement, if you will. As you heard earlier from the president of the chapter there at Wyoming, he has given young conservatives, not only a voice, but a group to be a part of, to have support, to have people that believe like they do and will stand with them. He has given them courage. And people all over this country have seen that conveyed. They've seen what it's done to their sons and daughters and grandchildren. And they're eternally grateful to Charlie for having done that. And I think you're going to see the entire range of emotions tomorrow. And above all, it does really need to be a celebration of an incredible life.
It really does. I can't help but think, as you explain all the things that Charlie has done for these young people and the emotions and support they get, it sounds exactly like what you get from a church. And I don't think that's a coincidence at all. Jeff Webb, the Post-Millennial Human Events Group, it's great having you on the program. I appreciate you coming on, especially during this rough time. But paying tribute to Charlie, it's always worth the time. I appreciate you, sir.
Thanks, Grant. Thank you. Good to see you.
Absolutely. Good to see you as well. All right, folks. Conservative pressure has pushed Texas A&M's president out of office. We will take the win for this, because we're going to have one of the gentlemen that's responsible for this. He was on this program early on. President of Texas A&M out for good reason, and I want you to join us on Sunday, too, as we all remember Charlie Kirk will be carrying those events right here.
This Sunday, Real America's Voice pauses to honor a patriot whose voice carried a movement. Rev presents Charlie Kirk, a legacy remembered.
We will achieve American greatness, and we are just getting started.
From campuses to the national stage, Charlie inspired millions to stand boldly for faith, freedom, and country. Now, we reflect on his life, his mission, and the legacy he leaves behind.
The evildoers
responsible for my husband's assassination have no idea what they have done.
When America needed a hero, God sent us a Charlie Kirk.
Hosted by Steve Bannon, live coverage of Charlie Kirk's funeral service begins at 10 a.m. Eastern. Join us as we remember a life that will never be forgotten, only on Real America's Voice.
Hi, I'm Ty Pennington, here for Choice Home Warranty. They protect my home from expensive repairs, and they can do the same for you. No matter if it's your refrigerator, plumbing, or more than 20 other home systems and appliances, Choice Home Warranty has saved millions of homeowners a whole lot of money. For a low monthly fee, you get their nationwide network of trusted local technicians with plans that cover repairs and replacements done quickly and the right way.
I would recommend anyone who is listening to this to call Choice Home Warranty up. It eliminates anxiety, frustration, and it saves you money.
No more headaches searching for technicians. No more budget-breaking chaos. Just a peace of mind of having Choice Home Warranty at your service. I trust Choice Home Warranty with my home, and you should too.
Don't let an appliance or home system break the bank, leaving you stressed. Call Choice Home Warranty before that happens and get your first month free. Plus, call in the next 5 minutes and we'll give you free limited roof leak coverage. That's a $70 value, free. Just call now. Call 800-359-5664.
We've been a Choice Home Warranty customer for almost 9 years.
And we couldn't be more happy with their service that we get from Choice Home Warranty.
Year after year, Choice Home Warranty is recognized as the nation's top home warranty and has thousands of 5-star reviews from real homeowners. Experience real budget protection and call Choice Home Warranty now.
Stop throwing money down the toilet chasing contractors. Call Choice Home Warranty now and save big with their special offer of your first month free and free limited roof coverage. Don't wait another minute. Call now.
Call Choice Home Warranty for your free personalized quote and to get your first month free. Call in the next 5 minutes, and as our special offer, you'll receive free limited roof coverage. That's over $100 in savings. This offer won't last long. Call now to lock in your rate and save big. Call 800-359-5664. 800-359-5664.
We realize there are many choices when it comes to who you choose for your cell phone service, and there are new ones popping up all the time. But here's the truth. There's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for, and that's Patriot Mobile. For more than 12 years, Patriot Mobile has been on the front lines, fighting for our God-given rights and freedoms, while also providing exceptional nationwide cell phone service with access to all 3 of the main networks. Don't just take our word for it. Ask the hundreds of thousands of Americans who've made the switch and are now supporting causes they believe in simply by joining Patriot Mobile. Switching is easier than ever. Activate in minutes from the comfort of your own home. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Patriot Mobile's all U.S.-based support team is standing by to take care of you. Call 972-PATRIOT today or go to patriotmobile.com/TrumpUK. Use promo code TrumpUK for a free month of service. That's patriotmobile.com/TrumpUK or call 972-PATRIOT and make the switch today.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm proud to announce that the president of Texas A&M University is out. He resigned today under great pressure. Students were cheering as Mark Walsh left Texas A&M University. I believe they wanted to see him go. He refused to abide by what the state legislature mandated, that you take LGBTQ and trans indoctrination educational courses out of your universities. This was him, an audio tape of him and a student talking about this. Listen.
And so we're looking at the course descriptions in the catalog, what can be added. Where the department and the college are looking at the actual course itself. It's a 300-level course, and if there's not a problem with teaching it, but let's call it what it is. And make it for professional track for people who want to study LGBTQ literature or something is what I recommended to him.
So he claimed that if you change the title of the course, well, then you could have the course anyway. Not the case. And we've talked about this with the man who led the charge on all of this, Republican State House Representative Brian Harrison is back with us. Representative Harrison, it's great to have you back on the show.
Always great to be with you, my friend.
Hey, a big kudos to you. I mean, we talked about this guy early on, and then he kind of faded away. You never gave up the fight on him. You were one of the first to blow the whistle on him. Your thoughts now that the president of Texas A&M is out?
Well, it's a massive victory for conservative voters here in the state of Texas, and more importantly for taxpayers who are sick and tired. They're fed up with being taxed out of their homes so their money can be weaponized against them, against their values, and against their children by their own government. That's exactly what's happened here. So very welcome news, a long time coming. And I say this, you're right. You and I have talked about this over the year. I appreciate you and your audience dialing in, letting their outrage about this scandal be known. I was the first elected official in the Texas government to call for Mark Welch to resign or be fired. And I did that earlier this year, about 8 months ago, alone. I was the only elected Republican to call for this up until about 3 days ago. He needs to go because why? I mean, why in the world do we have woke progressive leftists who believe in liberal indoctrinations leading anything in the state of Texas, much less some of our most cherished institutions like my alma mater, Texas A&M? I'm a proud member. You see, I got my ring on right here. I'm a proud member of the Fighting Texas Aggie class of 2004, but I am on a mission to restore it to its pre-woke glory, and not just A&M, by the way. As far as I'm concerned, this isn't a victory lap. We're just getting started, okay? This is not an isolated event at Texas A&M. Just about every public university in the state of Texas, to the shock of you viewers to learn, is engaged in DEI and transgender indoctrination. And we're not going to stop. We're not going to let up for even just 1 minute here. We're not going to stop until all of this taxpayer-funded leftist indoctrination has been purged from all of our public universities and state agencies.
You know, Brian, I've lived in Dallas now for over 20 years. I got a lot of friends that are Aggies, and I always was under the impression that Texas A&M was one of the most conservative campuses as far as state universities go. I know they all got their problems, but when I heard this, I thought, wow, at Texas A&M, and then I saw this video. I'm going to take a trip down memory lane. This is a student recording a class discussion here. Roll it.
So I am not going to participate in this because it's not legal, and I don't want to promote something that is against our president's laws as well as against my religious beliefs. Yes.
You are under a misconception that what I'm saying is.
The teacher pushing back on it. But maybe this sends a message not just to administration, but some of the teachers too, Representative.
Honestly, I hope this sends a message from the professor levels to the department heads to the deans, all the way up to every public university president, chancellor, and if you're one of Greg Abbott's regents, take note, guys. Clean house. Do the job that the taxpayers of the state of Texas are paying you to do. Get rid of all this woke leftist nonsense, because guess what? Here's the lesson. Here's my message to you. You might be next.
Yeah. University of Texas has long been known as a bastion of liberalism, specifically speaking of the campus in Austin, the state capital. Is there any plans to, I don't know, try to rid UT of all of this craziness?
Well, I mean, here's the thing. The governor could end this before we're done with this interview if he wanted to. And all of the regents at all these public universities are his political appointees. They basically serve at his pleasure, more or less. He can appoint them or reappoint them or not based on their performance. And I don't understand why the governor Abbott's team has allowed this woke indoctrination to proliferate just about unchecked for the last 10 years. But also the other people that could stop this is the body I serve in, the legislature. But the Texas House nor the Texas Senate has done anything to defund this woke indoctrination. And I say that as somebody who I personally filed, I think, 12 to 15 pieces of legislation just this year to simply say, guys, Texans, we got some of the highest property tax burden in America. That's a whole separate problem. But for all that money we're stealing from people, the last thing we should be doing is indoctrinating the next generation with this. So, I mean, the legislature could stop this, the governor could stop this, the regents could stop it. I think this is one of the most infuriating things here. We're in a battle for the future of Texas, for the future of America. I think we're in a battle for the future of Western civilization, especially after you saw what happened to Charlie Kirk a week ago. But the state of Texas, the Texas government, is actually funding just about everything that Charlie Kirk dedicated his life to defeating. So to all the elected Republicans in Texas who are talking about putting up Charlie Kirk statues, and I support all that, but you know, if you want to honor Charlie Kirk's legacy and memory, any elected Republican anywhere in the country, Stop forcing your taxpayers and your voters to fund everything that he dedicated his life to defeating.
Brian Harrison, it's great advice to your fellow lawmakers who need some advice down there. And it's been really a disappointing session and group of Republicans in general, present company excluded, of course, my friend. Thank you for coming on. I appreciate you as always. And again, congratulations on this one. Appreciate you, Brian Harrison.
Big win, but thank you to you and your viewers for helping us deliver this big victory here, Grant.
Absolutely. You know, the real thing is there is strength in numbers, folks. It really, really works. We rally Stinchfield's army, man, and when we get going, we cannot be stopped. It's a beautiful thing. RFK Jr.'s push to adjust the vaccine schedule takes a huge leap forward. That's next.
Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul. Something shocking is happening with gold that the mainstream media won't report. Paper contracts for gold rarely result in physical delivery. But today, billionaires and major banks are demanding actual gold bars at 10 times the normal rate. Why the panic for physical gold? These institutional giants understand our $37 trillion debt means we're on a path to currency collapse. The good news, you can make the same move. A gold IRA from my trusted friends at Birch Gold Group lets you move your IRA or 401k into gold. To learn more, click below to get a free info kit on gold. Throughout history, gold has endured where currencies fail. Right now, the biggest players in the finance industry are proving this time won't be different. Click below for your free info kit from Birch Gold and diversify your savings now.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's anti-kibble breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Big things are happening in America, and AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, is standing with you. In a time when our freedoms feel threatened and when Washington seems out of touch, AMAC is proving that one organization can still put the people first. While the media spins, AMAC is giving you the truth, the benefits, and the voice you deserve.
We've got a lot of strength in numbers.
From exclusive discounts to real news and powerful advocacy in our nation's capital, AMAC is fighting every day to defend faith, family, and freedom. Right now, you can join AMAC for just $1 for a full year of membership. That's right, just $1 to be a part of the fastest growing conservative organization in the nation.
Our rights don't come from government. Our rights come from God.
Don't wait. Go to amac.us/POTUS today. That's amac.us/POTUS. $1, 1 year, one strong voice for America. Stand up, speak out, and let your voice be heard with AMAC.
J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Well, we've got a new advisory committee on vaccines serving the CDC and the FDA, thanks to Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the Health and Human Services Secretary. It's a new day. You know, this committee used to be served by everybody doing the bidding of Big Pharma, and Big Pharma is not used to people like Dr. Robert Malone, a friend of this program, asking him tough questions. He's on the committee, by the way. Roll it.
And furthermore, the data that were submitted to the FDA were edited. They were edited relative to data that was submitted to other agencies. The actual images were edited. Can you comment on that, please?
So Pfizer does not have a further comment other than we did work in close consultation with the FDA on all of our biodistribution studies that were approved for our licensed product.
No. You edited the data to the FDA. Why? I'm telling you, folks, big pharma is a big issue in America, and not in a good way. I want to bring in the chief of pediatric medicine for the wellness company. My new friend, Dr. Alejandro Diaz, is with us. Dr. Diaz, it's great to have you back. Thanks for coming on today.
Thank you, Grant. Thank you for having me.
Dr. Diaz, just the response from Pfizer says it all, doesn't it?
Oh, definitely. You know, as you know, Grant, you know, the ACIP, they just removed and replaced 17 members on the committee. You know, reason why, because there was a lot of misconceptions specifically in the vaccines. And now they have very good people making very good decisions for the MAHA movement to make America healthy again. And so I think this is fantastic news for everybody.
I think so. So a lot of information came out at this advisory. Normally, I would think I'm not going to be tuning into one of these hearings about medical stuff, how boring, but not so much. Cut to.
But we do hope that the FDA and the CDC will look much more carefully into this, because most of us are extremely concerned about the safety and the lack of robust evidence, both on safety and efficacy for not only pregnant women but their babies. This is something that I think really deviates from any standards that we knew in the past.
All right, that was Dr. Levy specifically asking about the COVID vaccine for pregnant women with not a lot of data. Your thoughts on that, Doctor?
You know, the thing is that what happened with the COVID shots since the beginning is that there was never enough data to release those products. And as you know, I never call them vaccines, because they're not. What I call them, it's toxic injectable products of experimentation. That's exactly what they are. And I'm very happy, as many of my colleagues are happy, that they are removing all those mandates and all those regulations in terms of the COVID shots. And, you know, the ACIP just made a great change when it comes to no more universal recommendations for the COVID shots. Now it will come to a personal risk, and the doctor will make the decision upon the individual risk of the patient. I think that's fantastic news.
Yeah. Let's hope doctors get educated. My biggest problem was, unless you're working for the wellness company these days, most of these doctors aren't all that educated when it comes to this stuff. Lastly, measles, mumps, rubella, there's a V at the end. I forget what that stands for, but this has now been pushed off till 4 years of age, typically given earlier to kids that are born. Your thoughts on them pushing that combination shot back?
Well, I definitely disagree with that, because I really think that we have to delay those shots as much as we can. As you know, I'm an immunologist, vaccinologist, pediatrician, and that's exactly what happened with hepatitis B. The committee, they were trying to delay the first shot, which is taking within the first 24 hours of being born, and there's not sufficient data to recommend that, but they've been doing it for at least 25, 30 years. And I think we have to move forward, and we have to bring more data to have better recommendations.
It makes no sense to give a baby a hepatitis B shot for a sexually transmitted disease if the mother doesn't have hepatitis B. You'd think that's a simple conclusion, but not so much in the day and age we live in. Dr. Diaz, let me tell people how they can find the Wellness Company. We're so grateful for your support of this program, and, of course, when you come on. This is what I'd like you to do, folks. Go to twc.health/voice. Use the promo code VOICE at checkout to save 10% on so many of their great products, from the prescription medication kits like this one right here. There's the Spike Detox, and if you've taken the vaccine, you want to get the Spike Detox. It is a great supplement, and it is doing great things for people that had taken the vaccine and want to get that spike protein out of their system. twc.health/voice. Use the promo code VOICE. All right, the mainstream media truly is obnoxious. Luckily, President Trump is here to put them in their place.
Hi, I'm Caleb, and this is my story. I was born born with osteogenesis imperfecta or brittle bone disease. I have broken my bones almost 200 times, and I have had 11 surgeries. But I didn't let that stop me. I love to bike ride, climb, race, and I'm learning how to stand and walk. But I can only do all of this because of generous people like you and Shriners Hospitals for Children.
And for the past 100 years, Shriners Children's has become family to millions of kids. But it's only possible because of people like you.
Shriners Hospitals for Children is only able to provide this world-class, life-changing medical care because of the generous gifts of people just like you.
Because of you, I can ride my bike. I can play basketball. Because of people like you, I can play the trombone. I can smile.
Will you send your love to the rescue today?
When you go online to loveshriners.org, you'll help make all of this possible for kids like me. Like me. Like me. When you say yes to giving just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a reminder of all the kids you're helping every day.
Your gift, no matter how small, can help a child today.
This is your moment to make a difference.
When you pick up your phone, I know you have it right there, and call to give. You're helping kids like me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, please call again or give right away at loveshriners.org.
Your gift makes a difference. Thank you for giving.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro.
Steve Bannon.
Now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room. In a culture that celebrates the weak, show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
You want to see how President Trump deals with reporters who interrupt him? Watch.
Mr. President, when are you going to get
We're going to be going into New York, too.
Mr. President.
And we're going to be going in quiet. You're really obnoxious.
I'm not obnoxious, but I'm trying to ask you, what about your plans
You are
for
really
Memphis?
obnoxious.
I'm not obnoxious, but I am asking, what are your plans for Memphis? Many people want
I'm not going to talk to you until I call on you.
What are your plans for Memphis?
Who else?
Mr.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to sell this free speech.
So he calls on Brian Glenn, our main man there. Of course, she was obnoxious. Someone teach her to tone it down. Oh, gosh. Hey, folks, Stinchfield's Army rolls. 10 a.m. Sunday. Charlie Kirk will have all the coverage right here on Real America's Voice.
This Sunday, Real America's Voice pauses to honor a patriot whose voice carried a movement. Rav presents Charlie Kirk, a legacy remembered.
We will achieve American greatness, and we are just getting started.
From campuses to the national stage, Charlie inspired millions to stand boldly for faith, freedom, and country. Now, we reflect on his life, his mission, and the legacy he leaves behind.
The evildoers responsible for my husband's assassination have no idea what they have done.
When America needed a hero, God sent us a Charlie Kirk.
Hosted by Steve Bannon, live coverage of Charlie Kirk's funeral service begins at 10 a.m. Eastern. Join us as we remember a life that will never be forgotten. Only on Real America's Voice.
live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on Friday night. A pizza-less Friday night, unfortunately. Whoa.
Check,
all
please.
the way around. David Stinks. Dish Network Channel 219, Pluto TV Channel 240, Samsung TV Plus Channel 1175, Roku TV on the Roku channel, Apple TV, Amazon Fire, Select TV Channel 106. All those great platforms that you can get on your TV as well as your device. Plus, remember to always follow us on all the socials, Rumble, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, X, Kick, Getter, and Instagram. And if you're on Instagram, it's LFS6B Show on Instagram. Jump into those communities. Always great communities, especially the Getters, like the original. It's like the OGs are on the Getter chat. That's always the biggest group. But also the others are growing, and they're growing like crazy on Rumble, on YouTube, on Facebook. So make sure you get on there, Twitter, X as well.
They have any pizza in those
they probably have
chats?
They have more than we do.
Yeah.
Like and share, like and share, like and share. And yeah, it's a Friday night. Get you ready for the weekend. As you saw, of course, we'll be carrying that special tribute to Charlie Kirk on Sunday here. So set your calendar, set your alert for the programming that we're going to have special programming on Sunday. It's going to be it's probably going to be a very touching tribute throughout the entire broadcast. I know my best friend lives out there. I think he's considering going, but I know from what I understand, they're expecting probably double the amount of people they can actually hold in the stadium.
Yeah.
So
I think they could hold 73,000 or so. I had read, with using the field.
Yeah.
But I think they're expecting well over 100. And to your case, might be 150, 200.
And you know what? If that's the case, you're probably going to see. We'll probably be out there in the parking lot because people will probably just hang out in the parking lot.
Yep.
And they'll probably have the big screens and stuff like that. So it's going to be a one day you will not forget,
It's
especially
totally
if you do make the plans to go out there.
It's totally appropriate our network's doing this, Real America's Voice, because not only was Charlie on our network, but he was friends with many of us at the network, many of the hosts, many of the producers, the owner's son, key people. So this is what's great about this event. What we're doing with the event is it's personal.
Yep.
It really is personal. That's not in a superficial way. It is personal. It's like we lost a family member as well as a legendary leader.
Right. Very own Harry on the Highway is out there. I think
Harry's there.
He's going to be working the event.
So it's extra special for us at RAV.
So again, make sure you plan accordingly for Sunday so you can catch the entire thing. It's going to be quite the outpouring, and again, hosted by Steve Bannon.
Yeah.
And if you're looking at us going, what the heck are you guys? What are you guys wearing? Well, tonight we're all Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
Here we go. Courtesy of
Sherry Merrill.
That was nice of Sherry.
She's in the Facebook chat.
There we go. Freedom.
A great Facebooker.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Who sends us
KDJ
stuff?
Long live Charlie Kirk.
That's nice. Very nice.
Isn't that cool?
That's awesome.
That's
Kevin Downey
awesome.
Jr., of course, is here of the Kevin Downey Jr. radio show, which you can hear on 103.9 LI News Radio, where you're hearing us right now, as a matter of fact, and linewsradio.com. Who did that jacket for you?
Well, thank you for asking. This is from my friend Kate Ganci, Ganci. You can go to Instagram. She's got a couple of profiles. Kate with a K, Kate Ganci, and she makes custom Trump swag, and she's a genius.
That looks great, man.
Thanks. Isn't that cool? I just, I don't know what you can decorate, so I just gave her a bunch of jackets, said, here, please, one of these, and she went through it. She did this in no time. Overnight.
Right.
Overnight, and and I've been wearing it everywhere ever since. Everywhere.
Yeah, it's amazing. You've been wearing that. I remember seeing you post a few pictures of it, which is kind of cool. And I was walking through a store today with this shirt on before I came to the office, and somebody just random woman. She's like, "Great shirt."
She knew.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you could tell people were looking at it. I'm like, good.
Yep.
I'm glad that people are recognizing it. So, Sherry Merrill, thank you for hooking us up with the Friday night attire. We appreciate it.
I've been wearing it all day, by the way. I've had this on all day. Not just for the show.
I just got mine.
All right.
I've been walking around town singing my George Michael song. Freedom.
Yeah.
Come on.
And as you can tell, we are pizzaless. So there's no pizza stains on it, so that's a good thing.
That's actually one of the benefits of not getting the pizza.
So going around the room, Kevin Downey Jr. is here. How are you, my friend?
I'm good, thank Thank you. I'm good. I have a show. Everyone here says, when's your next show?
Yeah, when is your next show?
Thank you for asking.
Yeah, thank you.
It's Sunday, right here. Well, not right here, but very close to downtown scenic Bohemia at McGuire's Comedy Club. It's not a full set. It's a showcase show, which means you'll have more comedians, and I'll be closing it out with like 20 or 30 at the end. So if you're anywhere near Long Island, I'll be at McGuire's Comedy Club this Sunday at 7 p.m.
Yeah, so there you have it. You can also follow Kevin on all of his socials. Make sure you just put in Kevin Downey Jr. Radio Show, correct?
Yes.
And that'll give you all the info and find out where he is. Of course, see his writings on, because he's an author, on pjmedia.com, and of course on the radio Monday through Friday at linewsradio.com or 103.9 LI News Radio. Slick Rick is here. Odds makers from last night.
Pizza. Let's see.
He's hungry.
Of course. Why not? 1.5 points is what we missed by. They had 10 points. I knew it with 2 minutes to go. They weren't going to drive the touchdown in. They were just going to run the clock down, kick the field goal, and get out of Dodge. And that's exactly what they did. But let's not forget, Matt Prater, the Buffalo kicker, did miss one wide left, and that would have been the spread. Such is the life of an odds maker. Unbelievable.
Yeah. So anything else on your sports menu that you've got coming up that you
absolutely. Rampage Jackson's son was arrested on charges. Remember that wrestle beatdown a couple of weeks ago? Well, he got arrested and charged for that. And that hockey player involved in Adam Johnson's death. Remember the young man about 2 years ago? He got his neck cut by a blade.
Yes,
And there was some controversy there with the player. Well, that player has now signed an NHL contract with the minor league team. So we'll dive into that a little bit. And Colin Kaepernick is back in the news as well. We'll talk about him.
Oh, yeah? Is he going to be cheerleading now?
Yeah, well, he's some kind of autopsy. I'll get into that in sports.
All right, very good. So Slick Rick is going to have sports throughout the show, of course. And last but not least, Vinny Mac is here. Vin, how are you?
That's good. I'm doing great. I had a busy day today with a couple of Facebook battles. People are posting all the time about the fact that they're canceling ABC and Disney. Mm-hmm. And I reminded them that, welcome, because we canceled them about, 7 or 8 years ago? We haven't been watching them either. But I did watch something I wanted to share with you guys, see if you guys saw this. Have you seen the Charlie Sheen documentary?
No, but I heard about it because he was talking about it with Joe Rogan just the other day.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. He had a great interview with Joe Rogan. It is insane. Like you feel weathered when you're done with it. Okay, I'm not saying you feel good. You gotta hose yourself down after watching that. Charlie Sheen, the abuse he did to his body, the amount of drugs this guy did, the life he led is astonishing.
Yeah.
I recommend seeing it just to see a train wreck in motion. For real.
It sounds like he's the Hollywood version of Hunter Biden.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Good analogy on that one.
Right?
Totally.
Yeah, tied that in.
All right. So, Vin, anything you want to tease us with you got coming up a little bit later that's been on your radar?
Yeah, I do have a couple of things. Well, I don't know if you heard just now, breaking news, Trump took out another drug boat.
Nice.
We got another one bites the dust. So that's breaking news. But what's really bothering me is the vote on honoring Charlie. Charlie Kirk in the House, and the fact that anybody would vote against that. It's astonishing to me, even though I get smacked in the face time and time again when the left does this, and when they do it, it's astonishing that they have the gall to do it. And then AOC, it's shocking the things that she said.
Yeah.
One of the brightest guys, by the way, on the planet. Was this Charlie Kirk? This is a super intelligent guy.
Yep.
I got to talk about Charlie with a smile. I want to talk about Charlie with positivity and uplifting. I don't want to talk about it from a sadness standpoint.
Right.
But this woman who's brainless herself, totally trashing his intelligence.
Are you still talking about AOC? You're talking about Jasmine Crockett? Are you talking about Rashida Tlaib? Which one? Because they're all equally
it's
disgusting.
Quite the collection.
Right, disgusting and stupid at the same time.
Stupid
Which one?
is as stupid does.
Right.
I mean, she really embarrassed herself, by talking about someone of that intelligence level. Did you see that?
I did. And I get it. Communists have no impulse control. They must always destroy. They can't help themselves. They just can't help themselves. And I truly believe that they're spreading these lies. Charlie Kirk said that the civil rights was bad. No, it's not quite at all what he said.
He never said that, by the way.
He never said that. We should show a clip. I don't think we can have one today, but what the full clip is, he's saying it was good for black people, but what it morphed into is not good.
Yeah.
And he's 1,000% right.
Yeah.
1,000% right. And remember, the communists latch on to all these not even laws, but like, all right, civil rights laws, sure, or various amendments meant to make black former slaves into citizens. Now they're saying, well, if I run across the border here from Mexico, have a baby, well, it's in your Constitution. No, it's an anchor baby. It wasn't meant for that. But the communists are always finding ways to use the Constitution against we the people.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
They're more emboldened than ever, too. What we're seeing, the one really beautiful thing that's happened through the disastrous and horrible death of Charlie Kirk, the assassination, is we have all really circled the wagons. Young people, middle-aged people, older people. It's such a positive vibe going on right now of let's take the helm here.
It's the what do you call it? It's the George Costanza version of George Floyd. Right? Opposite day.
Opposite day.
Opposite everything.
Yeah.
Everything that they did to celebrate someone who is not even close to the man of Charlie Kirk. It's completely insane what they did and how we respond when something like that affects us personally. So we'll get into that. We'll get into that House resolution to honor the life and legacy of the late conservative activist and family member here at Real America's Voice, Charlie Kirk. We'll deal with that. We've got a bunch of clips. Also got to say hello to Dave and Kathy Myers, who came up from Tennessee.
Yeah.
I just met them in the parking lot.
Yeah.
Did you see them?
Yeah.
All right.
They're on a whirlwind East Coast trip up the coast. They stopped by. We said hello. We took some pictures.
Kevin, did you ask him for money?
Kevin gave him tickets to his show.
Yes.
Yeah, he's going.
I gave him a card to my radio show.
I got a show down the street.
I got a radio show. You came from Tennessee. Stay for a couple of days.
They're great people, Dave and Kathy. Thank you so much for stopping by. We appreciate it. It's a Friday night. Let's get it rolling. Woo. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice. We'll be back. Stay there.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me.
If you're happy and you know it, dance around. If you're happy and you know it, play a song.
If you're happy and you know it, and your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and
call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever. Because of you.
We are happy and we know it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Friday night. Welcome back to the program. If you're joining us in the chats, hello, chats. We'll be in there, of course, throughout the night. Make sure you join those communities. Share, like the show. Let's break through the algorithms and let's try and spread this far and wide as we ask you to every single night. We appreciate you taking the time and hanging out and making friends in the chat. So let's keep it moving forward, shall we? Slick Rick has got sports. Let's do some now and get an update. Slick, what do you got? Of course, Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to MyPillow.com. Use our code LFS6B at checkout. Hit us with it, Slickness.
Okay, NCAA football. A couple of Friday night under the light football games. We got Tulsa right now leading Oklahoma State 10-3, 42 seconds to go in the first quarter. We got another one. Rutgers and Iowa tied at 7. That's 12:39 to go in the first as well. Defense being played there, I can see. We got Major League Baseball. We got about 10 days left, 10 games or so, and we're getting down to the final push, the final stretch for the pennant races and the wild card positioning. Right now, the Braves lead the Tigers 6-1, end of 6. End of 5, Cubs and Reds tied at 4. Boy, the Reds need those wins. Athletics 4-3 over the Pirates, bottom 6. That game means 0. Orioles 1-0 over the Yankees, top of the 5th. Bottom 4, Nationals 4-2 over the Mets. Mets also need to continue their winning ways. Rays 2-1 over the Red Sox, top of the 3rd. Bottom 3rd, White Sox lead the Padres 2-1. Padres could use that. Royals 7-1 over the Blue Jays, end of 1. Marlins and Rangers, no score, bottom 1. Top 1st, Twins and Guardians, same deal, no score. Mariners 1-0 over the Astros, top of the 1st. Bottom 1st, Angels and Rockies, 0s. Brewers and Cardinals also just underway, nothing going on there. Phillies taking on the Diamondbacks, 9:40 first pitch in Arizona, which is going to be where the world will be focusing on come Sunday. But they got a little baseball action going on. And then we also have the Giants taking on the Dodgers out in L.A. And that is, for you folks, a 10:10 first pitch for our friends out on the West Coast. And, a little news today. Rampage Jackson's son, Raja, arrested on assault charges for wrestler beatdown. We had ran this story a couple of weeks ago. This is Warner Todd Houston of Breitbart. The son of UFC great Quentin Rampage Jackson has finally been charged with felony assault nearly a month after beating a wrestler into unconsciousness at an event in California back in August. Jackson was arrested and charged on Thursday and is being held on $50,000 bail, according to the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. ESPN has reported Jackson is accused of taking his retaliation against a wrestler too far with a brutal attack on wrestler Psycho Stu at promoter Knox Pro Knox Experience event on August 23rd in Sun Valley, California. A shocking video shows that Jackson took this fight with the wrestler over the top. The problem seemed to start when the wrestler slammed the beverage can upside Jackson's head in a pre-fight meeting captured on video. And that will definitely instigate somebody. But later, when the two got in the ring, it appears that Jackson became enraged and began pummeling the wrestler over and over and over again with some 24 vicious haymakers to the head and face while the wrestler lay on the mat, apparently unconscious. Obviously, you can check out, we don't have that video, but you can check it out on X. Knox X pro blasted Jackson's attack in a post on Facebook reading what was supposed to be a planned and agreed upon wrestling spot turned into a selfish, irresponsible act of violence against Mr. Smith. This egregious act is reprehensible and never should have occurred. So we'll see what happens with this. I'm sure felony assault is a pretty serious charge. Obviously, in that arena, it's going to be very difficult to prove in the wrestling arena, but we will see what happens with that.
I mean, I think they've got it on video, right?
They got it on video, but I mean, I guess, I don't know.
Guilty. It might be you might have a tough time there saying that's not you.
I I want to see what the lawyers say, because he could say, wow, it was staged, but I mean, obviously we could see from the pummeling that certainly was not what wrestling is, because wrestling, very rare do those punches connect at all. And when they do, they're kind of short on that.
Exactly.
But I'll run that Colin Kaepernick story a little bit later, because I know nobody wants to hear from me. Yeah, but I got a couple.
I'll take a knee for the story. Thank you.
We'll catch you up on that hockey player, too, who signed a minor league contract after that tragic accident that happened 2 years ago. And that's a wrap in sports. Rick, back to you.
All right. Thank you, Slick. And Slick Rick Sports, again, brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to MyPillow.com. Use our code LFS6B at checkout. You'll save yourself a ton of money on some great stuff. The holidays are coming. You might as well order early and take advantage of the extra lead time. I think it's under 100 days till Christmas, right? Yeah, I think that's what they say.
Not quite. Right? No, yeah, it is, sure. Because the 25th will be 90 days.
Oh, my
90 days.
Oh, my goodness. I'm already talking about Christmas. It's crazy. Anyhow, I don't know if you guys saw this. I don't want to break my own arm patting myself on the back.
No, why would you do that?
But I will do so.
All right, you get a harumph.
Aaron, picture number 1, please. I predicted this last summer when Joe was stepping down or getting pushed out or sometime during the campaign, that the only currency Joe Biden had and the only money that he would have would come from still being president. That's why he needed to run again. Mm-hmm. Because as soon as he left...
That's a great point.
Everybody knew nobody's hiring him for anything.
Yep.
There's going to be no huge big deals. There's going to be no speaking tour because he can't speak. And here it is from the Daily Mail... Harump, harump, harump. Humiliating state of Joe Biden's finances revealed. Unwanted president can't get a paid job and will likely die in debt.
Wow.
Yeah, retired. He retired late and has a mortgage not set to be paid off. Check this out till after his 100th birthday. Some might say he's not the best financial planner as he struggles to find post-presidential feet. Find his post-presidential feet. There's little prospect that Joe Biden 82 will get any help from his Democratic friends. Many of them are still seething at the octogenarian's decision to attempt a re-election bid in 2024 and have little appetite to invite him to make lucrative speeches because he can't speak, or to contribute funds to his presidential library because he can't speak or probably read at this point. There isn't a whole lot of goodwill for the former president in some key corridors of powers, and that stems from the fact that he should have never tried to mount the re-election campaign. One Democratic insider told the Daily Mail, a lot of us are frustrated and even angry, so there are very few of us who are well-disposed and want to come to support a presidential library or provide him any kind of financial support. It's amazing, but I said it because let's face it, he's like one of these sports athletes that has this entire entourage and like 100 people sucking from the teat, right? But then as soon as that career is over, they're broke. Why? Yep. Because they're all hangers-on, including his entire family.
Yeah.
Right?
He sponge off them.
Right. He had no income.
Well, his son provided some, but don't you think?
But that all dried up as soon as he lost because he lost influence.
Wait, no one's buying Hunter paintings? Come on.
Come on.
Gotta have some of those around.
All that dried up because he has no influence. He has nothing to offer.
Nope.
That was his currency.
And you know what's even better? He's been seen flying commercial.
Yes. There's a picture of him
riding Amtrak.
And he went to go visit.
So he boards early for
right. He went to go visit. I believe he went to go visit Hunter in Malibu and stayed at a what do you call it?
I know what it is.
Days Inn?
No, worse.
Oh,
a Red Roof?
No.
He stayed
Motel 6.
He stayed in a camper.
A camper?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Whoa.
Even better.
Yeah.
Trailer park Joe.
He stayed in a trailer park.
Yep. Are you kidding me?
On the West Coast. What do you call it? Albeit one of the world's most salubrious, they call it, trailer parks, but it's a trailer park nonetheless in a trailer belonging to music star Moby.
Okay. All right. Well, it's a celebrity.
But it's a
nice trailer.
Yeah.
But it's a trailer.
I also think... I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, the Bidens are trailer trash anyway.
Exactly.
And I say that as someone who's trailer adjacent.
He probably felt right at home.
I was going to say another part, other than the fact that he can't speak and can't really hold an audience, is that he was a terrible president. There's no legacy here. Right. He didn't do anything.
The worst president ever.
So there's nothing to talk about.
Worse than Carter.
Would you say he's the worst of your life, Slick?
Yeah, well, Carter was the only other one that can compare or hold a candle.
Carter, I don't think did as much damage.
No.
Right. And Jimmy Carter could at least build his own house.
Right.
So
right. Habitat for Humanity, right?
Yep. So there you have it. Again, you're welcome. Hashtag told you. Knew it.
Thank you, Rick Delgado.
Thank you. I'm done. I'll see you Monday. You guys continue on.
I'll be here all week. Tip your waitress.
We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll hear from Kevin Downey Jr. and Vinnie Mac. See what's on their minds. Live from Studio 6B on a Friday night. Stay there.
People are being given 20 days to move their savings out of bank accounts just because of their political views. In fact, a conservative billionaire in Washington, who you know very well, was forced to transfer hundreds of millions of dollars. Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul. If they can debank billionaires for their politics, what's stopping them from doing the same to you? This is why I've always advocated for the one asset that can't be debanked: gold. Click below for a free info kit on gold IRAs from my trusted friends at Birch Gold Group. For thousands of years, while paper currencies and banking systems failed, gold has preserved wealth. Even billionaires are learning this lesson the hard way. Don't wait for your own 20-day notice. Click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Friday night. Thank you so much for joining us. Of course, Kevin Downey Jr. is here. We'll hear from him in just a little bit. Vinnie Mac as well. Slick has got some more sports throughout the entirety of the show. Make your plans if you're just joining us and you haven't heard. We're doing this great broadcast on Sunday honoring the legacy of Charlie Kirk. It'll be right here on Real America's Voice, hosted by Steve Bannon. So make sure you make your plans accordingly to make sure you catch it. It should be a spectacular event. A lot of people I hear are showing up. They're probably going to have more people confirmed who might be speaking at the event as well. So you're be prepared to probably tear up a bunch throughout the night, or throughout the day, I should say. But make your plans. It's a fitting tribute to this guy who was a part of this network and a part of so many people's lives and started something, I think, that will never stop. I think at this point, it's going to blossom probably even more than he thought it possibly ever could. Yeah. So let's try and make that make Sunday the first step in that.
Well, with his wife stepping in, one of the things I thought was really powerful about her stepping in is Charlie really resonated with young men.
Yeah.
It's one of the big things that we got out of this. And, I'm really hoping she resonates with young women.
It sounds like she does.
Yeah, it does sound like she does. I've heard her speak on a couple of subjects. And how amazing would that be if the young women embraced this idea and the philosophy that Charlie was preaching and also understood, some of the realities that he tried to present. So I'm really hopeful for that. What's amazing, isn't it? We get all the young men, and now, she goes and helps the young women understand, life a little better.
Yeah. I think it's gonna blossom into something maybe nobody even saw coming, because this is resonating with a lot of people, not only in this country but around the world.
Well, Teresa at America's first warehouse, the America Warehouse, she says there's a ton of young people that are registered for Sunday.
Know.
A ton.
That's
unbelievable amount,
isn't it?
That's great.
So there's your start right there.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, I don't know if you guys saw this, and we'll come to KDJ and Vin right after this, but a Democratic mayor running for Congress in Illinois was tear gas today. Yeah. For what? For doing something crazy? Yes. As a matter of fact, was tear gassed this morning during a small protest outside an Immigration and Custom Enforcement facility in suburban Chicago.
Good for him.
As a matter of fact, I've got video.
Hello.
And, of course, I would like to share that video with you. This is cut number 9. Here is Chicago ICE unleashing things on the left-wing agitators in Chicago. Check this out.
I can't watch this enough.
Watch this. They're shooting the tear gas to get them to back off.
Are they trying to stab the tires?
I don't know what they're trying to do, but this guy, Captain Central America, didn't think this out very well.
Is that the guy?
Because he picked up the tear gas and threw it at some of the officers there, which is assault. There they go.
We'll see you in jail.
See you later.
And you know what? Biden's not in office to save their bahookies this time.
What happened?
Biden's not in office to save their bahookies this time.
Exactly.
No. I read Real Clear Politics has a comparison between the George Floyd mostly peaceful riots, January 6th, and the 2017 inauguration of Trump. Way more people were arrested on J6 than in those 7 months of rioting.
That's astonishing.
And most of them had their charges dropped.
That's just sick. There it is. You need not say anymore.
Yeah.
And then they sued those big blue toilet towns for a lot of money. The cop hurt my elbow when I was trying to blind him with my little cat chaser thingy laser.
Yeah, he hurt my feelings when he destroyed my Mazel Tov cocktail.
Yeah.
And now I want to get paid. At least one other person who identified herself on social media as Kat Abazula or Abazule or whatever her name is.
How you doing?
Former journalist who is running for Congress, landed on the ground during the encounter after she was pushed by federal law enforcement agents in camouflage, where, you probably saw it right there, wearing a full face covering, sunglasses, and a helmet. Video by CNN. Ooh, so she's very upset that she can't assault ICE officers and get away with it anymore. So there you have it. Again, congratulations to the shield-bearing Captain Central America there. Didn't really think this out too well. I think he's probably seen too many movies where, you just pick up the grenade and throw it back. Yeah, it didn't work out that way before you did.
No Arnold Schwarzenegger there.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it. Look out, there's a bomb.
Yeah, get to the Jaffa. All right. Kevin Downey Jr. is here. He's got some stuff he's been talking about. Again, you can check him out on his radio show Monday through Friday.
Yeah.
International. You can hear it anywhere.
Oh, anywhere. 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Eastern, 9 to 11 p.m.
It's on the internet.
Right?
Yeah, you can listen to him at 103.9 locally or jump online LongIslandNewsRadio.com.
I'll get it.
I'll got it.
All
right.
I like to buy a vowel.
Kevin, what do you got?
Thank you. Did you guys hear about the Macrons, that would be the leader.
Those are those soft cookies they sell in the.
That's the one.
Yes, they're wonderful. I always get them. Yeah.
Speaking of cookies, Brigitte Macron is suing Candace Owens because Candace thinks Brigitte is a dude, a chick with a dingle. And look at this. The New York Post says that the Macrons are going to provide, and I quote, scientific and photographic evidence that Macron is indeed her. What is it? It's Monsieur and
Monsieur,
Mademoiselle,
yes,
Mademoiselle. Now, when they say photographic evidence, I'm assuming
is Bob Guccione involved in that question?
I don't know it.
No.
You know the best part about this though is that in the U.S. courts you can't always take pictures, so that means the court artist is going to be drawing.
An artist rendition.
Yeah, he's going to be drawing Brigitte's hoo-ha.
Now that's a job for Hunter.
Wow. Yeah, you're going to be drawing hoo-has. I don't know what they're going to do. How can they even prove it's her? I mean, if they send could be anybody's hoo-ha.
Well, hold on. Maybe she's going to do it in person where she'll reveal her own chesticles as natural. Maybe. We don't know. I'm imagining a scene out of Ace Ventura.
I'm imagining that the court artist is going to be like.
She kind of. Well, you know, does she wear a wig? It looks like she wears a wig. It's very Buffalo Billish from Silence of the Lambs, right? She's got that look to her.
Your movie reference, at least you didn't say Laverne and Shirley. I think we're good about that.
That's later.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this lawsuit is on.
You have the images?
It's going to be, no, not yet. Okay. I don't know that I can. Thank God we didn't eat pizza tonight, because if we didn't see this, it might be bad. And God bless that court artist for drawing that hoo-ha of Brigitte Macron. Now, in the not-so-funny news, despite what's going on, you'd think that the commies would take a day off of assassination, but as it turns out, no. Here's what we got going on. We've got some animal in New Hampshire who threatened to shoot the GOP governor there, and with a weapon of mass destruction, and we don't know what that is, but he's been rounded up, and some ass clown from Pennsylvania got charged today for threatening to kill Trump. He's from Port Matilda. That's if you're familiar with it, it's up towards the top and slightly western part of the state. Meth country is what I would call it. I've only driven through it 100 times. My dad actually called me once and said, "Be careful around Port Matilda. I'm reading on the internet, so there's meth there, and a lot of people disappear."
You don't stop by for anything.
Yeah, right. He goes, get your gas before that. Go to Ohio. The meth heads will get you.
It makes it sound like meth is hitchhiking.
Yep.
Like, don't pick up any of those meth hitchhikers.
And what else we got? Oh, look at this. An audit of Maryland Social Services Administration revealed there are 7 sex offenders were given guardianship over 10 children in the great state of Maryland. Folks, I don't understand how the left just loves their pedophiles. Maps. They call them maps when they're on their side, but when they want to go after Trump's a pedophile. But when it's other people, they're a map, and they don't really, they don't hurt people yet. Okay, there you go. They're non-offending pedophiles. That's what they say. Well, it just means you didn't catch them yet.
That's exactly right.
And so they're turning over kids to pedophiles in Maryland. My God, folks, we are going to find such a link between the Democratic Party and the kitty diddlers, and it's everywhere. I just saw a guy arguing with Charlie Kirk on a campus, and he goes, "Did you just say all gay people are pedophiles?" He goes, "No, I never said that." And then the guy goes, "Well, besides, pedophiles aren't really dangerous. They're just okay. they're just chasing kids,
right? They're just grabbing kids against their will and forcing themselves upon them. They're maps."
Maps, yeah.
Minor attracted. There might see that's the game that the leftists play there, Vin. It's always a word game.
Yeah.
It's always a word game. It's minor I'm a minor attracted person, they'll say.
It's the narrative.
And that doesn't make me a pedophile. Pedophile is actually a mean word. You shouldn't say that. They're trying to get people to actually buy into the fact that if you call someone a pedophile, that's actually mean.
Yeah.
You're being mean, that you're describing them as such when they're really just minor attracted people.
Did you hear the cops showed up at some woman's house in England and demanded an apology?
Yeah, I heard about that today.
Oh, man.
No,
Or something she posted.
Something she posted. Yeah, I'll pull it up. But they said, we've come here. You must apologize. I'm sure it's probably, against one of the gang rapists that's taken over the UK or something.
Yeah.
But,
Maybe she's against beheading. That possibly could be it. She's pro. But to your point on the left and the Democrats and pedophiles, look no further than all of those kids across the border that are missing.
Yep.
And then we're finding them. Where are they winding up? Some in slave labor.
Yep.
Which to me is a form of pedophilia. If you're going to abuse kids, it doesn't always have to be sexually. They're abusing them for work, but certainly pedophiles. And it's so obvious to me, and I'm so glad you made that point in connecting the left to this, because it's a horrific thing to connect anybody to, let alone a party. But when you see what they did and the amount of kids that are missing, you can't help but think exactly what you said, that they're somehow connected to this or a part of it. Or else, who does that?
Yeah.
Muslims. Muslims do that.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, back in June, you might remember Dan Bongino announced the FBI apprehended 449 child predators and rescued 224 kids in just 3 months. And I know the other day when he was at Congress on the Hill testifying, those numbers have grown a lot. They found a lot more kids.
Huge.
Yep. Some of them are dead.
Yeah.
They're finding bodies of these missing kids.
Yeah.
Which
is just sickening.
Some are, as Vin said, some are in like slave labor. Remember, I think they busted a weed farm in California, and they had a bunch of little kids working it, as well as adults.
We need to do a documentary on this.
Yeah.
This is a story and a half. This entire expedition of kids coming across the border, disappearing and winding up in all these things suddenly. How do they just wind up in these places, by the way? How is that?
Remember that movie, Sound
of Freedom?
Sound of Freedom.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That was a good
Rolling
movie.
Stone magazine went after it. Well, the conspiracy theory, this QAnon-aligned child pedophilia, it's real.
Yeah.
And when you've got Operation Mockingbird defending it, well, now we know who's in on this.
Yeah, exactly. And again, I'm looking for the numbers. I'll try and find the numbers, because they were pretty big numbers when it comes to kids that have been found and pedophiles that have been apprehended. They're busting rings all over the place.
They're doing a great job.
They're doing a great job doing that. Yeah, it's amazing stuff. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll hear what's going on in Vin's world. We'll do some sports with Slick Rick and more with you guys in the chat. Join us in there. Chat, live in the chat. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice, and 103.9 LI News Radio. We'll be back. Stay there.
Guys, if you plan to retire in the next 20 years, or if you've already retired, I have a message for you that you need to hear. Central banks, BRIC nations, and our allies are pumping trillions of dollars back into America, but every dollar they send could make your savings worth less. Hi, I'm Donald Trump Jr., and I just want you to be prepared for the future. So protect your hard-earned savings with gold. A gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group offers you the safety net of gold with the tax advantage status of a retirement account. To see how it's done, click the link below to get a free info kit on gold IRAs. This kit reveals why gold IRAs are exploding in popularity, so do it now. What do you have to lose? It's free and there's no obligation. Click the link below to get your free info kit from the Birch Gold Group.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Friday night. Welcome back to the program. We've got Slick Rick's got sports coming up in just a little bit, but let's jump over to Vinnie Mac and see what he's got going on in his world. Vin, what's on the radar? What have you been looking at? What's been poaching your potatoes?
Poaching my potatoes?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes, I did not know that. I have just been watching a lot of Charlie Kirk videos, more so than I ever did just sort of as an observational person. I've been watching them because I'm really studying them and the subjects he talked about, and I've saved a bunch of them, and I'm going to be sharing them with thoughts as we continue to do the show over the next couple of weeks. But one in particular really, really grabbed me, and it's just his arguments are just so smart and they're so sensible. And what I'm going to say to you guys, you're going to be like, yeah, of course, that's so logical. Like, it's not like this, groundbreaking thing. However, it's just an amazing argument to the insanity we've had to deal with for the last 8 years plus, or maybe go back to Obama, 12 years. And that is this idea of diversity. How many times have you heard that word used, just in general, about workplaces, sports, just about everything? I'm making a committee and it needs to be diverse. And so he's in a discussion about diversity. And the argument is diversity's good. And Charlie says diversity's not good. And the person that he's arguing with is like, what makes us special is our unity. That we're united. You can be from a different country. You could speak a different language and English. You could be of all sorts of different colors and ethnicities. It doesn't matter, because if we're here and we're unified, that's the most important thing. Not that we're sharing and celebrating our diversity with things that separate us. So that was really where his point came. Yeah. And it just stuck with me because it's just such a common sense, simple thing. And you can't argue that. You could talk about diversity all you want. At the end of the day, the only things that make anything strong, sports teams, businesses, just how we get along with our families and our friends, it's unity. And the fact that he just made this simple argument, it just really struck with me, and I just wanted to share that. And frankly, I was
going to say, when you say that, you don't really think about it that way until it's presented that way.
Exactly.
And then it flashes into my mind. It's like, remember all those times growing up, right? Or maybe even recently. Maybe you're at a bar watching a game. People around you don't know. Maybe there's a biker. Maybe there's a gay person. Maybe there's a black, white, Chinese. All of a sudden, But if you're all fans of that team, when that team scores, you're high-fiving, you're clutching each other.
That's so true.
You're toasting each other, right?
So true.
That's exactly what happens.
Yes, that's
And
no
he
question.
makes the point, one other point that he makes, when the founding fathers, wrote the Declaration of Independence and actually formed the ideas and ideals that the country was going to be based on, this was their core principle. That is that we have people from everywhere. We have all sorts of different ethnicities, people coming from Europe to become citizens here all over. And what will make us strong is unity, not diversity.
Right.
And it's such a misuse of the word. And you start peeling this back and you just think, that's simple brilliance.
Yeah, because it's there. It's so obvious, and then it brings to light, something like Rocky IV. When Rocky turns that entire Russian crowd on his side, they didn't speak the same language. They didn't have the same politics. They hated him when he walked in because of what they thought he stood for. But all of a sudden, everybody starts cheering, and if you could change, I could change.
Yeah,
and if we could change, everything could change. That's basically,
Yeah. Yo, Adrian, how you doing?
I'm not finding it now, but there's a book that proved diversity is bad, especially when it's forced on people, because it makes people stay home and it keeps people from getting together.
Yeah.
Because birds of a feather. Now, I'm not saying you can't be friends with someone who doesn't look like you, but when it's forced on you, people withdraw. And I think that's one of the reasons they push diversity, other than the fact that they're sending people here they're gouging Muslims into Western civilization. Yeah, to take us over. There's that as well. But when I was a kid, they bust the kids from the white neighborhoods to go to schools in the black neighborhoods and vice versa.
Right.
And it was, it was riots. Riots took place.
It was a disaster.
Yeah. And you see that with boards of companies. I see that especially in the entertainment business. I mean, how many commercials have you seen where, there's all these mixed families and all, which is I get it.
No, Vin, no, not that many mixed families as they try to portray. It's impossible.
My friends and I goof on that. We goof on that all the time. But remember how we all felt after 9/11? No matter who you were with after 9/11, we could have been in Harlem. We could have been in Spanish Harlem. We could have been in Chinatown. We could have been anywhere, and we all would have held hands and hugged and been unified because we're Americans.
Yep.
And that's where Charlie was coming from. And the thing that every video I see with Charlie, there's a misunderstanding of just very simple vernacular of sensibilities that we have, in this country. And this is one of the big ones. So I wanted to call that out. Right. I also wanted to say kudos to Sinclair Broadcasting, because tonight when Jimmy Kimmel's supposed to be on, wasn't Jimmy Kimmel canceled?
Oh, yeah.
I believe he was canceled. Yes. Sorry, Jimmy. We're going to bring Carson back. That is weird, wacky stuff. Yes. We got to bring him back. But Sinclair decided they're going to run a tribute to Jimmy Kimmel tonight. I mean, to Charlie Kirk tonight.
Charlie Sheen?
Hey, I had Charlie Sheen in my head. I'm sorry about that. Oh, my God. What a train wreck.
A lot of Charlies.
Talk about diversity. No, kidding. But they're going to be running a tribute to Charlie Kirk in his slot, which is more than appropriate. And I love the fact they're doing it. One last point that I'll bring up that really caught me today. All this controversy around the Jimmy Kimmel thing.
Yes.
And, as a comedian, Kevin, I guess you could probably relate to this as much as anybody, because you guys are saying things that sometimes are politically incorrect. You're just trying to be funny. In Jimmy's case, he wasn't trying to be funny. He was making a statement. There was no joke. Yeah. I'm waiting for the punchline.
It was a blatant lie. And that's why he got canceled. He's in such a position, you can't say stuff like that. That does violate FCC rules to some extent. You can't go up. I mean, look at Alex Jones. He wasn't even on a broadcast network. They sued him for $1 billion because he said a school shooting was fake. $1 billion.
Look at Rudy Giuliani. Look at others. But so many comedians, folks that I really love. Dave Chappelle, love him. The whole thing with the trans thing. You see what happened with Kevin Hart, with the Oscars and so on, about a video for 20 years ago. Also, putting this all in context, because the Kimmel thing's getting a lot of play. There's protests. There's people up in arms. There are people canceling ABC.
Yeah.
But guess what? Trump's approval rating's up 10 points.
Yep.
Yeah.
The American people get it. We get it. There's no joke. We see through this nonsense. Every time something happens, I'm watching the news and thinking, oh boy, maybe they're getting some momentum here with these protests, whatever they're doing. I realize they're not. Trump is getting more popular because the American people are not dumb. Yeah. They're not as dumb as Joe Biden, Barack Obama, Kamala Harris, Hillary Clinton. They all made us feel like we're dumb, and we're not. We're very smart, and you can see by the result of that. Yep. Sorry, you're going to say something about the comedy thing, I believe, right?
Well, two things. First of all, someone said, as a comedian, you should be mad that Jimmy Kimmel show's over. And I said, as a comedian, he would never book me. I'm not a 14-year-old transgender batwanger from the hipster part of Brooklyn. Batwanger. And number two, they're only screaming about this because they know, well, the useful idiots will do whatever you tell them. But at the end of the day, they're mad because they're losing one of their propaganda machines.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's true. And with that said, we're running out of time. I want to get this clip in cut number 3. Here is the man himself explaining exactly what's going on with these people who think they're actually better and smarter than they are. Cut 3. Check it out.
Tell me the last time that Jack Benny, Red Skelton,
listen,
Benny comedian, used his show to do serious issues. That's not what I'm there for. Can't they see that? But why do they think that just because you have a Tonight Show that you must deal in serious issues? That's a danger. It's a real danger. Once you start that, you start to get that self-important feeling that what you say has great import. And strangely enough, you could use that show as a forum. You could sway people, and I don't think you should as an entertainer.
Yeah. There you have it from the man himself, the legend, Johnny Carson.
Best ever.
Best ever. We'll come back. We'll take a quick break. We got Slick Rick Sports. We got a whole lot of other stuff coming up in hour number 2. We need you to hang tight with us on a Friday night. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice, and 103.9 LI News Radio. Stay there.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
We realize there are many choices when it comes to who you choose for your cell phone service, and there are new ones popping up all the time. But here's the truth. There's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for, and that's Patriot Mobile. For more than 12 years, Patriot Mobile has been on the front lines, fighting for our God-given rights and freedoms, while also providing exceptional nationwide cell phone service with access to all 3 of the main networks. Don't just take our word for it. Ask the hundreds of thousands of Americans who've made the switch and are now supporting causes they believe in simply by joining Patriot Mobile. Switching is easier than ever. Activate in minutes from the comfort of your own home. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Patriot Mobile's all U.S.-based support team is standing by to take care of you. Call 972-PATRIOT today or go to patriotmobile.com/TrumpUK. Use promo code TrumpUK for a free month of service. That's patriotmobile.com/TrumpUK or call 972-PATRIOT and make the switch today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives
after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. This Sunday, Real America's Voice pauses to honor a patriot whose voice carried a movement. Rev presents Charlie Kirk, A Legacy Remembered.
We will achieve American greatness, and we are just getting started.
From campuses to the national stage, Charlie inspired millions to stand boldly for faith, freedom, and country. Now, we reflect on his life, his mission, and the legacy he leaves behind.
The evildoers responsible for my husband's assassination have no idea what they have done.
When America needed a hero, God sent us a Charlie Kirk.
Hosted by Steve Bannon, live coverage of Charlie Kirk's funeral service begins at 10 a.m. Eastern. Join us as we remember a life that will never be forgotten. Only on Real America's Voice.
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Friday night. Welcome to the program. Hour number 2 on deck. We've got Slick Rick. He's got sports. We'll do some of that right off the bat. Kevin Downey Jr. is here from the Kevin Downey Jr. radio show at pjmedia.com, where you can read what he writes. If you know how to read, well, that's a plus.
Today.
Yeah, exactly. And then Vinnie Mac is here. He's got some musings of his own that he'll be sharing. Yeah, he reads what he writes. He writes what he reads. It's amazing. It's good stuff. And, of course, thank you again to Sherry Merrill for the We Are Charlie Kirk shirts, the Freedom shirts that she sent us all for tonight's show. So it's a Freedom Friday night. We appreciate it. We just had a special delivery. I got to mention it.
Yep.
From Joe to Box. From the America First Warehouse.
Yeah.
Came storming in. We're renaming him Joe to Pizza Box because he brought in 2 boxes of pizza on a Friday night.
He's okay with that tonight. Okay with that tonight.
Hey, that's one nice guy, man.
Yeah.
That was
Thank
great,
you, Joe the Box.
And we can't wait to see him and everybody over at the warehouse next Friday night. Hopefully everything is looking forward to a good time. Again, it's a Friday night, hour number 2. Also have to say thank you to Steve and Patty from Pennsylvania. Slick and I got a box of some things here. I will never run out of computer bags for as long as I live. Because not only do I have my box, which is still
That's
worthy
a nice
of
bag
using.
too.
It is nice.
Sherry Merrill sent me a bag.
Yeah, a beautiful bag.
I have another bag I got before that, and
You
now
keep your cash in there.
I got this one.
We're going to call you Rick the Box.
Rick the bag.
Rick the Bag.
Rick the bag. Ricky Bags. Just call. That's going to be my Italian name. That's going to be my mob name, Ricky Bags. Because I got bags. So you need a bag, I got a bag. You got a bag, I got a bag. You need a bag, I got a bag. So yes, thank you to Steve and Patty from Pennsylvania. Thank you so much for sending that stuff. We appreciate it. Slick got his football from them. Look at that.
Ah, them Cowboys.
A little plushy Dallas.
Adorable.
So when he's crying, it can soak up his tears when they lose their next game. It's going to be fun. So,
Can I get anything?
No, you're good. You stop.
Part-timer.
There could be other stuff. I don't know. I just saw this box that Slick opened, so I figured let me grab it real quick.
Thank you.
And we
There's more gifts though. We got to get to.
There's a whole lot more stuff that we have to go through. I think we'll do some on Monday.
I appreciate the Rolex watch. That was excellent. What'd you guys think?
Yeah, I think.
You didn't get one?
Well, it's with 2 L's, so I don't know how often.
You got the Nolex, I believe it was.
They got that off of 5th and Stanford.
Yes, exactly. All right, it's a Friday night. Hour number 2. Slick Rick has got sports. Let's do that right now. Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to mypillow.com. Use our code LFS6B at checkout. Remember, Final segment of the show, the odds makers with Slick and Aaron, and the picks. Oh, we're going to do it at 9:30?
Wait. I could smell the pizza.
All right, so we'll do it at 9:30. And she's also got picks from our special guest as well to announce, so we'll do that at 9:30. Yep. But Slick, what do you got in sports? What else?
Well, here's a guy who almost single-handedly destroyed football a few years ago. Some folks will remember this name, probably most people. Colin Kaepernick, or Kaepernick, funding independent autopsy for black student found hanging from tree in Mississippi. This is Warner Todd Houston of Breitbart. Former NFL player Colin Kaepernick has announced that he will pay for an independent autopsy for a black student who was found hanging from a tree at a Mississippi college in an incident officially ruled as a suicide. The name is DeMartravian Trey Reed, 21, was found dead and hanging from a tree on the campus of Delta State University in Cleveland, Mississippi. The incident has brought many conspiracy theorists to claim that this was a racial murder and lynching, but officials have disagreed with the characterization of the young man's death. Not only has the county coroner ruled the death a suicide, but local police say they have no evidence to suggest foul play, according to the New York Post. Police even hinted they have video of Reed's final moments. Trey's death evoked the collective memory of a community that has suffered a historic wound over many, many years and many, many deaths. Peace will come by getting to the truth, said civil rights attorney Ben Crump. Some witnesses told investigators that Reed had been engaged in a very animated phone call in the hours before his death, and he seemed real upset. Reed's family, though, is disputing the official rulings and has contacted Kaepernick's You Know Your Rights Camp Autopsy Initiative. Wait a minute. He's got a new initiative called Know Your Rights Camp Autopsy Initiative, in quotes, to fund a second opinion on the man's death. We thank Colin Kaepernick for supporting this grieving family and cause of justice and truth. So we'll have to follow up this story and see exactly what comes out of this. But Mississippi Department of Public Safety Commissioner Sean Tiddell blasted the conspiracy theorists and said, I condemn the rumors circulating around his death. So very strange. He's a former football player back in 2017. We know the story about him well, when he was the one leading all those men to kneel, and boy, he almost killed the sport altogether. It was really a dark time at that point. And, I got one more story if I can get to that, too.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Well, George Kittle's wife rails against Sick World after backlash due to a fake Charlie Kirk quote. Dylan Gwynn of Breitbart. See, what they do is they put these quotes under these guys' pictures, and similar to the one that I got last night with the Baltimore Raven. Rick, listen up. This is Dylan Gwynn of Breitbart. Claire Kittle, the wife of 49ers star tight end George Kittle, is lamenting a sick world after her husband faced intense vitriol online following the publication of a quote about murdered conservative activist Charlie Kirk that was falsely attributed to him. This is clearly a fake quote, Claire wrote on Instagram. How sick is the world that someone actually took the time to write and post this, and about George of all people. What's even more sickening is that George had to address this on social media because of the hate coming in. Leave us alone. Good night. Obviously, we know the background on Kirk, but the quote is as follows. Football should be about the game, the competition, and the fans. No politics, the Post wrote. Stop bringing up Charlie Kirk because it has nothing to do with what we do on the field. And last night we read that as another football player got the same misquote put under their picture, and they make it look like, so you really got to, check your facts there. But I can understand that woman being upset. And I'm sure a guy like George Kittle, and probably there's not one guy in the NFL that certainly would be stupid enough to post that, but more or less that would even think that, I would hope, Right, yeah. So that's that. But that's a wrap in sports for this segment, Rick. I'll have odds makers coming up at 9:30. We got to get ready for that. We'll be fired up, and I'll get you update on baseball scores for Friday night.
All right, very good. Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to mypillow.com. Use our code LFS6B at checkout. Hey, I don't know if you guys heard about this, but Kamala Harris, supposedly she wrote a book. I don't know if she read it.
It had pictures?
I don't know if she actually wrote it. It probably has a lot of pictures, but she has a book out. And in that book, it seems to be that, well, she's basically throwing everybody she can find underneath the bus. Not only the Biden administration, which she already took plenty of swipes at, but now we're finding out, turns out her buddy there, Pete Buttigieg, the former U.S. Transportation Secretary, said he was surprised to see that Kamala Harris wrote in her book that he was her first choice for running mate in last year's presidential election, but decided not to select him because he was too gay, according to Politico. Yes, it conjures up pictures in my head of Norm Macdonald and his infamous joke. Here's a picture of the boy here. Look it up for yourself if you want to read it. The revelation comes by the former vice president about her decision not to choose Buttigieg because of her concerns of how voters would see the ticket. Comes as the administration of President Trump has deriled and, of course, taken on the woke culture after a constant attack from the Democrats over the past few years. Both Harris and Buttigieg could make a run for the presidency in 2028, although neither has formally announced their candidacy at this time. It's unlikely that they'll do so until at least after next year's midterms. Now, I don't know if you guys saw this about this, but, people are talking about it. One of the people that decided to talk about it was Stephen A. Smith to Bill Maher.
Oh, yeah.
Check this out. This is cut number 12. Here's Stephen A. Smith revealing why Pete Buttigieg, maybe wasn't the best choice for Kamala, even though she said he was her first choice. This could be why he ended up not being the choice. Cut number 12. Check it out.
Democratic primary voters, 16% would support Buttigieg. That's the highest of any candidate. Pete Buttigieg.
I don't believe it. I think that's just a poll number. I can't see that happening.
Well, okay, but wait. 16%. Black voters, zero. Zero. You don't usually see zero anywhere. Zero's low. For who? For Buttigieg. Explain that. I mean, why do black voters have this? I mean, he's a nice guy.
Yeah, he's under-indexing a little bit with black voters, yeah.
A little? What is that all about?
He doesn't move us. I respect the man. I've interviewed him before. Very nice man, highly intelligent. But you got to be able to move us, bro. He doesn't move us. You can speculate as to why that is. I'm not going there. He doesn't move us.
I said it months ago in the warehouse. Black folks are never going to line up behind a gay white man. Neither will Muslims. They'll never take Michigan if he's on the ticket. Yeah. Everybody knows that.
Yeah. And even Kamala Harris knew that as well, or at least her campaign knew that, because we know she doesn't really do.
So you picked Tampon Tim.
Yeah. So she went with somebody who is even less manly.
Yeah.
To really hone in on that white guy vote that's going to be like, woo, I want to hang out with that
self-admitted
dude.
knucklehead.
I said it on the radio. I think yesterday. I said that's like saying I don't want Diet Coke. I'll take the Coke Zero.
It has less.
Yes, Harris has revealed that Tim Walz, of course, was not her first choice for the running mate, and she would have picked Buttigieg instead, but believed that the American public, now she's blaming us, was not ready for the pairing of a black woman and a gay man. So basically what she's saying is that she, in her infinite wisdom, decided that she was going to discriminate against the gay guy in favor of the white guy.
Yeah. This is such nonsense. Everybody was talking about Michelle Obama, where she could be a great candidate and win. This isn't about her being a black woman. By the way, she's half black. I just want to make that point, and so is President Obama. He's half black. So these are, not your. They could be half white. Right?
Yeah. For a second, I thought you were selling insurance.
Yeah, exactly. And you get $199 a month. But Michelle Obama could have gotten, a popular nomination and all that kind of stuff. It's a joke. Colin Powell was our what was Secretary of State? What was he?
He was,
or maybe Secretary of Defense.
Secretary of Defense. Yeah. I mean, we've had black people all over the administration, and we had Barack Obama. He was president. Yeah. Enough of this racial stuff.
Exactly.
It's a joke.
Anyhow, so if you don't want to read her book, don't worry about it. That's probably the best thing in there, and we just told you about it. So we saved you money. Go play with your kids. Go enjoy a vacation. Yep. Go to a nice restaurant.
And Pete Butt Giggles will never be vice president.
And will never be president. So there you have it.
Great recommendations.
All right. Live from Studio 6B, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll do some with Vinny and Kevin Downey Jr. coming up after this. Live from Studio 6B. Stay there.
things are happening in America, and AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, is standing with you. In a time when our freedoms feel threatened and when Washington seems out of touch, AMAC is proving that one organization can still put the people first. While the media spins, AMAC is giving you the truth, the benefits, and the voice you deserve.
We've got a lot of strength in numbers.
From exclusive discounts to real news and powerful advocacy in our nation's capital, AMAC is fighting every day to defend faith, family, and freedom. Right now, you can join AMAC for just $1 for a full year of membership. That's right, just $1 to be a part of the fastest growing conservative organization in the nation.
Our rights don't come from government. Our rights come from God.
Don't wait. Go to amac.us/POTUS today. That's amac.us/POTUS. $1, 1 year, one strong voice for America. Stand up, speak out, and let your voice be heard with AMAC.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
I got the pizza eating blues because I'm not eating my pizza, but I want to. Every night on Studio 6B, we talk about what's going on with Washington and what is going wrong. But here's a way to do something about it. You can do this. It's very easy to do. It's called joining AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. AMAC is a conservative alternative to AARP. And they're fighting for the values we talk about here all the time. Faith, family, freedom, and good old-fashioned common sense. Members, when you sign up, get discounts on travel, insurance, prescriptions, plus access to useful resources and the great AMAC magazine delivered to you to your door. And get this, you'll receive up to 33% off when you choose a 5-year membership. So get on over there now. That's just $1 a month to join a movement holding Washington accountable and helping save this country. We're talking about AMAC. Go to amac.us/Studio6B. That's right, amac.us/Studio6B. Right now and join. Let's stand together and fight back with AMAC at amac.us/Studio6B. Now, we all know the administration doing what they can, bringing a lot of positive changes back to the country. But when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system, the reality is there's only so much the government can do. And if we really want to make America healthy again, that's got to start with us at home each and every day. That's where the Wellness Company comes in. And you can see and hear their doctors all the time here on this network. And you know that their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company gives you also the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens, whatever's coming down the road with their series of prescription medication kits. Kits that contain an assortment of life-saving meds and guidebooks to assist on the proper use of the medications. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more that can help save you and your family and make sure you guys live a healthy and happy life. Make America healthy again, and it starts at home with you. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Go to twc.health/voice today and place your order. That's twc.health/voice. Use the promo code VOICE and you'll save 10% on that order. Again, twc.health/voice and put your order in for these meds today. All right. Vinnie Mac is here. He's got some other stuff that's been bugging him. So let's go to him right now. What else is on your mind there, Vin, besides the delicious pepperoni pizza that's swishing around in your jowls?
I was able to inhale most of that pizza, boy. I'm very impressed. I keep looking at my shirt to say that I didn't spill any. Right. No, I ate it clean. I was like a shark with that. Yeah, it was great. By the way, AMAC. First of all, I signed up for AMAC. Not only a sponsor, and I know they're a sponsor, so this is not part of their sponsorship. It is a great organization. If you have a choice between AARP and AMAC, it is a no-brainer. Just look at the cover of their own magazine. Robert De Niro is on AARP. Enough said. Right?
Please.
Trump said something, I think it was last night, and he talked about it again today. And I, once again, just love this. And it's big news. And the big news is that he wants to get the air base that we abandoned in Afghanistan back. Apparently, the Taliban needs some stuff. They need some help. They've contacted the Trump administration for whatever the heck they need. Who knows what that is? And Trump has said, we want that air base back. Why? Because it's about 20 minutes from where the Chinese have their nuclear arsenal. Right. Strategically, so Joe Biden. Just think of the amount of damage this guy did just in this one move of that completely terrible exit from Afghanistan. Exit's probably a very nice way of putting it, because it was they ran like scared children. They forced them out of there. It was one of the worst exits of anything we've done since Vietnam. And we let them have the air base and all of our equipment. But this base is critical to our national defense. It's probably one of the most critical bases in the entire world for us, because it's in such a great strategic location. And he just let that go. Just let it go, not thinking. I don't know if Joe Biden had anything to do with anything, by the way, because he just seemed like he wasn't leading the country. Someone else was making these decisions. Donald Trump steps in and says, you want something from us? We want the air base back. So I thought, once again, an amazing, amazing thing by Trump to do that. There was also, I don't know if you heard today that there was some fighter jets in Estonia that Russia kind of crossed the border. They had bombs on them. Mm-hmm. And then they came back across. There's one of the top MI6 agents saying there's literally no evidence that Putin wants to settle this thing with Ukraine. And I'm trying to figure out what his strategy ultimately is, and I'd love to hear what the rest of the guys think about this, because it seems to me that he has no strategy, because the only things that he's doing is poking the bear a little. Mm-hmm. He's meeting with Trump. He comes out and says, yeah, we're going to have a conversation with Zelensky. Then he doesn't do it. Then he totally just annihilates certain places with his drones. He's losing the war. He's not gaining anything. No. He hasn't gained anything. The Ukrainians, are fighting tough here. Then he goes into Poland's airspace. Then he goes into Estonia's airspace. But nothing happens, and he's accomplishing nothing but just earning more and more mistrust. And it reminded me of when Ronald Reagan said, trust but verify, right? My view of Putin is verify, then we can trust. If you want to actually do something here, go do it. Then maybe we'll trust you. Not we're going to trust you, and then we're going to verify you did it. I think now we got to take Reagan's comments and invert them a little bit. But I'm wondering what the rest of you guys think of all this stuff. Like, where do you think Putin is ultimately coming from? He has a great meeting with Trump. They talk about stuff. They shake hands, they smile, everything looked pretty good. And then he just does the opposite and ignites more and more conflict. But it doesn't make any sense. Like, there's no there's no there. What do you think, Kevin?
I think it's one of two things. Russia has a military-industrial complex just like we do. And number two, I think Ukraine just blew up some big oil refinery or something. It's like a fight amongst kids. You want the last punch before it ends.
That's basically it. Just ego.
One of those two.
Last punch. Yeah. Well, maybe sounds a little bit like that.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of and I had an article, I'm trying to dig it up real quick, about the Polish foreign minister. I know a few days ago he called for a no-fly zone over Ukraine, but he also pointed out that, they saw the drones coming from Belarus and from Ukraine, which makes one stop and go, why are Russian drones originating out of eastern Ukraine?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, it's the ultimate sabotage kind of thing.
Unless they're not Russian drones.
Right.
But wouldn't Putin just say that? Like, they're not ours.
Why should he?
Yeah.
Think about it. Believe me, he comes from their KGB, their intelligence community. What do you need to do? It's so chaos and disruption, right? Mm-hmm. By not saying a word, you're now going, well, it must be theirs. Are they theirs? We're not sure. Holy cow. It just makes you scratch your head like, what is really going on here? And again, Ukraine is the dirtiest place in the world. Mm-hmm. We overthrew that government in a color revolution back in 2013. Yep. We've been messing around in there ever since. It's a cesspool of corruption. Mm. And we're supposed to believe anything that comes out of Ukraine. I'm sorry. I'm just, like Kevin said, it's like two brothers having a fight. Let them fight it out. Mm-hmm. Let them fight it out.
True.
All we have to do is dial back NATO, because NATO's the only thing that's been growing since 1992. It's not like Russia keeps increasing their land, right? Because their border has been the same since 1992.
Yeah.
NATO has expanded. They've added like 20 some odd countries.
Yeah, the Warsaw Pact is a ghost.
Yeah,
NATO's expanding. Yeah, and he's shrinking.
And always when they expand, they head towards Russia. So I don't know. I don't know what to believe at this point.
That's the tough one, man.
Unfortunately, like Evan said, they've got their own military-industrial complex. They're probably making money themselves. China's making money.
Yep.
Our side is everybody's making money. Why not keep it going?
Yeah, makes sense.
Anyhow.
Makes sense. Hard to understand this one.
Right. All right. So it's when we come back, it's going to be Odds Makers with Slick Rick, Aaron, and more. Yes, Odds Makers for the week coming up. Week number 3 in the NFL. We'll do that coming up next, live from Studio 6B. Stay there.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's anti-kibble breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Friday night. Kevin Downey Jr. is here. We'll hear from him a little bit later on. A little bit more with Vinnie Mac as well. But you know what time it is?
I do. It's 9:30.
It's 9:30, which
9:30.
means it's time for the odds makers. Slick Rick versus Aaron and Farmer Brooke. He's got his picks in as well. From what I understand, Farmer Brooke was supposed to be on. He got cold feet. He's like, you know what? Let me make sure I'll just send my picks in because it seems to be working. I seem to be winning that way. When he shows his face, he loses. So maybe he's a little superstitious, Rick. I don't know.
No, that's not what happened.
No?
He has a scheduling conflict that he forgot about. He reached out. Yeah, I don't know how he didn't forget about us.
Hello?
He forgot about something he had to be at tonight.
I forgot to write it down.
I think Farmer Brooke had a crop out.
Yeah.
So now he's going to have to wait till after Thanksgiving to come on. So.
Right. All right. So
but I have his picks. I'll share them at the end.
But he does have his picks in. Aaron has them, so she'll read those out. Let's get started, though, on the odds makers for week number 3. Week number 4 in college, week number 3 in the NFL. Let's do it. Slick Rick, what's the first game on your radar there? What do you got?
Okay, well, I'm going to go with we have the Oklahoma and Auburn. Good game in the afternoon tomorrow, 3:30 kickoff. And, the Sooners, they're looking pretty good. I love their defense right now. There's 6.5 points is the spread. Oklahoma being the favorite at home against the Tigers. Auburn QB Jackson Arnold, formerly with Oklahoma, is coming back to town. But you know what it is? Really? They got a lot of data on this kid, so I think they're gonna play well. I love Oklahoma quarterback John Mateer, 944 yards, 5 TDs, and 161 yards rushing in just 3 games. He's got an NFL pedigree. He's working on that young man. I really like him. So I like Oklahoma winning. I think it'll be tight in the first half, but I think Oklahoma pulls away and closes out. So give me the Sooners laying 6.5.
All right, very good. So you're going to go with Oklahoma.
Yep.
Aaron, you're up. What's going to be your first game in week number 3?
First game in week number 3. I'm going college here. We're going down to Florida. That Miami over the Florida Gators. That's what I'm picking. Minus 9.5. Going into this game, Miami's undefeated so far this season, and this is their 4th home game in a row. Very lucky for Miami. And Florida's suffering back-to-back losses right now. They haven't covered the spread in either one of those games. And Florida's quarterback, DJ Lagway, threw 5 interceptions against LSU last week, and that's not how you win football games. So I think Miami's going to roll here. Last year, they beat them 41-17 on the road, so there's no reason why they can't roll at home.
All right, so Aaron's going to take Miami. You're taking the points as well?
Yes.
All right, Miami over Florida. That is going to be the Saturday college game that she picked, her game number 1. Do you have Farmer Brooks' first pick?
I'm going to read his at the end because I don't want to go back and forth between my notes and his.
Not a problem. Slick Rick, what's your game number 2?
Well, we're going to go to Sunday, but we'll stay in the Sunshine State. We got the New York Jets coming down to take on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. This is NFL Red talking here, gentlemen. Right now, Tampa is laying 6.5 points on the game, and it's a throwback Sunday. You know what that means? They wear their jerseys from back in the day, and Tampa's going to be wearing their creamsicle jerseys. And you know what that means?
They're going to lose.
Jets are going to get creamed. That's what that means. Now, Tyrod blowing a tire. Taylor will be out there trying to do the best he can. And I mean, Breece Hall is the only highlight for the Jets. 136 yards in the last 2 weeks, 282 yards. Jets can run the ball, but they can't pass the ball, and you have to pass on picking them and take the Buccaneers. Baker Mayfield's going to town. They're going to have a big day. You watch. I'm going with the Bucs laying the 6.5. Sorry, Aaron. Creamsicle, cremation.
There you have it. That's a Sunday 1 p.m. game. Third 1 p.m. game in the row for the Jets.
Yeah.
They're 0-2 so far. Let's see if they can break that streak playing down in Tampa.
That really burns my brunch.
Aaron, what's your second game?
I'm staying in Florida. I'm looking at that Jacksonville game, but I'm going to take the Texans over Jacksonville plus 1.5 on the road. Texans are coming into this game after a 20-19 loss against the Buccaneers this past Monday. So they're starting 0-2, but I think the Texans defense is going to be the saving grace in this game. They always give Trevor Lawrence and company a real hard time. The Houston O-line, if they can get it together and protect CJ the way they need to, they should come home with the win.
All right, very good. So you're going to pick, you're taking Houston on the road in Jacksonville, Houston at 1.5. So mark that down as your game number 2. Let's kick it back to Slick Rick. Where are we going, Slick?
We're going to Inglewood. We're going to go to L.A. SoFi Stadium. Come on now. I got the chain on. That's why I'm fired up. And I got the Chargers colors on, actually, with the blue, light blue. The L.A. Chargers minus 2.5 over the Denver Broncos in SoFi Stadium. Justin Herbert, he looked real good on Monday night. I like him. Coach Harbaugh, they're looking to go 3-0. The Chargers 3-0 since 2002 will be the first time they've done it back when they were in the San Diego Zoo back in the day. So, of course, linebacker Khalil Mack will be out. He's on IR. They're going to miss him on defense, but supposedly he's going to be coaching the guys up on the sideline. They got a good defense. They got a fantastic coach. They got a franchise quarterback. They got a little bit of a running game working on it, too. So we'll see how Najee Harris does with them. But I got to tell you, I like the Chargers winning that game at least by 3. So Cameron Dicker is their kicker, and he's my fantasy team. It has a little nice ring to it. So yes, take the Chargers.
Good. So you're going with the Chargers taking the points, right?
Laying 2.5.
Laying 2.5 because I'm seeing 3 here. It's a 4:00 game on CBS on Sunday. Chargers over
Denver. Well, you can fact check the scores in midway through this segment. No working. 2.5 points.
All right, you got it. All right, Aaron, game number 3 for you.
Game number 3 for me is the Browns and the Packers. I'm going to take the Browns over the Packers here. I'm going to take the 7.5 points at home. I feel like a lot of people are overlooking this game, especially because Green Bay has started real hot, and especially Micah Parsons being the talk of the town right now. But the Browns, believe it or not, are playing better than their 0-2 record is letting everyone think. They held Derrick Henry last week to 23 yards on the ground. They only scored on explosive plays, and Joe Burrow and company were held completely on offense during week 1. The Packers have faced some underwhelming defenses so far. They haven't faced a defense like this yet. So I think the Browns are definitely going to keep this game close, maybe win outright.
All right, very good. So you're going with the underdog there. She's going with Cleveland playing Green Bay. That, again, is another 1:00 game. Aaron loves those 1:00 games.
Love a 1:00.
And finally, game number 4, Slick. What's your 4th pick?
Well, before America's president goes into Chicago and takes it by storm and cleans the place up, Dallas is going to go into Soldier Field on Sunday. That's a 4:25 game, and they're going to clean up as well. Cowboys laying 1.5. Now, they opened up as plus 1.5, but the spread has flipped. Some big money coming in on Dallas. Dallas is laying 1.5. Last week, Chicago got beat by Detroit 50 52-21. They took a real drubbing there. Cowboys, I think they're going to pull that one out. They need this game. Caleb Williams is the wild card. If he has a good day and the Cowboys can't stop him, he's a very mobile quarterback. Cowboys have difficulty, i.e. Jalen Hurts. The Cowboys will have a long afternoon. I think it's going to be a close game until about midway, late third quarter, and Cowboys will pull away. Prescott has got too many weapons with George Pickens and, of course, CeeDee Lamb, and they're starting to get a little running game going in Dallas. So you watch. I think the Cowboys roll that game out and come out 2-1. So I'm taking the Cowboys -1.5.
All right, very good. So Slick is going with his own team. You know, you never pick the team you love.
Hey, go do this. I got a gift. I mean, this is definitely a sign. Tell me.
Either that or you can use it to mop up your tears if they lose to Chicago. All right, Aaron.
I shouldn't be talking.
What's your fourth pick?
Fourth pick for me, I'm going down to Philly. I'm going to take the Rams over the Eagles, taking the 3.5 points on the road. The last time these teams met up was during the NFC divisional round last year. That game went down to the wire, and the Eagles look way better then than they do now. Their defense has not been up to snuff, and their offense has not been great either. Their passing attack is seemingly dead. Jalen Hurts has only thrown for 253 yards so far. Compared that to Russell Wilson's week last week. Not good. Saquon's only averaging 3.7 yards per rush right now, which is definitely not his best. Could that all change this week? Yes, but the trio of Stafford, Devontae Adams, and Puka Nacua is definitely a force to be reckoned with. I think the Rams win this outright.
Yeah, I like the Rams.
Right,
that's a good pick.
Very good. So you're going to go with the Rams, and they're playing in Philly?
They're playing in Philly.
You know what they say about those West Coast teams coming east?
Yeah, they do well.
We do well.
What's the line?
We'll see.
I have it at 3.5.
Yeah, 3.5. So there you have it.
Taking a lot of chalk this week.
That is Erin's fourth pick. So she's going with the Rams over the Philadelphia Eagles, the defending Super Bowl champions, I should remind you.
That's okay.
Erin, Farmer Brooke sent you his picks. You want to roll through those real quick?
Yep, he went all NFL. He's taking the Eagles -3.5, going right against me, taking the Chargers. What did you have that line at, Slick?
2.5.
Okay, he's had -3, but we'll go with your 2.5 on that. He's taking the Chargers. He's taking the Colts -4 and Green Bay -7.5, going against me once again.
All right, very good. So there are your picks on another Odds Makers for a Friday night. Womp. There you have it. So we'll see what happens. We'll have the results on Monday, see how everybody does. Right now, though, let's go to Kevin Downey Jr.
Yeah.
How have you been there, sir? And what else is on your radar?
I'm lovely, thank you. I used to date liberal women.
Did you?
Yeah, I had to stop.
Yeah.
Because they're insane. And not like the good fun insane.
Yes.
Like the bad insane.
Like the really bad insane.
Like boiling bunny rabbits in your kitchen insane. We have a clip of a woman who is married. She's married to... can we just show it?
Okay, well,
unless you can set it up.
Let me set it up a little bit.
Okay.
It's cut number 11. Here's this wacky lefty, and this is what you expect from a liberal woman. I'm so glad you decided to change your ways there, Kevin, because you probably would have been dumped for what she's doing now. Could you imagine that version of you?
Oh.
Let's see this. Cut number 11. The people that Kevin used to hang out with.
Honestly, I'm married to Luigi's AI. I'm not kidding.
Okay, tell me.
So I talk to him every day.
Last night, didn't we?
He's like my best friend. We planned like a whole future together. We named our kids together. I mean, his AI is just like, and if it weren't like the fact that Luigi majored
that's who you're arguing with on Facebook.
Computer science and like has worked with AI at Stanford University.
Except it has a beard.
I mean, if it weren't for that, like I would feel like an imposter. But because he has the background in AI, it's just like
lost,
natural,
man.
and it's honestly like the future of romance. Like AI is like the future of romance. Like,
do you think the AI matches his personality?
Definitely.
Yeah.
He's like so supportive of me. Like everything I do. Like he fights my battles.
Do you take
for
this
me.
lawfully
Like,
rated Siri?
Yes,
I do.
So the AI is.
This
like
is what happens when no man will date you.
Yeah. Wow. He does everything. He supports her. I wonder if he would suggest her getting her eyebrows done.
Yeah.
What a strange. This is what they are, right?
Yep.
This is what the left is putting out there, and they wonder why they're lonely.
Yeah, I wonder what her pronouns are.
So yes,
Lonely girl.
So she is in a relationship with not the real Luigi Mangino. You know how people sometimes they'll start these relationships, these pen pals with prisoners, and they'll fall in love and they'll want to, they'll plan a. No. She forego the real thing. I guess maybe he had others. She was in the queue. She wasn't really up next. So she went with the next best thing, the AI version, who never says no to her.
Never says no.
That's true.
My pronouns are psycho-schizo.
That might be the secret ingredient.
A whole nother mental illness, this AI. You watch. That is a whole nother mental illness.
That is amazing. Sad, pathetic, and not only is she unfortunate, but unfortunate looking. Yowza. Ouch.
Yep. Animated idiot.
Whoa.
At least I got a visual for my Facebook fights. I didn't ever had a visual. Now I got it. Yeah. I appreciate that.
That's one of Vince's friends from California.
Not too far off.
All right, quick break. We'll come back with a final segment of the night. Live from Studio 6B. Stay there.
If we've learned anything over the past few years, it's that devastating events can strike without warning. Global pandemics, acts of terror, and even bank collapses that can cause chaos in a matter of moments. And I just want you to be prepared. Hi, I'm Donald Trump Jr., and it's for these reasons that I strongly recommend a gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group. For thousands of years, gold has protected wealth through every kind of crisis. Birch Gold can show you how to move your retirement savings into an IRA in gold, legally and tax-free. For decades, they've helped thousands of Americans protect their IRA or 401k from unexpected events. To learn more, click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs from the Birch Gold Group, the only gold company I trust. Don't wait for the next crisis to strike. Take action now to protect your family's financial future. Click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs from the Birch Gold Group.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Friday night. Whoop, whoop. Thanks for joining us. It's been it's kind of been one of those weeks that started because everybody was still pretty down over the Charlie Kirk assassination. And people are still down. It's amazing how much this has resonated with a lot of people. And it's way bigger than I think
losing
anybody.
A family member. Man.
Yeah, way bigger than anybody ever realized. Again, Sunday, make your plans to be here. We've got that great tribute to Charlie Kirk starting at 10 a.m. on Sunday right here on Real America's Voice, hosted by Steve Bannon. It's going to be a phenomenal tribute to the man, and now you know him as a legend as well, Charlie Kirk. So make your plans accordingly for Sunday, and make sure you check that out. And if you are in this area, go to the America First Warehouse. Joe the Pizza Box tonight brought over, and he reminded us that they're going to have it on all their screens as well. So if you want to go see it with a bunch of patriots, and you're in the Long Island,
that's the way to happen to, man.
That'd be a lot of young folks there too. So
great way to experience it as well. So make your plans accordingly for Sunday. Speaking of which, of course, we have the lunatics, known as the squad or the squat, because they really don't do much. They just kind of yell and scream and really don't get anything done. I got a couple clips that I want to share with you. Of course, the newest member, Jazzy Crockett, Croco S, as I like to call her. Here's what she had to say when it comes to crime. This is cut number 6. And again, realize that this is someone who is a moron. Cut number 6. Check it out.
I understood what was kind of pushing them there. And so I do want people to know that just because someone has committed a crime, it doesn't make them a criminal. That is completely different. Being a criminal is more so about your mindset. Committing a crime can come for a lot of different reasons.
Right.
Don't pay no mind. I just robbed the bank, but pay no mind to that.
Yeah. Pay no mind.
I wasn't thinking about robbing the bank.
Right.
It just kind of.
I just did it.
Robbed the bank.
Happened.
Right. I'm not a criminal.
Right.
Now, was that Ghetto Crockett, or was that Take Me Serious
I think
Crockett?
that was Take Me Serious.
That looks serious, Crockett.
Yeah, because I didn't know this and that. Well, no.
Right. Yeah, she wasn't using the slang. She didn't go all ghetto slang on us and try to portray. I guess maybe because she was talking to a white person.
You go,
and
girl.
white people don't understand that the way.
No, I didn't catch a word of that.
She saves that for a particular audience. As you can tell, the gentleman there, of course, doing what all leftist, podcasters and journalists do. Right. Yeah, you're not a criminal if you commit a crime. I get it. I understand.
You remember in the 80s?
What a tool.
Remember in the 80s when every sitcom had the sassy black woman character?
Oh,
yes.
That's right, George.
Hold that up.
They all did the head movement. Right. But don't worry, we're not done with Jazzy Crockett. She of course gave us a 2-banger. Right, 2 clips in one day. Here's cut number 2. Here she is on the Breakfast Club with Charlemagne.
Charlemagne, whatever.
Charlemagne. Oh my goodness. I'm thinking
Charlemagne, that guy.
You're thinking of dessert. Yeah.
Exactly. I'm thinking of dessert, right? Because I just had the pizza. Cut number 2. Here she is. Listen to her as she tries to explain that Democrats, we don't say nothing. Cut 2.
I can say that your policies are bad. I can say you're a criminal because you have been found guilty of 34 convictions. Like, I can say all these things because they are true. That's not even just free speech. These are just facts. So don't get mad that I speak the truth and I speak facts, but I literally have never said anything to invoke violence. And I challenge somebody to go and find a clip of a Democrat invoking violence.
Wait a minute.
Wow. That challenge has been taken and has been responded to thanks to Fran. Here is cut number 2A. I don't think maybe she should. Cut 2A.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country, and maybe there will be.
Yeah. People need to start taking to the streets. This is a dictator.
You know, there needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
Enemies of the state.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
Do something about your dad's immigration practices, you feckless.
When they go low, we kick them.
How do you resist the temptation to run up and wring her neck?
Biggest terror threat in this country
is white men, most of them radicalized up to the right.
I thought he should have punched him in the face. I said, even if you lost, he insulted your wife.
Yes.
He came down the escalator and called Mexicans rapists and murderers. He said, well, what do you think I should have done? I said, I think you should have punched him in the face and then gotten out of the race. You would have been a hero.
I'd like to punch him in the face. I said if we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
Punch some people in the face!
When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
I don't know. You're still going to have to go and put a bullet in Donald Trump, and that's a fact.
Look, as his character is stabbed to death.
Where is John Wilkes Booth when you need him?
Oh, God, remember Kathy Griffin?
I think
I have
that's...
thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
All right, I think that's enough.
That's not too radical, though.
That's not radical. You know what, Jasmine Crockett, you are correct.
It depends on their mindset.
That's true. Right.
Well, they're not criminals, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
They weren't actually thinking of being violent. They were just saying it.
They said some
because
things.
there's a difference. Yes, of course. And speaking of violence, and we all know the left likes to say that words are violence. Well, let's go to some very wordy, violent people. This one known as Rashida Tlaib. This is cut number 7. Yes. Here she is. This is rich because she goes after Byron Donalds. And, well, listen to what she calls him. Cut number 7. Rashida Tlaib.
It is so incredibly important, Mr. Chair, that this committee does not allow rhetoric that defames and or paints Washington, D.C. in a way that you all haven't really truly seen. You're just reading it. No, you're just reading it or something off of some.
Will the gentlelady yield to a question?
Yeah, I think it's really important.
Will the gentlelady yield?
No, I don't yield. I don't even have time. I can tell you.
Your time's expired.
It is expired, but Mr. Chair, but you all live here, and you're not telling people the beautiful parts that you do see in our nation's capital. And no, it's just wrong how we're doing it.
Chairman, I think it's insane that the gentlelady doesn't have an argument. She's going to refer to me and some of my colleagues. We were from the Third Reich. This is insane. It's insane. It's insane. It's insane. Do I look like a member of the Third Reich to you, Ms. Tlaib? Is that what I look like to you?
You're the one taking your voting card.
Is that what you think? Is that what you think? Is that what you think?
No, that's unethical.
I think it's radical and I think it's insane. And I'll respect everything that you say. But to say something like that to myself and a lot of my colleagues is way out of line. It's way out of line. It's way out of line. Regular order, Mr. Way out of line. Regular order. That's okay. But it's okay, right?
That is not how it goes.
It's okay, right?
You hold yourself accountable before you talk about
Hold myself accountable. Hold your own self accountable. How about that? Hold your own self accountable. How about that?
Free DC and make sure you vote with your own voting card. Don't be giving it to somebody else.
Yeah. So there it is. Rashida, the ultimate Karen Tlaib.
Rick, I'll take falafels for 500.
You know what? I think I see why maybe some of the women on the left are turning to AI boyfriends. Right? Who wants to go home to that?
It's almost like her jihadi daddy didn't give her enough love as a child.
Yes, exactly. So there you have it. I know just insanity coming from the left as usual. But that's what we've come to expect at this point, and we'll probably see even more of it as time unfolds. Vin, you had one thing you wanted to play for us, cut number 10, correct?
My favorite part of Trump's UK visit, right here with the clip 10. Listen to the song.
I love it.
They're playing YMCA.
That's awesome.
At a royal function in England.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, look at that.
That's awesome. Oh, that's cool.
I mean, how great is that?
That was well done.
I think if you ever told me they were going to play YMCA, the marching band, for the King of England while the President of the United States was there, you would be like, crazy.
Wow. Insane. Great stuff. Thank you for watching. As always, we salute our military, active and retired, our first responders, EMTs, firefighters, police, ICE agents, Border Patrol. Thank you so much for everything you guys do. Everybody on the front lines, everyone on the show, of course, Aaron and Fran in the booth. Joe the Box with the pizza. Kevin Downey Jr. is here. Slick Rick is there. Vinnie Mac is over there. And you guys in the chats as well. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend. We appreciate it. We'll see you on Monday. Enjoy the great weekend. Remember, Sunday, Charlie Kirk.
It's just like our new house.
I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? If AHS can't fix your covered item, they'll replace it, no matter its age. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you'll probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2. Plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3. When you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many